Prologue. Nina. I took the name of a dead canary. My birth coincided with the collapse of a nearby mine, the most catastrophic collapse the continent of Belvedere Trench had ever known. All 104 men within those tunnels were buried alive that day, with the exception of one, my father, who miraculously emerged from the dust, suffocated canary in hand. My father liked to retell that story whenever whiskey persuaded him to, which was often.
Heard the blasted thing fall right off its perch, I swear it. She was always bloody squawking. You see, never fucking let up. Named it Karenina after that singer lady. You know the one. Moment she went quiet, I knew something weren't right. Next I knew, the whole fucking place was caving underfoot. Barely reached daylight.
Fletcher Harrow gestured to me then.
Came home to find me girl were born. It were fate, you see. God snuffed that canary so that I could see Nina with me own eyes.
He'd smile for a moment, remembering a newborn version of me. And then he'd remember those 103 men buried and grow solemn. The solemnness would turn to anger. Anger meant whiskey.
Fucking minds,
he'd mutter. Then,
fucking swanks in their fucking fancy robes.
And as though the words were combustible, other craftsmen, whatever their trade, would ignite. Together, they'd cradle their cups and curse their poor fortune. They would blame the head of house first, then all the lords, then all artisans for their luck in life. There were only two kinds of people in the world, and I'd known it before I could talk. There were the people like my father, who worked honestly, craftsmen, who were paid far too little for their long days in the mines, the factories, the farms. And then there were artisans, the fortunate, the high society swanks with their magic.
Who says they've got more to offer than us, eh?
This from some other drunkard.
Sitting in their fine houses, butlers and all. God's whores,
someone would say.
If Idia appeared before me, I'd wrap me hands round her holy throat.
But the holy daughter, Idia, was likely somewhere high above, laughing. The artisans were in Belvedere City, miles and miles away. And as for these men, their fortunes would never change. Their fate had been determined for them in childhood, when they had been put on a train to that fancy city, prayed to Idia, and swallowed a solution that would determine if magic lived within them, or if they were of better service out in the brink of the continent, sweating and moaning, and occasionally being buried alive. Eventually, one would speak too brashly or throw his glass, and the coppers would drag him out and jail him a night or two. But this was the extent of their rebellion. There was no one out here to fight but each other. And anyway, who could raise a hand against those artisans whose blood was imbued with magic? Surely not this sorry lot. I chuffed from my bar stool, imagining these bloated clucks stumbling toward a blue-robed Belvedere-branded artisan. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Nina,
my father said, just now remembering I was there.
Go on home now. Tell your ma to heat some supper. I won't be far behind.
Ma wouldn't be at home. Hadn't been home in several years now. But whiskey was a magic all its own. Nothing to do but nod. I ran barefoot down dirt roads the entire way, skipping over reeking drains and spilled coal dust. I didn't stop until I was safely through the door of our 2-room lodging. Then I exhaled the scurry stench and took my tingling hands over to the scribbler's cranny. A scribbler's cranny usually consisted of a writer's desk with piles of waiting parchment. Artisan scribblers were the source of all correspondence in Belvedere Trench. A continent of artisan magic had no need for boats and trains or birds to send messages. not when scribblers could ink a page from many, many miles away with their mind alone. There was a special sound associated with a scribbler's message. The parchment in the scribbler's cranny would crinkle just slightly. A gentle scratch would ensue. The insides of your stomach would clench. Who was sending word? What news would the ink bring? Ma, I'd think. This time it will be from Ma. It never was. Our scribbler's cranny was not so much a cranny as the space between boiler and bench, and there wasn't so much a writing desk as there was an old chopping block balanced atop a stool. The pile of waiting parchment curled at the corners. I had been aching all day to sit by it, and not because I anticipated a missive from my mother. I was older now. It had been a long time since I'd bawled for her. No, this night I awaited a letter of much more importance. I imagined every child of 12 to be sitting just as I was, hovering over a parchment, waiting on a scribbler who sat hundreds of miles away, curling their names and addresses in order. Over and over, I convinced myself the parchment was moving, that a spot of ink was beginning to appear. But hours passed, and the parchment remained obstinately plain. At midnight, a clock tower chimed its warning. My father stumbled through the door and landed face first on his cot. No ink, no cursive. But I stayed by the boiler, blanket around my shoulders and eyelids back. And in the very early hours, the first rustles bolted through the chamber of my chest. The parchment cracked, awakened. I leapt from my stool. Words unfurled from nothing. By order of Belvedere Trench National Council, to the attention of Miss Nina Harrow of 348 Cobbler and Brum, Row 5, Scurry. On the 23rd of September, 1892, all children who were born 12 years prior are henceforth summoned to Belvedere City and the National Artisan House to enact the 535th siphoning ceremony, as per the below Articles 2, 3, 6, and 18 of the National Constitution of Belvedere Trench. Long live Belvedere. 2. Idiom Quantum. To incite the birthright of magics, male children upon the age of 12 years are mandated to consume 1 ounce of idiom dilution. The effects thereafter will constitute the legal status of the individual's magics, and they shall be irrevocably designated artisan or craftsman. 3. Idiom Quota. A citizen with official artisan branding is eligible to an allotment of 1 ounce of idiom dilution twice annually. 6. Education. Every child will be offered approved curriculum. Those deemed artisan will attend the National Artisan School. Those deemed craftsmen will thereafter seek education at their guardian's volition. 18. As of the 469th year of siphoning, female children upon the age of 12 years may also rightfully consume 1 ounce of idiom dilution. The effects thereafter will constitute the legal status of the individual's magics. Chapter 1. Nina. In late September, I boarded a train. The smokestack left plumes in our wake, dirtying the carriage windows, and I wondered if the smoke hadn't followed us from home. I pressed my nose to the glass and made out the silhouettes of Scurry in the distance, then saluted the town with my middle finger and turned away from it forever. The carriage was filled to the brim with children, 12 years of age, fraying socks, soot on their eyelashes, and mush in their heads, I imagined. Lady chaperones in long woolen skirts and slickened faces stumbled down the aisle against inertia. One leaned across the seat and flattened the lace-trim collar of my blouse without looking me in the eye. They yelled ineffectually at those who hung over their seats, at the boys who dared take off their caps, at the girls who bunched their dresses above the knee. Sit proper, wipe your nose, roll down your sleeves. the pleas went unnoticed. The children of Scurry bickered and caterwauled. We were teeming and swelling and spilling over with adventure. Something new was upon us, something vast and frightening and intoxicatingly possible. Possible. I clung to that word. I wasn't swept away by the same vicious thrill as the rest. I sat quiet and still. I gripped a badly bound wad of parchment, its pages filled with profile sketches and plant anatomy. I looked dead ahead and saw the possibilities my brain conjured. It drew me pictures of white marble walls and clean canvas, of starched white blouses and badly stained aprons, imbued with years of paints and clay and charcoal. A landscape stretched in my mind of never-ending rooftops, where the church steeples and bell towers stretched high enough that one could see all the way to the edge of the continent from their rafters. Soon, the pictures turned to dreams. The chaos aboard ebbed and flowed. The steam chest coughed. The floor rattled atop the cranks. We were carried farther and farther away from all we'd ever known. I journeyed all the way to the artisan capital city without a single thought for home. There were only dreams of brilliant crimson blood that turned inky blue.
Chapter 2. Patrick. Farther north, a different train with an asthmatic whistle pulled to a stop at Kenton Hill. A boy named Patrick Colson boarded with his breath held, wiping sweat from his hands onto the seats. He waved once to his brothers, to his mother, and silently vowed he'd return tomorrow. The train pulled away with a jolt, and the boy sighed and pressed his back into the wooden bench, swore quietly, curled his nails into his thighs until they bit. He watched home slip sideways through the window and felt the distance like a slow amputation. A simmer of dread that emerged at breakfast now boiled over. Beyond the clatter of the tracks, he heard the train's farewell whistle, and it sounded like the signal of shifts changing in the mines. His dad and older brother always worked the second shift, never the first. When Patrick returned to Kenton Hill tomorrow, he would join them. Miner's blood, through and through, black with soot like his father and all the fathers that came before. And therein, this journey was redundant for Patrick. He didn't need the artisans in their capital city to tell his fortune. What he needed, very badly, was to return to his mother, who waited at the bay windows of a black brick building. He needed to be among those close walls and low ceilings, back to the yellow grass hills, to the mills and canals, and the great gaping holes in the earth that swallowed men and spat them back out. He needed to be waiting by the whistle in the morning when the night shift ended, and ensure his father and brother were spat out with the rest. He needed to be there if, God have mercy, none came back up at all. At that moment, the workers' whistle was sounding all over the continent. Dozens of different towns, while dozens of different trains battered across tracks towards the nation's centre. Much like Nina of Scurry, Patrick ignored the frenzy of children. But the Kenton boy did not sleep. He rubbed his nose subtly to catch tears before they fell over his lip. He stifled the sick in his belly with anger, jutted his chin, stared straight ahead. He dared the bloody artisans to try and take him away to their fucking school. They had everything in the world already. They couldn't have him.
Chapter 3. Nina. The chaperones herded us on foot into the heart of Bellevere Trench, and I became suddenly brutally aware that I was a speck on an ever-expanding map. Scurry had always seemed half-collapsed, even as a younger girl, when the world was supposed to seem made of giants. It had never been big enough for me. Ma used to say that my mind was big, and it made the outside small. "Girls like us," she'd say. "We're made for bigger places. You hear me?" I'd heard her. I'd heard everything. Heard all the parts she didn't say, too. Heard the door shut when she'd left. Heard Dad crying in the night. Heard all the neighbours and their snide speculations of where she'd run off to. I thought she was likely in a place like this. Somewhere big. If she wasn't, then she was in hell, and I didn't care much to visit her in either place. Bellevere City. A place for dreamers and innovators, for artists, for creation. This city was the seat of creation, the very centre of it, and I now stood in its heart. I'd stolen my uncle's Anthology of Bellevere and studied every mural and fresco and blueprint and diagram. I had bothered my father with incessant questions since I'd had a mind to ask them. Are the boilers artisan-made or crafter? What about the shaft pulleys? The conveyors? Surely the conveyors were invented by the artisans? It seemed that everything of value, everything worth something, was conceived here. The towns out in the brink were only the clogged arteries that led to the heart. I had never seen buildings so tall, so clustered. Their red-tiled roofs and off-white facades matched perfectly with their neighbours. The doorways were framed in arches, alcoves, steep steps to tiled landings. A girl ahead of me pointed and exclaimed at the domed roof in the distance, its fine sculpted stone decorated with gold. A man stood precariously on its top, and before him, the gold filigree morphed and changed, creating new patterns. Flowering vines spilled from windows and off balconies. Fat-chested pigeons preened on the gutters. Wagons of coal trundled by with no one behind to push them. The women wore wide-hooped skirts, and the men wore neckties and long coats. They looked up and smiled knowingly as we children passed through. Smaller kids pulled on their mothers' hands and pointed, lamenting the long wait until they too came of age. A man blew into his closed fist, and light appeared. It burst through the cracks between fingers. When his hand unfurled, the light flew from his palm like a dozen released doves and was captured by the lanterns that lined the street. "Fire charmer," we whispered. Here, clean water flowed street-side in tiny trenches no wider than a bucket. The residents need only step beyond their stoop to access it. I wondered at the team of water charmers it must take to move so much water through the city. There were craftsmen here too, and they were easy to spot, for their wagons and carts did not move for them unless pushed. Their clothes were hardly so fine, their brows already beaded in sweat. I suppose even a city that thrived from the minds of the most brilliant artisans must still require manual labour, and crafters were gifted with what the artisans were not: superior vigour, strength, endurance. On and on we walked, and I looked in every direction, seeking out the fine details. Every Belleverian book and sketch and testament I'd ever swallowed was spilling from me, unfolding into perfect replicas. Everything glistened. No precariously hung shutters, no puddles in the alleys. The exactness of it all, the cleanliness was all painfully beautiful. The National Artisan House was ahead. Its marble columns reminded me of ancient ruins. I knew from my readings that the sculptor had had them in mind when he'd crafted the building's facade. The crowds of children funneled through the narrow cobblestone pathways and bloomed again into an expansive courtyard behind the building. Here, things were not quite as opulent, and I frowned despite myself. The stone walls were stained with limescale, The ground was not bricked or cobbled, but compacted with dirt. The tall perimeter walls were not lined in the same neatly trimmed hedges at the building's front. But the air smelled like a million known and unknown things. Coffee, kerosene, pastry, tobacco, horse shit. I heard bells and carts and voices upon voices, the cogs of a city perfectly churning, and my excitement returned. Possibility. The sounds and smells and gleam of it. It was, despite my father's beliefs, possible that I would become a student of the artisan school. Didn't the teachers in Scurry say I had a remarkable capacity for the arts? Natural aptitude, one had called it. If it wasn't the artisan school for me, then I would find a way to live among these tightly packed buildings and winding roads. If I couldn't imbue magic, then I would ensure I was surrounded by it. It was still preferable to Scurry. I would not be boarding another train. Shoulders bumped into mine. Children continued pouring into the courtyard until we were pushed to its very edges. When it seemed the square surely could not fit one more body, another surge of entrants arrived, hustled in by the cause of chaperones. We pressed together like cattle in an abattoir, shifting nervously. The smell of so many bodies soon became intolerable. Finally, someone in navy blue lapels stepped out from the National Artisan House and onto the steps. He held a shiny brass microphone in front of his mouth. It screeched as he pressed its receiving button, and the sea of 12-year-olds fell silent.
"Good morning,"
the man said. He had small teeth and thin lips, a bulbous nose, large jowls, sparse hairs plastered over his forehead. There were posters of this man in all the taverns of Scurry. The first shift miners threw darts at it in the evening.
"Welcome to the National Artisan House, children,"
said Lord Tanner, the head of house. A small smattering of awkward applause. Another of my pictures unfolding into reality. The Lord Tanner. I beamed. What an incredible sight, and what extraordinary invention to throw one's voice so widely. I was not alone in my wonder. A girl tugged my sleeve unconsciously and stood on tiptoe to see him better, and another cupped her hands to her mouth. But there were those who were not so taken. One mean-faced boy stood behind my right shoulder and spat on the ground right between his feet. I, however, knew more than he did about the governing leader of Belvedere Trench. I had studied his art. Lord Tanner had crafted marble statues around the city that depicted weeping angels and dying saints. He'd sculpted a granite bridge that scaled over 300 feet across the Geyser River. He'd created these things with his mind alone. He was a stonemason of the highest order, and the sight of him turned my skin to goose flesh.
To see so many of you is to feel immensely proud of this nation and its people. People from all walks of life, coming together to celebrate community, prosperity, and...
But whatever else it was we were celebrating was impossible to hear. From behind, a low voice laughed derisively, then muttered, "Fuck off." It was the spitter. Of course it was. A boy with dirty brown hair and an extremely clean shirt, standing too close for my liking. He smiled like he didn't mean it, stood still like he wanted to bolt, stared at the man with the microphone like he'd knock the tiny teeth from his mouth, given the chance. The boy shook his head, shifted his weight to his left leg, then looked me right in the eye. I was taken aback by their colour. Pale blue, crystal clear, completely at odds with the rest of him. Cracked fingernails, wrinkled trousers, the sole of his shoe gently peeled at the toes. A suntan that circled the bottom of his neck, a starched button-down shirt that made him fidget. He adjusted the collar in the sleeves like he'd found himself in someone else's clothes by mistake. He was too skinny for his height. The belt around his trousers looped over itself. I wrinkled my nose, mouthed the word pig, and turned back to Lord Tanner. Praise God.
And the Almighty sent us his greatest creation, his daughter, who was not deity nor goddess, but a human who walked on this land as one of us.
Idia, I thought, staring wide-eyed at the book Lord Tanner now held. The Book of Bellavere. He read from it in a voice adults use when they believe what they're saying is gravely important. I straightened my shoulders, determined to remember every word.
Through Idia, the Lord spoke, and he told us this land was a holy place. He bade us protect it, and when others came to sully its sacred ground, Idia led our armies, and she bled when we bled, and her blood was ink.
And here, Tanner held high a familiar stone. It could have been a lump of coal if it weren't for the sun that shone through it, filling it all the way up with light, revealing its true colour. Blue, like the deepest part of the sea, like slow-falling night.
Terranium,
Tanner stated.
The most important ore our land bestows. For only within this particular stone do we find the crystallized blood of Idia, mined from the land and given back to its people, even thousands of years after she was returned to God.
Murmurs stirred. I shifted restlessly.
Through Idiom, we are made better. We become the person God intended. Through Idia's teachings, we know that creation comes from the body and the mind, craftsman and creator. Both are equally vital in the turning of the world, for who will shift the earth on its axis once the idea has been conceived?
Then, Tanner's free hand lifted. Awe stilled the crowd. The children fell still and silent and reverent, for who could deny the miracle before them? I gaped at Lord Tanner's empty hand, the way his fingers flexed and relaxed. Hovering above it was a small but perfect sphere of granite stone, spinning in the air by Tanner's will alone. Tanner watched the stone intently, just as we children did, and it began to change shape. Pieces broke away, crumbling to dust at his feet. I heard the minute cracks as it was carved into something new by no visible force. It became the model of a church, then a hammer, a clock tower. When he needed it, the discarded fragments at Tanner's feet rose again to rejoin his sculpture, and soon the stone crumpled inward and became a solitary planet once more, smooth and unblemished, rotating in the hand of its sun. I had never seen a thing so beautiful. Amid the exclamations, Tanner replaced his stone with a vial of dark liquid. Idiom, the purported blood of Idia, siphoned from stone.
Today, children, you have the very great privilege of learning what God plans for you, whether it be pursuits of the mind or that of the limbs. When you welcome Idia into your bloodstream today, you become an important part of Bellavere's body, and you will begin to aid in its many necessary functions.
His tiny teeth flashed in a smile.
So, welcome once more to all of you. Today, you have arrived on the threshold of adulthood, and you will leave knowing your purpose.
There was a short applause, and I led it. It was tempered with nervous anticipation for that gleaming vial of inky blood, the precious substance we were all about to consume. Lord Tanner stepped away from the microphone with a politician's wave and disappeared back into the building, and the crowd broke into a violent, frenzied chatter. I did not join in the conversation. Emblazoned in my mind was that piece of granite, transforming into ideas again and again, and a smile crept in. I looked skyward to the highest story of the house, where Tanner's office likely was. I would wager it was the size of my entire home back in Scurry, bigger even, filled with oil paintings and sculptures, and busts and ornately carved furniture from the finest everything, and I longed to be in the presence of it all. Would the artisan school be like this, austere and bright, and towering. The double doors opened out to the courtyard again, and a dark-haired woman with narrow features and heeled shoes approached the microphone and said, "Residents of Belevere City and Baymouth will queue first for siphoning. 5 lines at the door, please. No fighting." And that was that. While the summoned 12-year-olds moved forward to queue before those double doors, the rest of us hung back. Some moved to find friends. Some tried to find a place to sit while they waited. I, however, was too filled with absolution to sit, too evangelized to chat. I simply stood there, beaming from the inside out, filled to the brim with that same light that had impregnated the lump of idiom. I suddenly felt sure, though I couldn't explain why, that I would be deemed an artisan this day. A person destined to the pursuits of the mind. That was me. Inside the waist of my skirt was the parchment I'd saved, but back in Scurry was the pile I'd discarded, strewn with sketches and landscapes and dried flowers, and all my thoughts painted into shapes. I'd always had natural aptitude. I was made for bigger places, meant to be surrounded by creation spun from the loom of one's mind. I relinquished a smile. "There's a pin sticking out of your arse," said a voice. I turned to find the spitter frowning, arms crossed, staring at the waist of my skirt. When he saw my obvious disgust, he merely shrugged. "Just thought yo should know." I adjusted the pin at the small of my back, poking it securely into the folds of my skirt. "Keep your eyes elsewhere," I bit out. He frowned. "I think if I were likely to sit on a pin in the near future, I'd want someone to tell me." "Weren't going to sit on it," I muttered, hoping he'd say no more. Instead, the boy stuck his hands in his pockets. He rose his sun-bleached eyebrows. "What's your name?" I didn't answer, didn't want the spitter to know me, but the pig ploughed on. "Mine is Patrick Coulson. Patty, if you like." I continued to glare. "I'm from Kenton Hill," he persevered. "Reckon I'm headed back there too. Where are you from?" "Scurry," came the answer. It flew past my lips without my permission. I clamped my mouth shut. Patrick nodded knowingly. "By the river?" I hesitated, then nodded. I was surprised, perhaps by the idea that anyone outside of Scurry knew of its existence, perhaps that this boy knew anything at all. "I'll call you Scurry Girl then," he said, expression suddenly serious. "Why's there a pin in your arse, Scurry Girl?" My nose wrinkled. "Don't call me that." "Gotta call you something. I don't know your name." "It's Nina," I sighed, annoyed. "And the pin is keeping this skirt from falling round my ankles." He gave a low whistle. "That'd ruin the occasion, eh?" I rolled my eyes and turned away again, looking for somewhere, anywhere to escape to. "I, on the other hand, would love to see this whole fucking ceremony ruined." He said it in a voice made of races. I couldn't help but turn back to peer at him again, to watch the gentleness in his features harden. "I'd gathered," I said. "You spit like a miner." "Ah." His eyes sparked, as though I'd revealed something important. "So, your daddy's a miner then? And just as bitter? Not much to be pleased about when you're stuck in a hole all day." "Then it should please you to be here, shouldn't it? Maybe you'll be destined for a different line of work." I didn't quite know why I bothered arguing. The woman at the microphone called for the children of Brimshire and Bunderley to queue next, and there was more shifting of bodies, more space as children went in through those double doors and didn't return. And yet Patrick Coulson and I stood in place, steadfast and immovable amid the tide. I could only assert that his face was hugely annoying, that his tone was superior, and that I very much wanted to prove him wrong. He also reeked of the same hatred that frothed from the mouths of men in Scurry, and it rankled to hear it here in the city, so far from the soot. "Nah," Patrick said nonchalantly. "Not me. Son of craftsman who was the son of craftsman and so on. I'll be back on that train by nightfall. Just you watch." His smile waned a little, as though he was suddenly not so sure. "And if the idiom does take, then I'll refuse to ever take another dose. They'll have to send me home eventually." He seemed comforted by the idea. I nearly envied him that. Then I remembered those bigger things I was meant for. "What about you?" he continued. "You're praying to be at that swank school, I take it." I didn't like the way he said it, like it was a myth only gullible kids still believed in. I lifted my chin. "Why wouldn't I?" He grinned knowingly. "You look the type. Bow in your hair, pin up your arse, no interest in an honest day's work." They sounded like someone else's words. Words he'd learnt by heart. It was common vitriol in towns like ours. My father thought artisans lazy, indulgent. He commented on their houses and decor and running water and woodless stoves and lamented them, that they would let their bodies waste away while their minds did all the labour. Weak men, brittle women, an entire class afraid of dirty hands and exertion. All this he said as he dabbed bluff into the abrasions on his skin, then plundered his gut with liquor. I thought of all those working facets of the body that Tanner had mentioned, specifically the ones the artisans were responsible for: architecture, engineering, innovation, design, beauty. How could such things exist if there was not a mind to think them up? There was more to this world than what could be achieved through blunt manual labour. I had heard about the plight of the honest man's work enough times to recognise the same pinched expression, the same hateful tone, even if it was borrowed. Which meant I had already heard every version of what Patrick Coulson might say next. That the artisan government was a corrupt one, that undervalued the crafters, that the pay was blatant robbery, the conditions downright deadly, the sway of wealth completely one-sided. It wasn't that I disagreed. I was just tired of hearing it said and seeing nothing done. I found it difficult to sympathise with those who seemed to take twisted pleasure in their own misery. Ma used to say it was one thing to be down, and quite another to dig yourself a grave. "I sewed this skirt myself," I told Patrick Coulson. "Made it too big. Do you know why?" Patrick stared at me dumbly. Waited. I lifted my hand to my tailbone and pulled the pin out. I let the skirt fall over my hips, revealing trousers beneath. Hardier fabric, cuffed up to my knees. Then I gathered the skirt and unfastened the back, sweeping it over my shoulders and putting my arms through the pocket holes until the inbuilt sleeves turned inside out. Finally, I stuck the pin in my hair. "So there." Patrick gulped, his cheeks pinkening slightly. I would have bet my last penny that he didn't have any sisters, and he'd never seen a girl drop her skirt before. "I'm not going back on that train, whether I'm artisan or not," I told him outright. "I've got plenty of my own complaints about what it's like out in the brink. I just don't see the use in whining. I'd rather think up grand ideas and create things, and if I can't be an artisan, then I'll use the mind I've got." I raised my eyebrows at him pointedly. "I won't be going home." Patrick stared at me without blinking. He watched as I slowly dragged the makeshift coat from my arms and constructed it back into a skirt around my waist. Lord, but it was heavy. Heavy enough for cold nights out in the open. Heavy with everything I was able to stitch into the hem. He shook himself from his reverie. "Well," he said, "that fucking showed me, didn't it?" Patrick Coulson liked to say fuck a lot.
Chapter 4. Patrick. A smith? Why would you want to be a smith and not a mason? Or a charmer? One fucking word, Nina Harrow, Patrick said, arms stretched wide. Gold. Nina flattened her lips in that way girls did when they thought you stupid. I think you'll find that diamond is more valuable than gold. It's not. Sure it is. Oh yeah, he remarked. flicking a pebble at her. She barely flinched. "How would you know, Scorry girl?" "Because I read," she said simply. And she had him there. Patrick could barely read more than the newspaper headlines. The schoolroom bored him. She was smart. That much was clear. Not smarter than Patrick, he was sure, but a different kind. A blistering kind. "What do you want to be, then, since you have all the answers?" "Something that matters," she said, pulling her knees up to her chest. He raised one eyebrow. "You mean Terranium?" Her flat expression told him he was right. She surprised him once more. It was true that many of their peers probably hoped to be a famed Terranium alchemist. After all, what could be more vital to the continent than the careful extraction of idiom? A job only a medium of Terranium could do. And rumour had it, the number of Terranium alchemists was dwindling quickly. Few knew how many were left. But still, Nina didn't seem to Patrick like a person vying for fame or glory. She seemed like a person who was running away. Patrick murmured. "I thought you might say a scribbler." She gave him a look of disbelief. "The lowliest of artisans?" He shrugged. "Seems more exciting than drawing blood from a stone. Scribblers travel all over." It was true. There was a scribbler in every town and parish of the Trench, sending and receiving missives from the capital, and collecting payment from anyone who could afford to send notes to a distant loved one. Nina shook her head. "If I'm going to be an artisan, I don't want to sit around all day sending notes with my mind. I want to do something more important. What, you want Terranium to be your medium? I want anything but pen and paper to be my medium. And yet you've got a binding of parchment shoved down the waist of your trousers." He grinned. "Saw it when you dropped your skirt." Her cheeks pinkened. A small victory. He chucked his chin at the place near her hip. "Can I see what you wrote?" "No," she said immediately. Patrick thought of animals with their legs caught in traps and decided it was best not to press her. He rolled his eyes and didn't ask again. Around them, conversations of similar nature were happening simultaneously. Boys and girls sitting or standing and waiting as the crowds thinned. Waiting for the name of their birthplace to be called through the crackling microphone. In the meantime, they debated the hierarchy of the artisans. Mediums, known as the lesser arts, painting, drawing, writing, composing, were the pastimes of swanks. Most artisans excelled at doing one or more of these things. Some showed aptitude in all. And then there were the more highly ranked classifications. A scribbler's medium was, quite simply, ink. They could make it appear from half a world away. Cutters specialized in precious stones, diamond, quartz, amethyst, and the like. They were the pretty decorators, the designers of finer things. Cutters could mould gems into any shape a rich mistress pleased. Patrick thought them rather useless. Smiths moulded copper, iron, nickel, gold, and silver. Patrick admitted the intricacies of their work could be admired. Masons were a higher order of artisan. Wood and stone were vital resources in a world made from little else. Alchemy was most important, of course. Only an alchemist could crack open a lump of terranium. Without them, there was no idiom, no siphoning ceremonies, no artisans. There was only one other order that might match the class of an alchemist. What if you were a charmer? Patrick asked her now, this girl who wasn't going home. Her answer was instant, as were all her answers, as though she'd already thought of every question the world might demand and banked her thoughts on the matter. Earth, she said. Why not fire or water? Patrick liked quizzing her, liked hearing the sureness in her voice. Not hard to guess why. I suppose it's the glory, he guessed. You'd be the only earth charmer in 100 years or more. She frowned, reproaching him. More earth charmers means fewer mine collapses, she explained, rather like she was teaching a bug to count. Imagine if each mine had a charmer to keep the tunnels from folding in. He didn't care to imagine it. To imagine it was to think of his dad and brother back in Kenton Hill, readying themselves for passage down the shaft. He didn't want to think of tunnels that closed in like card houses. Instead, Patrick peered at her, trying to pick off the peculiarities one by one. There were scratches on her throat. Her fingers kept finding their way back there, worrying absently at nothing. He'd never seen a person itch for something so much it found its way onto their skin. But Nina itched. Lord, did she? She pointed to the spired roofs of the buildings over the courtyard ramparts and named each one of them as though they were well acquainted. She crossed and uncrossed her legs in different directions, sometimes remembering to be proper, and sometimes reverting back to a kid from a town like Scurry, who sat like sitting was meant for comfort. She had blonde curls spiraling in every direction, flushed skin, 1,000 freckles, and widely spaced teeth. She had dancing fingers and dark brows that rose and fell with each word. Her hazel eyes seemed to see everything. Nina pointed to the clock tower and told him it was crafted by a blind artisan named Geoffrey Waltzer. This made him smile widely. My brother Donny don't see too well, he told her. But he'd like that story. Chimes a different tone at every hour, Nina continued. So that one needn't look to tell the time. They can hear it. Hear time? Patrick scoffed. Artisan bullshit. Nina sighed. Her shoulders fell dramatically, and Patrick suddenly became worried that she'd had enough of him. It is clever, though, he added hastily. Liar. He grinned. I just don't understand it is all. Don't understand what? He fumbled for an answer that didn't sound like an insult. All the artsy stuff. Hearing time and feeling colours and whatever else. Artisans talk like the wind blows just for them. But wind is just wind. There's no meaning to it. You're wrong, she said. Not angry, but animated. Sparkling eyes, big as planets. There's meaning in everything if you look hard enough. There's joy in it too. That's the problem with crafters. She sniffed, drawing her knees up to her chest. Too worn out to feel anything other than angry. Do you know what my dad hates most? Patrick shrugged warily. Music, she said. Dancing too. Says it turns people into clowns. Imagine being so constipated. She smiled reluctantly. Miserable. Every one of them's the same. Miserable and tired. Too uptight to dance. Her lips had thinned as she spoke, sourness curling them inward. Every one of them's the same. Maybe in Scurry. Patrick frowned. But not everywhere. Not in Kenton Hill. Nina rolled her eyes. We dance. A strange desire to impress her had come over him. I am an excellent dancer. It's 'cause we ain't artisan. Don't mean we're no fun. She laughed once, then turned her head away, dismissive. Lord, but she was annoying, huffy, edgy. He thought it was likely time she had someone show her up, take her off that high horse. For a crafter's daughter, she sure had the opinions of an artisan. Patrick stood abruptly, towering over her. When she looked back, confused, he flattened his expression into one of severe concentration. Then Patrick danced. Nothing too ambitious, just a folk jig. His feet kicked up the dust, and a group of nearby girls giggled and backed away. When Nina's cheeks flamed, he spun on the spot, lifted his arms, jumped. He heard others clapping in time, hooting insults. Then he was yanked back down to the dirt, Nina's hand gripping his belt. Bloody hell! Nina cursed, only releasing Patrick once his arse had firmly hit the ground. She looked about her with rising embarrassment. You got gas in your head? He sniggered. I got music in my feet, Nina Harrow, or whatever artisan bullshit you'd prefer. A smile broke free. Then a burst of laughter. Then he was laughing too. Both of them falling about in fits. He wanted to ask her 1,000 other questions. He was acutely aware of the time ticking by, though he'd forgotten all about the train he was so desperate to return to. If you don't get into the school, he asked cautiously, where will you go? She shrugged like it didn't much matter. I'll find a place. In the city. You're gonna work in a factory. That's all the crafters do here, you know. But Dad says it's worse than prison. Won't matter much when I become an artisan, will it? She stared pointedly back at him, daring him to contradict her. And he wanted to. If it wasn't for the knowledge that she might stab him with that pin in her skirt, Patrick would have called her daft. What makes you so sure? He was leaning closer, not wanting to miss the answer. He stared at her lips, just in case. It took a moment. She rolled those lips around, like she needed to chew the words first. She looked over Patrick's head to the endless rows of red rooftops, and her hands danced in her lap. Finally, she looked back at him, grinned, and said, Just feel it. In here. And she didn't point to her head, where the artisans believed creativity lived. She pointed to her chest, and Patrick knew that if she could show him directly beneath the skin and sinew and bone, there would lie her beating heart. He wanted quite desperately to know what it was back in Scurry that would make her so eager to live on unfamiliar streets. He wanted to know what made her itch. Whatever drove her, It was sprinting through her mind as they sat there, a foot apart, in fancier clothes than they ought to be in. It ran wild in her blood, chasing her away. For one horrifying moment, her eyes went glassy, and she gulped in a fragile way. Patrick had the urge to touch her cheek. In the end, he didn't. "If the idiom doesn't work, you could come back to Kenton Hill with me instead," Patrick heard himself say. Didn't know why he'd said it, except that his chest was surging, and Nina hadn't blinked. She didn't answer. She only dried her eyes on her sleeve and looked to the woman waiting by the microphone. "How long do you think we'll wait?" "A while yet," Patrick said, relieved. "They're not past Dorser and Dunwich." She deflated. Her stomach grumbled, and Patrick's responded in kind. Neither of them had eaten since their respective train rides, and the food carts on board had only offered bread with vinegar, or biscuits that turned to dust in your hand. Patrick chewed his lip and glanced around the courtyard. At the side of the National Artisan House, servants used a side door to enter and exit with crate upon crate of goods. A man with a bald head bellowed at the wagons that trundled to a stop before him. Capped drivers with sweaty faces alighted from their seats and unloaded their wares. Normally, Patrick wasn't one for stealing. His older brother Gunnar had almost had his hand cut off over a 10-ounce bag of sugared orange, one of their more foolish conquests. But when Patrick looked at Nina, saw the loosened bow in her hair, the scratches on her throat, the eyes that saw everything, he felt the feverish urge to do something foolish. So, he snatched up her hand. "Come on, Scotty girl."
Chapter 5. Nina. Patrick poured me through the courtyard, around the groups of children resorting to schoolyard games in their boredom. I went without protest. It was hot. I was tired and hungry and sick of waiting. I was fizzling with an anticipation I couldn't bury. It was a relief to move. I realized too late where he was leading me. His fingers curled tightly into the back of my hand and pulled me down the side of the building where several children sought shade and the servants of the National House smoked. There was nothing here but more sandstone perimeter, more ivy climbing the limescale walls, more dust and dirt underfoot. The lane was filled with horses and carts and wagons of all sizes. Drivers bellowed at one another to make way as they came and went, trying to barrel through and around to make their next delivery. Craftsmen, every one of them. "We're not supposed to be down here," I hissed, pulling back at Patrick's hand. He turned, winking one of those startling eyes, and smirked.
"You're not scared, are you?"
I gave him the most derisive look I could muster. "What are we doing?"
"Getting something to eat. I'm starving."
I was too. If we're caught, they'll throw us out. Patrick stopped as a door to our left opened, and we dropped to the ground, protected from view by the crates stacked precariously along the exterior wall. The servant who exited did not look our way. They whistled to the driver. "You next!" I breathed a sigh of relief. Lord, that was close. But Patrick's eyes were plastered to that open door, the servant with his back turned, the space between. His face took on a frenzied gleam. My eyes widened. "Patrick, don't even think about it."
"Chicken,"
he whispered on a grin. "I'm not a chicken."
"Then get your wits about you, scurry girl. On the count of 3. 1.
"Don't you dare."
2.
You honestly think I'll follow you, don't you? Do I look stupid?
3.
Patrick dropped my hand, saluted me, then hurdled the crates and sprinted through the open door, disappearing within. Shit, I breathed. There was absolutely no sense in following. So many people came and went. Patrick was bound to be caught. Boys were truly idiots. He'd likely smacked straight into the chest of a copper when he stepped inside. His wrists were probably in irons. He'd be taken back to the train any moment. It was very well for him. Patrick wanted to be sent back out into the brink. What did he care if the house rejected his right to a siphoning? Perhaps it was what he sought, a way to avoid the gamble altogether. It occurred to me then that perhaps Patrick was afraid. What if he took to the idiom and it revealed him as an artisan? He did not speak of home with a stiff jaw the way I did. No, he spoke of home as a place he belonged. What if the idiom revealed he didn't? Perhaps I'd leave him to this poorly hatched plan, to his train and bad fortune. What did I care after all? The moments passed, and he did not re-emerge. The door hung open, and the servant who'd exited it seemed engaged in a heated argument with a driver. No police officer hauled Patrick back out into the dust. Go back to the courtyard, I told myself, before someone sees. But I stayed, and I waited. My heart galloped. Suddenly, his head reappeared. Patrick's eyes peered around the door jamb and spied me in the hollows between crates. The smug bastard raised an eyebrow. Get back here, I mouthed to him, gesturing frantically. My eyes darted to the servants and drivers, all of whom were so harried that none spared a glance for the children playing cat and mouse by the door. Hurry, I mouthed. But Patrick Coulson did not budge. Instead, he rolled his eyes, as though he'd never met a girl quite as hysterical as me, then disappeared once more. The servants and drivers carried on with their scrimmage, and truly it seemed no one took notice of a damn thing besides. I imagine what else Patrick would call me. Should I stay safely outside? Wimp? Wuss? Coward? I could already see the smirk on his face. There was that other niggle too, the one that longed to see the inside of this building. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting crash as two drivers ran their wagons into each other. Horses whinnied, men swore, the rabble intensified. A switch inside me flipped. Over the bleating and braying of the traffic, I bolted from my hiding place, bounded over a slew of fallen potatoes, and slipped inside the National Artisan House. A long hallway stretched ahead, and at its end, I saw the oak desktops stretched within an open hall. 5 men with bored faces sat along its length, vials in their hands, queues of children before them. The siphoning ceremony. Only it wasn't so ceremonious. The officials called "Name" as new children approached them. They ran a focusing glass down long, long lists. They retrieved a tiny vial from the crates stacked haphazardly at their sides and put it down again on the desk in front of them. "Drink," they said. The children did. I watched entranced as they uncorked the vial and brought it to their lips with shaky hands. They drank the solution and cinched their eyes closed as it went down. Then the officials pointed to a box of lumpy items that sat on the desk before them. "Hold each one in your hand." The children did as they were asked, questions in their eyes, wondering if there was something they should be feeling. They picked up and replaced each item in the box like they were shopping for ripe fruit. When nothing happened, the officials barely looked up from their lists. "Crafter," they said, and the children's eyes either fell or widened with relief. There was only one child who earned a different reaction, a boy, well-dressed and well-groomed. He stood with his back straight and his chin high. He looked so thoroughly highborn that I couldn't help but stare. "Theodore Shop," he told the woman behind the desk. He drank his idiom, and when he put his hand toward the box, a drinking glass filled with water quaked threateningly. Both child and official reared back, eyes wide. "Easy, boy," the official told him.
Let it come to you.
Theodore Shop frowned in concentration. Instead of lifting his hand, he simply stared at the glass. The water within rippled with increasing intensity, swirling in violent circles, until finally the glass tipped, and water dashed across the tabletop and seeped over its sides. Quickly, a servant approached with a rag, sopping up the mess before it dampened swathes of lists.
Artisan, charmer,
the official said, clapping, smiling, the first smile of many.
Medium, water.
Theodore Shop merely stared at the mess he'd created with his mind, and a small, rose-cheeked grin emerged. In the next moment, a hand closed over my mouth and dragged me sideways into a dark room. A door closed and smothered all light. I was pressed abruptly to a wall, and some instinct bid me to bite down. Ouch! Patrick's breath washed over my face. His fingers disappeared. Fuck! The sound of footsteps in the hall approached, and we both froze. But they didn't slow or stop, didn't open the door to inspect. They passed by, the sound softening, and Patrick and I sagged and stifled laughter in our cuffs. I put a hand against my thundering heart. Holy shit!
Yeah?
There was a grin in his voice.
Holy shit.
There was a click, a flicker. A flame sputtered to life in Patrick's hand, illuminating his face. For a moment, I gawked at it. It came from a tiny silver tin. What is that? I hated how awestruck I sounded. Patrick watched me curiously.
A lighter? You don't have none in Scurry?
If we did, would I bother asking about it? Patrick smirked.
This particular one is my father's invention. Here.
And he held it up for closer inspection.
This wheel here, it sparks the flint. The oil in the canister keeps the flame burning.
I eyed it warily. Your dad, you say? Patrick winked at her. The flame danced in his irises.
Not all genius belongs to the Swanks.
My eyes fell to his lips as he spoke. He was quite a bit taller than me, but as close as he'd yet been, and my stomach came alive, networks of sputtering bursts erupting from my gut up into my chest. I felt suddenly shy. My cheeks heated. We should leave, I whispered to him. Now! He was far from panicked. In fact, his smile widened.
You followed me in,
he stated.
Didn't think you would.
What? I spluttered, the reverie broken. You gave me no choice.
Nah.
He shook his head.
There were plenty of choices.
The lighter flickered as he held it higher, as though to see me better.
Yao chose to come in with me.
My stomach twisted once more, and he seemed to see it. His eyes glinted.
Yao like me, don't you?
Heat flooded my face. What? I blustered. Ugh! You disgust! Patrick threw something at me then. I only just saw it before it hit my stomach. Something round and heavy. Little cake sat cradled in my hands.
Eat up, Patrick said. Then we better go. You're a bad influence on me, Nina Harrow.
I hesitated, but the rumble of my stomach soon silenced any other thought. I said nothing as I ate, but I found myself smiling around the pieces of cake in my mouth and wondered whether the pounding of blood behind my eyes was fear or furious excitement. The two seemed tightly braided. Patrick paced around the shelves that lined the walls, illuminating small patches as he went with his lighter. It appeared we were in a storage space of some kind. It stunk of moisture and fouling vegetables. There was movement in the corners, Patrick's light sending rats back into the walls. Stack after stack of crates were organised in aisles. All were identical, except for the brands burned into the wood, marking their contents: Bundles Cannery, Timpton and Sons Co., Lipshaw Linens. He almost didn't see where the floor fell away. His lighter caught on the edges of the hole before his feet did. Stop! I hissed, my hands outstretched, and I pointed down. His foot hovered over the abyss. He held the lighter into its depths. Shallow steps led to a cellar's hatch, an open cellar hatch.
"What do you suppose they keep in here?"
he asked, and I saw that manic stupidity in his eyes return. "Don't even think of it." But Patrick had already begun to descend the steps. He lowered himself carefully onto the ladder.
"We've come this far," he said. "Might as well look around."
I dithered for a moment, then followed him in. The cellar was cold, with a floor of compacted dirt, but as for what it contained, I couldn't tell. Patrick stood with his lighter held high, blocking all else from view. I had to shunt him aside to see. Shelves and shelves of shallow crates stacked against one wall. The very same crates I'd seen discarded by the siphoning officials' feet.
"Fuck me,"
Patrick intoned. He held his lighter to the brand singed into the wood grain of one of the crates. Property of Bellavere Trench, it said.
"You don't think—"
"Of course I bloody think," I rasped, my throat suddenly closing. "Don't touch it." Patrick lifted the lid of one of the crates immediately. He pulled a small vial from its insides, dark, viscous liquid sloshing within.
"Holy shit,"
Patrick said. Then louder, "Holy shit!" I'd clapped my hand firmly over his mouth in an instant. "Shut up, you idiot!" Patrick slipped my grasp.
"It's ink."
"We're in a storage room next to a siphon ceremony, half-wit. What did you think you'd find?" A clatter above announced the arrival of another, and my blood turned cold. Yellow light descended into the cellar through the open hatch.
"In here,"
ordered a bodiless voice. In the space between breaths, Patrick extinguished his lighter. His fingers made a fist in the front of my blouse, and he pulled me sideways. We tucked into a far dark corner, where damp-smelling linens hung out of overflowing boxes and concealed the top halves of our bodies. I prayed the shadows would obscure our legs. Sounds of movement and harsh breathing came, though I saw nothing beyond the browning cloth. Delivery men, I assumed, carrying supplies overhead and dumping it where directed. An assertive voice instructed them.
"Not there, over there."
The interminable thumping of my heart, the shuffle of Patrick's feet, the feel of his breaths on the crown of my head, my fingers shaking in his. Surely, I thought, if they come down here, we'll be heard, we'll be found. Patrick squeezed my fingers.
"Hush." "Idiom, sir?"
a gruff voice asked.
"In the cellar,"
came the answer. My heart ceased. I heard the grunts of a man clambering down into the dark, the dull thud of his feet finding the ground.
"Pass it down,"
he called. I didn't dare look. I sealed my eyes shut and prayed. There was the sound of wood against wood, and the music of shifting glass.
"These ones got wax seals on them."
The man heaved on each word, as though he'd run several miles.
"Never seen 'em bother with wax. What do you— Be on your way,"
was the only response. Footsteps sounded on the ladder and then receded, but the yellow light remained. Was the room above empty? Was it safe to emerge? Another voice suddenly joined the last, and I jumped. I stepped on Patrick's foot and felt him wince. This time, the voice was high-pitched and lilting. It bounced off the walls. A woman's heeled footsteps slapped the tiles above as she spoke. "Thomas, have someone come and collect the clutter out in the hall. The crates are piling up again, and we're not yet halfway through the siphonings. Where on earth are your staff?"
"Bringing in the deliveries, ma'am."
"Then do it yourself, and bring more vials, if you please." The male voice seemed to hesitate. I heard him shift his feet nervously.
"Ma'am, the wax seals, or—"
"No," said the woman. "We've got just about all the artisan children needed this year. The water charmer was one of the last. Only Brink towns are left." A pause, perhaps only half a second. Enough time, though, for my heart to collapse in its cage, for Patrick's hand to turn limp, for both of our frames to shudder, rocked at the foundation. "Bring the crafter, marked vials. With any luck, we'll be finished ahead of schedule," said the woman. The man seemed to start a sentence, then think better.
"There's a girl in the courtyard," he said. "Small, ginger hair, thin as a reed. It doesn't seem like she's eaten in a good while."
The woman sighed deeply, but not unkindly. "She was fed on the train," she said, "and she'll be fed again before she returns to her family."
"Just seems like one or two of the poorer ones could be spared that life,"
the man continued.
"It'd be easy enough to swap the vial."
"Speak wisely," hissed the woman, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Such thoughts will have you swinging from the gallows, sir. Do you understand me?" A shuffle.
"Yes, ma'am."
"Only a handful are trusted with this knowledge, and you are paid handsomely for your remit, are you not?"
"Yes, ma'am."
It sounded more defeated this time. A gentle sigh came, and then, "There have always been those more fortunate than others, Thomas. It is the way of the world, however unkind. Not all can be trusted with power. It must be meted out carefully."
"Of course, ma'am. I only thought—"
His voice trailed off, and whatever Thomas thought was never voiced. I wish I could see the woman's face. I wanted to see if it was sympathetic or wretched or uncaring. I wanted to see what flashed in her eyes when she said, "The only thing we may do for those children is pray for them." There was the sound of crates shifting, the harsh-heeled tap of the woman's shoes receding. The man named Thomas sighed from somewhere near the hatch, and then his feet came down the ladder again. I peeked out from behind the musty linens to see him stare forlornly at the crate in his hands, and I realized that he was much older than I'd imagined. He gripped the sides of the box as though he might crush it, but instead he set it down with the others and turned away. He climbed up the ladder and closed the hatch. The yellow light evaporated. Patrick and I were alone again, stiff-kneed and limp-tongued. It took several moments for Patrick to lift the linens and step out, longer before he remembered to come back for me. He untangled me from sheets in the dark, and I did not have the presence of mind to help him. The lighter flickered, and a flare appeared in the space between his chin and mine, turning us both blood orange. "What did she mean?" I asked him, much in the way a child asks an elder. His lips looked white, even in the glow.
"I don't know."
"Crafter marked." I looked to the crates branded, "Property of Belleveer Trench." "She said, crafter marked." Patrick held aloft the vial he'd plucked earlier. Atop its cork was a red wax seal that barely coated the vial's neck. I thought of those children I'd seen in the hall, uncorking their waxless vials of idiom and being declared crafters. "We've got just about all the artisan children needed this year." "What does it mean?" I asked again, desperation leaking through. My stomach bowled. The lighter sputtered out. "Patrick, what does it mean?" Somewhere inside me, a screw wound tighter and tighter.
Chapter 6. Patrick. Nina's bottom lip shook. "We should leave," Patrick thought, "before they come back." But his feet wouldn't, or couldn't move. His head clawed at those crates on their shelves, scratched at the wood in need of answers. "What does it mean?" Nina whispered over and over, like a fading prayer, the words belting around inside him. "I don't know what it means." He couldn't leave. not until he could make some meaning. Patrick placed 3 crates on the ground and cursed them for rattling. He lifted their lids and cringed at the groan and squeak of the timber. He ran his thumb down the flint wheel of the lighter he'd stolen from his father and held the flame next to his knees. 2 crates of 24 vials, all corked, all missing wax seals. 1 smaller crate, 12 vials only, all of them lightly coated in thin, red wax, as though the administrator did not much care if the glass was sealed or not. Patrick reached for 1 vial and pulled the wax away easily. Without its marker, he could not identify the difference between this vial and that of its counterpart. They both glistened with inky dilution. "They're marked," Nina said, her breaths shallow. "They're marked for artisans. For the ones they've already picked out." Patrick found he could not answer while his blood was so laced with heat. Pounding in his head was a growing litany. Cumulative din of every vitriolic word he'd heard since he was small. Every drunk and sober spray in the direction of the artisan government. A flood of it bloomed within him now. It set him on fire. He was in danger of crushing the vial in his trembling hand. While Patrick burned, Nina seemed to extinguish. "I never had a chance, did I?" she asked him. Her voice was so very small. "I never had a chance." Nina's eyes glistened. Her sideways bow slipped another inch. Without deciding to do it, without really thinking of it at all, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders and pulled her to him. And perhaps she found him dumb and foolish, but she buried her forehead into his chest just the same, gripping the back of his shirt with both hands. He felt her warm breath permeate his shirt and shivered. He felt inexplicably reluctant to let her go. "We need to leave, Nina." "I know. Now. I know." But before they slipped back up the ladder and through the hatch, out into the hall, the lane, the courtyard, Patrick plucked 4 vials of idiom from their resting places and shoved them deep into his pockets. 2 with wax seals, and 2 without.
Chapter 7. Nina. "Scurry, Summerland," called the artisan woman at the microphone. Her voice was bored. In the pockets of my skirt were 2 differing vials of Idia's blood. I gripped them tightly as I moved forward toward those wide-open doors. Patrick was gone. Kenton Hill had been called along with Lavenshire already. Hours ago, it seemed. "What do we do?" I had begged.
"Nothing,"
he'd said, pulling me back from the alley into the rabble of waiting children.
"Nothing to be done."
"It's all pretend, all decided."
"Yeah."
He'd looked as though I'd taken the words and beat him over the head with it. I'd stomped my foot. "There's always something to be done. Always. We cannot simply do nothing." And for a moment, Patrick had stirred there in the courtyard, filling with something. But then he let out a long breath, and his head fell forward. He had wiped his nose on his shirt sleeves and looked away. He said,
"I was gonna be on that train home, one way or another."
Then,
"Fucking dictators.
and with more venom,
I could kill every last one of them."
for a frightening moment, I'd believed him. I'll never be an artisan," I'd whispered. The hidden parchment jabbed into my stomach. He looked at me with so much pity that I wanted the earth to swallow me. I thought he might invite me back to Kenton Hill again. I thought I might say yes. "Kenton Hill," came the call. "Lavenshire." Patrick cursed. He picked up the hands laying limply by my sides, and I felt cool glass press against either palm. His blue eyes, now afraid, were still astonishing.
"You've got a mind of your own,"
he reminded me.
"Don't let those fuckers take it."
Then he leaned down, pressed his lips briefly against my cheek, then walked through those double doors the way a man walks to the gallows. He turned to look back at me once, mouth quirking upward awkwardly, and then falling. He looked brimming with things to say, but pressed his lips tightly closed. All the weight of Bellevuer Trench held in the mouth of a miner's boy. Thus, Patrick Colson was gone, and I believed I would never see him again. The children of Scurry and Summerland pressed through the doors to the National Artisan House to find out how they would spend the rest of their lives. I felt a deepening pity for them all. I wondered if there were any like me, who had been banking on a life better than the one they'd left. "5 lines," the artisan woman called, and I heard the familiar clacking of heels on the tile. "We've got just about all the artisan children needed this year." The hall inside was splendid and overly decorative. Ornate paintings hung from the walls, none of them smaller than me. The vaulted ceiling unbalanced me, every inch of it artfully reticulated in gold. But nothing glistened anymore. It didn't swallow me the way I always imagined it would, the way it might have, if it weren't a lie. The children of Scurry formed queues in front of the oak tables, waiting at the hall's far side. A kid shoved me from behind in my hesitation to move toward one. Voices rose to the high ceilings and bounced around the open space so that 100 people sounded like 1,000. Ahead, a boy strained to see better. A girl kept turning to grasp the arms of a friend and proclaim her need to be sick. "You think it will taste bad? What if I can't drink it? I heard that a boy dropped dead last year. My sister said it will like swallowing lightning. Next!" They shuffled up their lines in their handed-down church clothing, in their barely contained hairdos and cracked lips. When was the last time a child from Scurry had become an artisan? I couldn't think of a single one.
"Happens less and less these days,"
Dad had told me.
"It's all about the bloodlines, you see, and you ain't got the genes for absorbing idiom. You got no chance."
Next! I kept my hands in my pockets as I shuffled forward, my thumb sweeping over their tops and feeling the wax and cork alternately. Artisan and crafter. Not a destiny, but a choice. It seemed an easy one to make. But it seemed a dangerous one too. Next! I wished I could see Patrick nodding at me. I wished my mother had never left. Next! Each child said their name, pulled the cork out, swallowed, waited. Nothing. Down the halls they left in single file, back to a train that would take them northeast to little futures. Next! Inside my skirt pocket, I used my thumb and forefinger to peel the wax away from the cork. It only took a second. Next! I walked forward. Behind the glistening oak tabletop, a man no older than 20 perused a lengthy piece of parchment. He did not look up as I approached. "Name?" "Harrow. Nina." He checked off the name with a quill and ink. I wondered vaguely how the man knew which names were artisan and which were crafter. "Is this one for me?" I asked, lifting the vial for his examination. The man squinted at it a second. "Oh," he said. "Where?" "It was on the floor," I said blankly. "Must have fallen from the crates." The man spared a glance sideways at the precarious stack of discarded boxes. "Idiom is finite. Thank God it didn't smash on the tiles," I said with a pointed look to the woman in the obnoxious heels. She watched the officials like a hawk.
That is, I need to ensure the dosage is correct.
Beads of sweat emerged over his brow. They're all the same, I said. Aren't they? I had the sudden, vicious desire to hear him say it, to contradict me out loud. Then I could point and scream red-faced to everyone in the hall that they were, each of them, liars. And then I'd return to scurry, and nothing would change. The administrator cleared his throat, shot a furtive look at the high-heeled woman.
Yes, well, if you please,
he said ruefully. I swallowed back the bile climbing up from my insides. I had the sense that I was doing something catastrophic. But there was that teeming ocean in my mind, swelling and crashing in colour and sound, and a constant desire to seek. And I pulled the cork out. I wasn't going home. I tipped the vial to my lips and drank it all. Then I waited. The dilution tasted of metal against my tongue. It was oily, cold. It slipped down my throat reluctantly, clinging to the sides. At first, there was nothing. A small tingling in my chest, maybe. A clenching of my stomach. Then, there was everything. I felt dust particles touch my cheeks as they fell. Light rays that separated into singular photons and pierced the air, pierced my skin. I felt every mechanism of my body at once, in perfect harmony. And the colour bloomed everywhere. It deepened and lightened and shone. I could dissect the minute differences of blues in the canvas painted into oceans on the far wall. I could hear music in the city sounds, and the way they were interwoven. I felt how easy it would be for my hands to mimic life, on parchment, on walls, in stone and wood and dirt. I felt, for a sheer fleeting moment, absolutely, incontestably filled with answers. And then the feeling was gone. I shuddered, blinked.
Hold each one in your hand,
said the administrator, pushing forward a small wooden box with a brass clasp. He ran a finger down his list of names without further regard, clearly ignorant that the person before him had just been irrevocably morphed by something holy. My breaths rattled. I could hear nothing else as I reached forward. I had the sudden impression that it would sting to hold anything against my skin. The official sighed and looked up at me impatiently.
Go on,
he ushered. I swallowed. My fingers neared the box. Nothing happened. The wood did not rattle in place or tip over. An object from within did not tumble toward me. Another planet falling into the orbit of its sun. The glass of water at its side didn't quake. But there was a tremor within me, a pulse in my fingertips. Even more prominent was the sensation of my mind expanding, clawing, searching.
Pick them up, miss,
the official said, pushing the box even closer. It clattered noisily across the desk. And with the movement came a small cloud of dust, the unbrushed particles of the stones and gems within. I saw each particle as they rose, and watched as they spun in the stagnant air, and so did the administrator. He froze in place, pen leaking ink onto the page before him. More dirt rose, but not from the box this time. It wormed out from the tile crevices, from the soles of shoes, from creases of skin. It swept in from the doors, curling over the steps and stealing inside. A squall rose, dust swirling in every direction. The children shrieked and covered their eyes. The officials stood, their chairs knocking, falling. Voices were swallowed in the storm. And I felt like a giant, a god. All around me, the universe pulsed. Something in my chest recoiled. The snap of elastic stretched too far, and abruptly, the surge died. Dirt rained to the floor. Silence blanketed us all. In the palm of my hand, a small mound of dust collected, no larger than an anthill. I smiled at it, forgetting for a moment where I was or from where I'd come. I was only aware of the small weight in my hand, its exact texture. How many times had I felt dirt at my fingertips, and yet none of it had made my mind burst into a kaleidoscope? Around me, I heard the delayed feedback of hurried footsteps. The click-clack of heels seemed far away, and then abruptly beside me. It took several moments to notice the eyes stabbing me from every corner of the room, down the entire length of the table. It took longer for the shapes of their lips to form coherent sound. Words I understood, though never, even in my wildest imaginings, in reference to me. Earth Charmer. Earth Charmer.
Earth Charmer!
Chapter 8. Nina.
Earth Charmer!
Uttered the man behind the desk. He stared at the vial in my hand as though it were a grenade with its pin pulled.
Artisan!
He called out hesitantly. The word catapulted around the room. It thrummed inside me. And I smiled. I was only 12. Later, it would be a litany, a lullaby. You were only 12. You couldn't have known. A hand gripped my upper arm, and not gently. The high-heeled artisan woman stood beside me. I tried to pull my arm from her grasp, but her fingers were a vice. She smiled tightly.
How wonderful,
she uttered, loud enough for all to hear. And then she began towing me away. I stumbled over my own skirt, dropping granules of dirt in my wake. She marched me around the desks, down a long hallway, past a series of paintings. We took a left turn, and only then did she release my arm, having caged me adequately in an empty hall with no exit. We were alone.
Give me your name.
She was severe in every facet. Precisely combed black hair, neatly painted lips, peaked chin, narrow-nosed. Tall and slender, with hands roped in veins. She stared at me, awaiting an answer. Nina Harrow. I was sure I'd never felt so afraid. The woman seemed to be completing some immense calculation. Her eyes marked me by inches, totaling the sum of my parts. Frayed socks, scuffed shoes, blouse buttoned at the wrists and throat. I hoped my bow was on straight. I hoped I met the score of an acceptable candidate. Of course I didn't. Dread settled over me. This woman would tell me it was all a mistake. She'd put me on a train home. Without another dose of idiom, none of it would matter, would it? But when she spoke next, her voice did not match the shell of her. God help you, she said, then rubbed her forehead with her fingers. She turned away, placed her hands on her hips and tipped her head back. She whispered questions to herself for a moment. Wisps of them made it back to me, and they all started with, "How?" I did not dare interrupt this private consult. It seemed the woman was still devising her equations. The sum of a scurry girl turned charmer. When she finally faced me again, the shell had hardened once more.
I'm Frances Liesel, she said. And you are Nina Clark.
I frowned.
Frances Liesel stepped closer, towered over me. From this moment onward, you are Nina Clark. Clark! Nina Harrow has ceased to exist. You were born in Summerland, not Scurry. Your mother was my sister, and she was an artisan woodmason. Her name was Greta Liesel. Your father was Frederick Clark, a craftsman from Summerland. Both are dead.
Her words overlapped. She glanced over her shoulder repeatedly as she spoke.
Repeat it back to me, girl. But listen to me now.
She pressed, bending until her nose almost touched mine, and her voice became little more than hot breath. Her eyes flitted across my face with alarming fervour.
It is most important. Do you understand? You must do as I say.
I understood enough, even then. A sense of danger crept out of the woman's pores and drenched the hall we stood in.
There's been a mistake, she said, one that cannot be undone.
I was relieved. The hawk woman did not think the mistake was mine. I wasn't in trouble.
You will be all right, but only if you remember to do as I say. Only if you never breathe a word of this conversation to another.
Yes, I said. I tilted. The hallway tilted.
You are Nina Clark. Say it.
I am Nina Clark. My lip trembled. The feeling of catastrophe returned.
You were born in Summerland.
I'm from Summerland.
Your mother was Greta Liesel.
My mother was...
You are my ward.
I am your ward.
Frances Liesel placed a long-fingered hand on my shoulder. When I call on you, you will refer to me as Aunt Frances. It is crucial that you remember.
Aunt Frances. I was nodding mechanically. Yes.
Promise me.
I promise.
Should you forget, Nina Clark, Aunt Frances warned, we will both be thrown from the city forever. Or worse. Is that what you want?
Lord help me.
It wasn't.
I was first pulled into a secondary room for something Frances Liesel called processing. I'd pictured the moment to be more ceremonial in my mind. In reality, there was only a flushed woman with a sweaty upper lip, holding an iron brand in the coals of the open fireplace, then pressing it into the underside of my wrist for 4 excruciating seconds. I screamed and bit into a leather strap. Aunt Frances held on to me. The burnt skin showed a bubbling depiction of the artisan emblem, the profile of Idia, her eyes closed in death, her hair sweeping around to form a near circle. That was that. The artisan children had boarded carriages that waited before the National Artisan House, but all had departed, save one. Here, the building facade was luminescent and clear of limescale. The street beyond the drive and the rampart were filled with onlookers, waving and fluttering kerchiefs as I was hustled out the grand doors. They cheered good-naturedly, wished me success. Long live Bellavere! The coach was black. The horses were Sabino. The driver was a craftsman who tipped his hat to me. These were the only details I could recall later, as I sat alone in the National Artisan School dormitory, clutching my bandaged forearm, barely believing I was there on that narrow bed, in that unfamiliar room. In the morning, I would dress in the apprentice's uniform waiting in the wardrobe. I would blindly follow the other freshly branded first-year students to the refectory, then to the orientation. I would sit in a curved room with vaulted windows and oak desks. The professor would take us through the school rules, schedules, classes, and then point to a large charcoal sketch affixed to the panelled walls, an elaborate diagram of terranium ore. The professor would say, "We will start at the beginning." I would sit among my peers, whose eyes would slither in my direction, and wish for the first time in my life that I were home in Scurry. In the evenings, I would lay awake in that small, characterless room, unable to sleep. I'd summon dust from the candelabra, from the narrow windowsill, from the floorboards beneath my bed, and watch it dance in my hand. In the pocket of an old skirt hanging in the armoire was a vial that pretended to be idiom, but wasn't. Meanwhile, in a forgotten mining town far away in the north, rumours of fixed siphoning ceremonies would begin to spread. Honourable Headmaster of the National Artisan School, Professor H. Dumley, to Right Honourable Master of the National Artisan House, Lord G. Tanner.
My lord, on this 535th year of siphoning, our great Bellavere welcomes 266 inductions to our Academy of the Finest Arts. Most exciting, of course, is the inclusion of a genuine earth charmer. Nina Clark, an unexpected presence among the mix, appeared on our registry as the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Clark of Summerland. Regrettably, both are deceased. Nina Clark is joined by a water charmer, Theodore Shop, whose father resides in your House of Lords. What a blessing it is to welcome two charmers into our hallowed classrooms in the same year. This year's siphoning also accrued a healthy number of masons and smiths. Unfortunately, I must report that there were no new alchemists among the lot. While you may find this news distressing, I am hopeful that the coming years will see a resurgence in alchemists and their ancient art form. Long live Bellavere. Professor H. Dumley.
Right Honourable Master of the National Artisan House, Lord G. Tanner, to Miss Nina Clark.
Miss Clark, it was with utmost joy that I learned a new earth charmer was added to our esteemed School of Arts. I write to you now to formally welcome you into the fold. I do hope your years under the tutelage of our masters are as rewarding as they are fruitful. It has been some time since a charmer of your medium has blessed this country, and though your journey has only begun henceforth, I grow elated to think of all you might do for your countrymen. I must admit that I was greatly interested to hear of your parentage, Miss Clark. I knew your mother and father quite well enough, I think, to have remembered the blessing of a child while they lived. Please accept my belated condolences. I am most pleased that you have emerged from the shadows. After all, Miss Clark, an earth charmer is a wonder to behold. As for a child of false breeding, who is of no great benefit to me, well, a child such as this is better placed in Skari. I will be kept informed of your progress. Long live Bellavere. Yours faithfully, Lord Geoffrey Tanner.
Chapter 9. Nina. I sat in the last row of my minerals class. It was more difficult for anyone to watch me back there. I sat beside a girl named Polly Prescott. She was a scribbler from Lavenshire, with beautiful warm eyes, dark hair and skin, and a weak, trembling chin. I'd opted to sit beside her whenever space allowed, us being the only two Brink children in our year. The professor, a Mrs. Cromley, described the properties of different metals while we took notes. Most regard terranium as the most significant of the metals, and it certainly deserves considerable study. Terranium deposits alone encase the idiom we seek. Terranium also contains bluff. From the outside, both kinds of terranium look nearly identical, but while idiom is detected by its bluish hue, bluff is of the blackest ink, with no magic-enhancing properties. It does, however, accelerate healing when carefully diluted, and act as a powerful sedative when not. This description of bluff was rather wanting in my opinion. While medicinal bluff was, indeed, almost miraculous in its healing properties, it was also highly toxic in large doses. Artisans with the money to do so could purchase recreational bluff, and consequently be separated from their mind for a time. In the Brink, pure bluff was a luxury the average crafter could not indulge in. Small amounts of bluff were mixed with laudanum and meadowsweet instead. The miners in Scurry sometimes spent a week's wages to dose themselves with badly mixed bluff. You could find them lying in the street, with ink-stained lips and glassy eyes. More curiously, terranium ore is the most brittle of the metals. When tampered with inexpertly, it crumbles, and when mixed with liquid idiom, becomes putrefied. Of course, our Book of Bellavere states that the goddess constructed the ore this way on purpose, to protect idiom from unrighteous hands. Only alchemists can siphon both idiom and bluff. Billy Holloway beckoned from the front row. But alchemists are rare. What happens if the existing ones pass before more appear? Do we run out of idiom? The rest of the class sat up straighter, young eyes widening in Mrs. Cromley's direction. Mrs. Cromley was a kindly woman. She smiled gently. We needn't concern ourselves with what we cannot control. God will give what is needed when it's needed. The class settled, mollified, and I was jealous that they could believe her. in my pocket. A letter burned between sheets of parchment. A letter written by a hand that I believed had usurped God's. I was too afraid to leave it in my dorm, lest someone find it. Too afraid to burn it, in case someone were to interrupt me or find the remnants. It stayed on my person at all times. Every time I sat or bent forward, the parchment crackled, and I was reminded of Lord Tanner with his tiny teeth and hanging jowls. Had it only been weeks ago that I'd beamed up at him from the crowd? Now, his name sickened me. Beside me, a boy snickered. When I turned to look, he and his friend averted their eyes, smothered their laughter. One held his hand up in my direction. In the centre of his palm, marred by sweat and creases, was the word worm. That's what they had taken to calling me. Never to my face, but I heard it still in the halls and bathrooms. On several occasions, I'd found live worms in my bed, in my shoes, mixed in with my dinner. Each time, a scream ravaged my throat, but never breached my lips. I'd forsworn tears. I got rid of the creatures in stony silence. Polly was monikered Squid, an unimpressive interpretation of her medium. Her punishment for being born to crafter parents was to have her clothes, sheets, and parchment constantly ink-stained. It seemed she could hardly survive a class without some little shit accidentally knocking an inkwell into her lap or over her desk. If it was scurry, I'd have caved in their faces and stomped on their chests. But this was the National Artisan School, where children carried out their torments in passive, secretive ways. So, I imagined cracking their teeth, but never did it. Polly only sat silently in quiet refrain, her small chin ever quaking. I ignored the sneers. Instead of mashing their brains in, I was counting in my head, waiting for my body to unwind when the classroom door threshed open, none other than Professor Dumley appearing in its frame. Until that moment, I'd never seen him, the headmaster of the Artisan School. Even at our orientation he had not appeared. But here he was now, in my minerals class, and his eyes caught onto mine immediately. He was a man with overlapping chins and a peculiar complexion, blotched and spotted with age. I guessed he was 70, but he could have been 100. He could have been as old as the school itself. He certainly commanded the room that way, as though the bricks and mortar had been built around him, for him. I do not mean to say that he was menacing. In fact, his eyes twinkled kindly when he found me, and he wagged a finger in my direction as though I'd been intentionally hiding from him. "Just the young lady I'd hoped to catch," he said. The letter by my waist may as well have burst into flames. I felt it sear my flesh. Surely he'd see it, wouldn't he? Burning a hole into my middle. But Dumley only turned to Mrs. Cromley. "I'm also looking for a Theodore Shop." "Here, sir," said a boy. He stood from the front row, nodding his head politely. The other charmer. The same boy I'd seen at the siphoning ceremony. I'd noticed him in several classes, in the halls and common rooms. A water charmer, yet not scorned for his singularity. Instead, he was a magnet, and it wasn't difficult to see why. He was dark-haired, brown-eyed, and light-skinned, a beacon even in the shade. Some people I knew were simply born with that kind of light. It seeped out and lured in those closest. Even his smile, closed and polite, was charismatic, difficult to ignore. The other students were just as well groomed, straight-backed and proper. But while they seemed to walk with an air of affectedness, Theodore's shop made his station seem a humble accident of birth, which it was. "Ah, yes. Well, Mrs. Cromley, I apologize for the interruption, but might I steal these two away for the rest of the lesson?" I doubted there was a single person in the room who saw it as a real question. Dumley led the two of us through the vaulted halls and their oil paintings, up a spiral case of stairs to a floor I hadn't yet been. We passed bay windows that overlooked the gardens and courtyard, past busts of other headmasters, and to a set of double doors so intricately carved, I thought the woodmason responsible must have blinded himself in its creation. It was the Battle of Bellevere, captured in Woodgrain. 100 mounted soldiers and swords and fire, all rushing the centre of the trench. Good God, I uttered, noticing the engravings on sword handles, the slope of Idia's eyebrows, the fury in her static cry.
It's quite something, isn't it?
Dumley said happily, reaching to take hold of a handle.
Carved 300 years ago by a man named Velino Ferdinand. He died the day after this work was completed. Threw himself off a bell tower, if you can believe it. Such a waste.
He pushed the doors inward and beckoned us inside. Theodore waited with his hands behind his back. He nodded to me. After you. I went in ahead of him warily, half expecting that he might drop worms down my collar. The artisan killed himself. But why? What on earth did an artisan want for?
Well,
said Dumley, approaching a lush pair of upholstered settees.
His last recorded journal entry stated that he believed nothing could surpass the work, that he'd reached the summit of his ability, and the thought of descent was intolerable. His last missive said, "If the best of my creations has come to pass, then for what do I live now?"
Dumley sat on one settee and gestured for Theodore and me to take the other. In the space between, there was a thin-legged table with a waiting china tea set.
Surely there's more to a life than the sum of one's creations,
Theodore said easily. He sat a polite distance from me. I wondered who had taught him to speak like that, articulate and confident, without a drag in his vowels or a hitch in his consonants. His posture, too, was perfect. He did not stare at the china, or the portraits, or the fresco on the ceiling like I did. I felt suddenly horribly deficient.
Ah, but is that not what all of us seek, young Theodore? To reach the heights of our abilities?
Yes, I thought. Even now I felt that itch, the one that clawed for bigger, better. I scratched my neck to rid the urge.
Even if it might kill us,
Dumley continued,
would we not want it still?
I'd never thought of desire that way, that it was the wanting that consumed a person, not the object they sought.
Seems a high price for a pair of pretty doors,
Theodore replied, but his eyes were star-bright, and it softened the mockery.
However exquisite they may be. Indeed, son, indeed. And yet, any poet would bid you to find passion as bright and burning as our friend Valino.
He didn't look at Thea. He watched the fingers I raked against my neck.
You know, he said, I once painted a mural for a boy I was deeply in love with. I'll admit I'm not the most precise with a brush, but I labored night and day over that piece, and in the end, I considered it a triumph. Of course, it is those moments of triumph that lift us to cliff's edge, isn't it? I was so very proud of it, which made it all the more grisly, when I shredded it to pieces with my bare hands.
I was too stunned to temper my expression. What? Why?
My dear muse didn't like it.
Dumley shrugged absently.
Said it was stilted and lacked movement.
I looked over at Theodore, he at me, and we shared a private confoundment.
In any case,
the professor continued, as he took the teapot from its tray,
we should speak of things less bleak for our first meeting.
First, sir? Asked Theodore.
Ah, of course. I ought to explain myself.
The teapot clattered back down. His arms widened as though a grand tale were poised to unspool.
I have taken it upon myself to tutor you privately.
He slapped his knees and smiled broadly. Theodore cleared his throat.
Privately?
He pressed. Again, we shared a mystified glance.
Is that, usual? Not at all, Dumley chortled. And I'll admit, it's been a while since I've presided over a class. But with 2 new charmers in one cohort, I can't help but want a hand in your tutelage.
His smile was still kind, There was nothing at all to suggest the meeting was anything but what he said. And yet...
I will be kept informed of your progress.
Professor? I asked cautiously, wondering if I ought to shut up. But if I were to sleep tonight, or any night, I needed to know. I tried to mimic Theodore's inflection. Does this have anything to do with Lord Tanner? I felt Theodore's stare swivel between Dumley and myself, but I did not look away from the professor. I wanted to catch the flicker of a reaction, if it were to come. But Dumley's smile only widened.
But how did you guess, Miss Clark?
He chuckled again.
It was Lord Tanner's very idea, and you both should feel honoured that he's already taken such a keen interest in you. We've had many a water charmer pass through Mr. Shop, but I've never seen the House of Lords so excited.
For some reason, Theodore's smile fell slightly.
My father is a minister there, Professor,
he explained.
Likely Lord Tanner saw the relation.
Dumley waved the assumption aside.
Lord Tanner sees potential, Mr. Shop. You ought not diminish yourself. A charmer is a prize to be coveted. I should know.
With that, Dumley waved his hand toward the waiting hearth, and a fire blazed to life, unaided by wood or tinder. It simply floated there, several inches from the clean tile base. He laughed merrily at it, his chin stretching.
Of course, we're not the most humble of creatures, are we? And as for the lovely young lady who stopped us all in our tracks...
He held his arms out, as though he expected me to run into them. I did not.
A charmer of Earth, the first of your kind in more than a century. Where, oh, where did you come from, young Nina?
Summerland, I answered immediately, too loudly. It took several seconds to realize the question was rhetorical.
Of all places, he chuckled. A farming town, if I'm not mistaken.
Sheep, I said. I'd been sure to research my hometown the second I'd found the school's expansive library. And cattle, for the wool and leather and meat. Professor Dumley nodded politely, feigning interest, as though I were an infant pointing to something entirely base. I wondered vaguely what he'd have to say of the Terranium mines of Scurry. Theodore and I sat on the settee, drinking tea, listening to Professor Dumley chatter about the exploration of learning we would embark upon together. He told us stories of his own years as an apprentice and his ascent to headmaster. His hands danced to the stories with ever-intensifying flourish, and the room grew hotter and hotter until I was desiccating, desperate for escape.
And now, we should really turn our attention to today's lesson,
he said with gentle reproach, as though Theodore and I had been a grievous distraction.
Tell me, Mr. Shop, have you yet experimented with your medium?
Theo blushed. It was somewhat endearing.
We aren't permitted to use our mediums unsupervised in our first year, Professor. Oh, ho! Dumley laughed. Yet no one's the wiser when those dormitory doors close, are they? I was once an apprentice too, you forget.
Theo grinned, then said,
I can levitate small amounts, but I've yet to make it take shape. But levitation is quite advanced, Dumley said. Would you show me?
And he opened the lid of the teapot, gestured for Theo to do as he may. Theo hesitated for a single moment. Then, with a glance in my direction, he slid to the edge of his seat, wiping his hands on his trousers.
Should I just... Don't be bothered by any mess, Dumley assured him.
Theo cleared his throat. Then, with a certain measure of awkwardness, he brought his palms up. The teapot trembled delicately, threatened to tip sideways, but then a speck of liquid floated from the spout, another from the opening. Theo's hands trembled. A shifting orb of tea slowly appeared, its shape morphing in the air. It held for a moment, suspended above the tea set, to the resounding cheer of Professor Dumley, and then it shuddered and fell, the tea splashing off the spoons and saucers. And Dumley laughed and clapped. After a moment, I clapped too. It seemed bad manners not to. Theo panted slightly and sat back in his chair, a smile spreading from ear to ear.
"Quite amazing, isn't it?"
Dumley said, watching Theo closely.
"That sensation."
Theo nodded, his hands trembling.
"There's nothing like it."
Dumley winked.
"Worth dying for, some would say."
He clapped once more, shaking his head in a show of amazement.
"What a talent you'll be."
Then he turned to me.
"But I haven't forgotten you, my dear."
He wagged a finger at me, then stood and consulted a dusty credenza, lifting from its top a large clay urn. He dropped it on the tea table with a clatter, and Theodore and I jumped. He said,
"Here we are,"
as though he'd just proffered a gift.
"Just dug it up from the rose garden myself."
The urn had been half filled with dark, damp earth. I could smell it from here, feel its texture already, as though my mind had fingers, soil building up beneath the fingernails.
"How about you, Miss Clark? Have you yet dabbled?"
I twisted my fingers together. "A little."
"Well, do not be intimidated by young Theodore here. We must all start from the beginning."
He looked upon me kindly, already sitting back in his chair, already sympathetic.
"Why, it takes many students some time to learn to levitate their medium at all. When I was a lad—"
But his sentence was cut short. The earth rose from the urn, and Dumley's mouth went slack. What I had learned so far in my dabbling was that my mind was an extension of my hands. I now felt that familiar expansion, my mind unfolding until it tripled. I felt the dirt in my palms as though I cradled it. I felt it sift and crumble. It was wet, heavy, malleable. My hands twitched at my sides. I compacted it first, made it into a planet hovering before me, smoothing out its edges until it was near perfect. Then I made it spin. I'd yet to try charming earth so pliable. I made the sphere into a cube next, then a funnel, a small windstorm, and finally I lifted all those specks of dirt higher, higher, until they were suspended in that vaulted ceiling like 1,000 muddy stars. I knew Dumley and Theo were on their feet, as I was, staring up at the galaxy I had made. And then my mind shuddered. The pressure grew insurmountable. Elastic stretched to the furthest extent. Then it snapped. Dirt rained to the floor, onto the settee, into the teacups. It plinked off Dumley's head, clung to his whiskers. His eyes remained on me.
"Well,"
was all he said.
"Well, well, well."
It seemed he was coming to some grand summation. He looked around his drawing room, at his sullied rug. I suddenly felt foolish. "Sorry," I said, gesturing lamely to the tea table. "For the mess." A grin dawned slowly over Dumley's face. I heard Theodore mutter a curse, quite unlike him. Then Dumley walked over to me. He gripped either side of my face in his papery hands.
"My word,"
he uttered. A laugh escaped him.
"Idia has blessed us."
And I thought I saw tears in his eyes as he took my hands and patted them.
"What a blessing you'll be."
His chest ballooned. He turned to Theo.
"What fine assets you will both be."
An hour later, Theodore closed those ornately carved doors behind him, the ringing trills of Dumley's goodbye following us.
"Well,"
Theodore uttered, and from his pocket, he drew out 2 handkerchiefs.
"Our headmaster is insane."
Perhaps it was the heat trapped in my skin, or the absurdity of the meeting, but a laugh escaped, then more of it.
"Here,"
Theodore said, waving a handkerchief toward me. I took it gladly, mopping the sweat from my throat and the back of my neck. Theodore did the same with his own. I giggled again, half relieved that I'd not been thrown from the school, half feverish. "Do you think the rest of the class will notice us drenched in sweat?" Theodore took a moment to respond, and when I looked back at him, his eyes had stuck to me. They narrowed with interest.
"Where did you say you were from?"
he asked. I realised then that I'd allowed my tongue to slacken. A drawl had snuck free. "Summerland," I said, tightening the consonants. The letter at my hip burned.
"Huh,"
he said.
"Not far into the brink, then?"
"Near enough." I hoped my voice had morphed smoothly into something less gravelled.
"You sound almost northern,"
he stated, smiling easily. "Eastern," I wanted to say.
"I've always wanted to travel out to the brink,"
he continued, and somehow he managed to loosen the knots in my stomach, if only slightly.
"Do you have many friends there?"
"No." He frowned at me, gesturing that I go first down the stairs.
"Have you met any new ones here? It seemed like you were sitting alone at breakfast this morning."
He would have seen me blush if my cheeks weren't already mottled with heat. "Not many." I had the strange urge to tell him about the taunts in the hallways and the worms in my bed, but I saw pity in the way he averted his eyes, and I was suddenly sure he already knew about them.
"Sit by me,"
he said.
"Whenever you'd like."
My answering smile was grim. "You don't mind worms in your food?" He turned a brilliant crimson, and it was as good as a confirmation. "Thank you, Theodore," I muttered, "but I'm all right." The halls were filling with students, all identical to the next in their deep artisan blue. Theodore paid them no mind at all.
"I insist,"
he said.
"As long as you stop calling me Theodore. Just Theo will do."
"Theo, I really—"
"Come on,"
he said, and he took my hand in his, just like that, and as though he'd magicked it, some of his light trickling onto me. That's how it was from that moment onward. Theo leading me through runnels of apprentices, me basking in his glow, hot drawing rooms and mad headmasters, and the promise of passions big enough to consume, big enough to kill you. Chapter 10. The Trench Tribune. Murmurs of strike action in the brink. Speculation has arisen from the northern mining towns that a strike may be forthcoming after a third mine collapse across the continent in as many consecutive days, as well as a gas explosion in Kenton Hill, tolling hundreds dead. The information was offered by an anonymous scribbler who allegedly wrote to the House of Lords, informing them of a number of unsanctioned meetings and even suspicions of a union for crafters' rights. This coincides with other rumours of unknown origin spreading in the northern and eastern provinces, casting aspersions as to the legitimacy of Bellevere's siphoning ceremonies. Whispers suggest a possible link between such accusations and the rousing of a so-called union. The Right Honourable Lord Tanner, however, assured this reporter that the racket is, in his words, nonsensical.
"The siphoning ceremony is a sacred religious ritual upheld for hundreds of years in our nation's history. The idea that the siphoning of idiom has been somehow corrupted is impossible, and quite frankly, an illusion of the desperate. Only idiom may bestow a man or woman with a faculty for magic, and idiom cannot unlock what is not present."
The Right Honourable Lord also offered his sincerest sorrows to those in mourning after the recent catastrophes.
"Long live those souls lost to us, and long live Bellevere."
The words Kenton Hill seemed to leap from the page. They racketed around my head all the way through my classes, where I performed averagely, aside from Headmaster Dumley's private lessons. I was in the first dregs of my second year at the artisan school. I now spoke without my scurried dialect, without much thinking. I'd never heard from my father. He must have assumed I'd become an artisan when I didn't return home that day. I wondered if he'd tried to pay a scribbler to send me a note, only for them to fail to find a Nina Harrow. It had been Theo who had handed me the newsprint at breakfast. I was headed to Aunt Frances's house before curfew, clutching the newsprint in my hand. She lived only a short way from the school, just beyond the National House, where she worked in the treasury, making coins from nickel alongside a slew of other smiths. At this time of night, the streets were slower, filled with music. It floated out of windows and travelled on the breeze. Insects chirped along. The water trickled by in its troughs. The city of Bellevere always in complete harmony with all its working parts. Whenever I ventured out on the weekends, I was reminded of why I'd so badly sought it in the first place. Such things weren't always so clear from inside the school's walls. Aunt Frances opened the door to receive me herself. Her station as a smith was not so high that she could afford servants, yet her terrace home was lovely. It was humbly decorated with fine furnishings she proclaimed were family heirlooms. Her being the last real remaining Liesel made Aunt Frances's home an exhibition of artifacts that I did not feel comfortable sitting on or eating off. She was not the sort of woman who embraced another, or even smiled too widely. She never seemed particularly thrilled to see me, and yet there was evidence to the contrary. There was always a plate of cake waiting, and a teapot steaming when I visited. She looked over my face and person, before remembering to invite me over the threshold, as if searching for signs of harm. She always asked 1,000 questions about my classes, about my interactions with others, about any correspondence I might have received from Lord Tanner. I never told her about the letter. I walked across her trim-carpeted floors to the kitchen when she bid me to come inside. "You no longer run to get the cake," she said. "Thank the heavens." I smiled a little for her benefit. I did not tell her it was because I no longer feared a skipped meal, or that somewhere between 12 and 13 I'd departed childhood. We sat. She looked at me squarely. I looked at my fingers. "How are your classes?" she asked first, then sat up a little straighter, if it were possible. "Are you progressing well with Professor Dumley?" "Yes." Earth-charming, I'd learned, was a matter of weight and scale. The more there was to be moved, the harder it became. Professor Dumley said the magic was a muscle that would grow stronger with practice. But I was making fine progress. More progress, I thought, than he could quite believe. Overall, I feared I was only a novelty. If it weren't for the fact that I was the only living person who could charm Earth, I would probably be of no consequence at all. But I was an Earth charmer, and the title lent itself to higher praise than I was worth. "Have you made any new friends?" Aunt Frances asked, and her eyes tightened. "A few," I lied. "And Mr. Shop is one of them." She shook her head slightly with a deep breath. "I see his father often, you know, in the papers. Most believe he will be next in line if Lord Tanner ever relinquishes his position." I nodded, swallowed. I had a sudden ridiculous fear that she might forbid me from speaking with Theodore anymore. "He doesn't know anything," I told her. "I swear it." Aunt Frances blanched. We usually obeyed an unspoken rule that we would not mention the ruse, even to each other, as though Lord Tanner himself were pressing his ears to the windows. "In any case, it seems the House of Lords needs an earth charmer more than it needs to right the order of things," she said. "Then it shouldn't matter who my friends are." Aunt Frances's cheeks flushed. She stood abruptly. For one wild moment, I imagined her launching across the table and grabbing me by the collar, and my body curled in on itself. But she did neither. "Listen to me, Nina," she said, her voice still low, if tremulous. "Theodore seems like a nice boy. I know he has been kind to you. But it remains that his father is a man in a very powerful position, and men like that don't take kindly to frauds, particularly when they are found consorting with their children." A fraud, I thought. Was that what I was? The word needled. If I am a fraud, then aren't we all? I only siphoned what the rest of you did. Silence. And this time, Aunt Frances was the one to avert her eyes. We waded in dangerous waters, but I took my chances. We are taught that all have the right to consume idiom, but that only some are capable of truly siphoning its magic into their bodies. I know now it wasn't true, but was all of it a lie? Aunt Frances's chest had begun to heave. her eyes flitting to the windows and doors. "Please," I said. "I only want to understand, and then I won't ever ask another thing." I scooted so close to the edge of my chair that it teetered. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes, then finally sat. She seemed older. "I don't know the answers, Nina," she said, "and in truth, I do not wish to. I only know what they told us when I took that position." She sighed. "The rest I put together of my own accord. I think once, perhaps long ago, out of memory, every citizen was permitted the chance to consume idiom, and it went very badly." I frowned. "How?" Aunt Frances shook her head. "You are very young, perhaps too young to imagine what happens when the means for destruction is placed in the wrong hands. But I believe it once led our nation to war." I frowned. "The Battle of Bellevue is the only war in our history," I said, "and it was fought against invaders, outside nations." Aunt Frances shrugged. "We only know of history what is recorded, and records are easily lost or rewritten. I can't know for sure. But the fact remains that at some point, our leaders thought it better that power be meted out only to those who could be trusted with it. I wondered how they decided who that should be, by what criteria we were judged. What lord had ever ventured east to Scurry, for instance, to scout these paragons of moral virtue? Then I thought of what they might find. A horde of vitriolic miners. What would a person like that do with the power to charm fire, for instance? Aunt Frances continued. "Most children of artisans become artisans as well, as we all know. The lie is in letting the population believe this is the fault of bloodlines, much in the way a child of brown-haired parents will likely be born the same, but might also be blonde. Genealogy is difficult to predict. It provides a reliable loophole, you see? When high-born parents have committed a crime or some other disgrace, their child tends to become a crafter, despite generations of supposed artisan breeding. The reverse happens for those crafters whose families serve the House of Lords well. Their children are deemed artisan, even if they are the first of their family to possess magic ability. If the intake of artisan children runs low one year, then the next will see an upswing of brink children miraculously turned artisan." "Do you think it's right?" I asked her, something burning the sides of my throat. "That only the lucky few, the trusted few, should get to live this life?" I wondered if she'd ever stepped foot in the brink. I wondered if she had any inkling at all as to the streets and houses she'd find in Scurry. Aunt Frances wavered. Her answer seemed to weigh on her chest. "No," she finally said in a quiet voice. "I am sure it isn't fair. But," she looked at me earnestly, "the House of Lords is charged with protecting this nation from outside adversaries and from itself. I wonder if that isn't of higher import than what is right and fair." I felt us at opposite edges of a chasm. I dithered on the edge, wishing to cross it, but couldn't. I held up the newspaper still tightly rolled in my hand and unfurled it on the table. "Theo gave me this," I said, pointing to the front page article. Aunt Frances stared at it with distaste. "Yes," she said. "I read about it. There was a boy at my siphoning ceremony. He came from the north." Her head tilted curiously. He was with me that day, when we found the vials. Except he went home," Aunt Frances guessed. "To the north, you said?" I nodded glumly. I thought of Patrick Coulson's face, of his gentle hands and tormented eyes. There was rarely a day where I didn't. I'd taken to drawing his face obsessively, scared I would forget it. I remembered him slipping those vials into my pocket, kissing my cheek, whispering in my ear that I had a mind of my own. "Do you think," I stumbled, my heart pounding, "is it possible that he started these rumours?" Aunt Frances had her thumb between her teeth. She chewed on it subconsciously as she stared out at her kitchen, drawn into her own turbulent thoughts. "This boy," she said eventually. "What was his name?" There was something about the way she said it, the forced casualness of it. It made me lock away the name in my middle. I didn't know his name. I was a better actress than Aunt Frances, it seemed. I frowned, modulated my voice. She looked slightly mollified, as though I'd just taken a task out of her hands. "Well, even if it was this boy, he is just a boy. Rumours pass." But these rumours are true, I thought. Doesn't truth find its foothold eventually? "As for a union," Aunt Frances continued. She said the word union as though it were absurd. "No such group unsanctioned by the House of Lords will make much headway. If one exists, I am sure the culprits will be quickly flushed out." I said nothing. Patrick Coulson's face swam around my mind, refusing to fade. Chapter 11. The Trench Tribune. Tanner refuses miners' union demands. A demonstration in Baymouth last month leaves little doubt of dissenters in the northeastern provinces who dubbed themselves the Miners' Union. This, after the House of Lords flagrantly denied the existence of such a movement for more than a year. Crafters of all trades lined the streets of Baymouth, halting all works for several hours in the town, marking the first promised strike from the Miners' Union in a long list provided to this esteemed reporter. The police house in Baymouth did not submit to questioning, with speculation arising that the officers in charge willingly stepped aside for the demonstration.
"All actions taken in aid of or aligned with any criminal organisation will be met with the fullest penalty from Bellevere's High House," said the Right Honourable Lord Tanner in his latest address. When asked of the allegations of idiom corruption, Lord Tanner made no statement except to remind this reporter that accusations against the House were considered an act of treason. No doubt, the strikes come at a grave time for the governing lord, with the sourcing of terranium at record lows. Lord Tanner made no statement regarding the ongoing terranium scarcity. The Miners' Union promises more strikes ahead of the House's refusal of their demands, which included salary increases and a referendum on the siphoning ceremonies. As to the time and place of these strikes, they remain as elusive as the Miners' Union itself, whose leaders and headquarters are still yet to be discovered. Tribute to Fallen Alchemist. Famed alchemist Lester Brickham died peacefully in his sleep late last week, report his wife and 5 children, who farewelled their beloved in a funeral attended by the full House of Lords. Brickham, aged 78, was one of 3 surviving alchemists in Belleveer Trench. His death has sent a ripple of concern across the nation, as the House reports that no new alchemists have arisen in the latest siphoning. The newspaper was left strewn across the table of Professor Dumley's drawing room. The fire was roaring. Sweat was collecting in my collar. The headmaster was humming to himself as he poured out barely steeped tea. "I imagine the House of Lords must be becoming anxious," I said out loud, and when Dumley looked at me questioningly, I gestured toward the newspaper. Theo cleared his throat beside me, then gave me a look of warning. I resisted the urge to stick out my tongue. Our 3rd year had brought about a change in him. He was much taller, his shoulders broader. Hair was beginning to sprout along his chin and upper lip. I enjoyed teasing him about it whenever I could, which was often. Thanks to Professor Dumley's continued interest in us, we were regularly together in this drawing room, or on excursions out into the wider city to seek our mediums. Dumley's eyes slipped to the newspaper for the briefest of moments. "Oh, not at all,"
he muttered, collecting the pages and then setting them aflame in his hand. The fire never seemed to burn him. I watched the cinders with a frown. "But surely they must be taking the Miners' Union seriously now?"
Theo scoffed. "You worry too much, Clark. Father says Tanner will eventually throw a bunch of money their way, and they'll wander back to their pits and dig up more terranium.
He made it sound as though they were rats rummaging for crumbs.
In any case,
he continued,
there'll be no need for unions unless they find more alchemists. Soon, we'll all be a bunch of crafters.
Now,
Professor Dumley interjected.
This is hardly talk for the classroom, is it?
Never mind that his classroom consisted of a tea set and a life-size painting of a naked woman.
I have a surprise for you both today, Dumley went on. You see, I received a small scribble this morning from someone most esteemed.
A knock came, and before Professor Dumley could move toward the doors, they opened, and in strode Lord Tanner himself, smile widening, jowls quivering. My lunch made itself known, bubbling into my throat.
My lord,
Theo said, bowing his head in the proper way. The man was taller than I remembered him, more robust, less a receptacle of power, and more a mountain of it. The drawing room seemed somehow smaller, less grand. He said,
Dumley, how are you?
Without looking at him. He bared his teeth in a grin, staring at me with a pincer-like gaze as he shook Theo's hand. He knows what you are, I thought, and I had the urge to bolt from the room.
Please excuse, Miss Clark,
Professor Dumley said now, eyeing me pleadingly.
I quite underprepared her for your arrival, my lord. She forgets herself.
It was only then I remembered I should be standing, curtsying, chiming a greeting. Apologies, I muttered, tripping on my skirt as I stood and curtsying awkwardly for the first time in my life.
Probably the heat,
Lord Tanner said, nodding his head to me.
Lord Almighty, but it is stifling in here, Dumley. I'm sure the devil keeps his drawing room cooler than this.
Dumley snapped his fingers with a flourish, and the fire in the hearth extinguished.
I barely feel it any more, he said gaily. I fear I've become rather cold-blooded with age. Tea, my lord?
Milk and sugar, if you don't mind.
And he took Dumley's usual seat, opposite my own. He seemed to envelop its frame. As Dumley hummed serenely, making the tea, Tanner crossed his legs and leaned back with a strange grace, continuing to stare. I felt horridly peculiar.
You'll be pleased to hear, my lord, that Miss Clark and Mr. Shop have made tremendous progress this past month alone,
Dumley offered, passing Tanner a teacup without minding the slosh of its insides.
We have great fun, don't we, children? Why, Nina and I just yesterday ventured to the wheat farms just outside the city and tilled an entire field within an hour.
Lord Tanner said,
Well now, that's something.
But his interest was clearly feigned.
And Mr. Shop's abilities already supersede those of our 6th-year water charmers.
His father will be rapturous, Lord Tanner said. Not a day goes by that Lord Shop does not remind me of his brilliant son.
Theo smiled weakly.
That's very kind, sir.
I suppose you'd like to see it for yourself,
Dumley exclaimed, bouncing off his seat.
We could...
But Lord Tanner held up a hand.
In a moment, Dumley. My visit today shall be a short one. I don't wish to steal these two from their studies.
He drained his absurdly small cup and placed it down, smacking his lips. I felt as though his eyes were peeling back my skin.
I'm sure, given all the chatter about town, that the two of you have heard mentioned the founding of a union, led by a mob of angry craftsmen.
I went still. I'd never heard any professor, or even Aunt Frances, bring up the strike action in the Brink. Indeed, it seemed they were determined to ignore it altogether, as though admitting its existence would make it so. Theo and I shared a momentary glance. We'd spoken about little else in the past months. Heads almost touching over lunch, hunching over newspapers in his room after dark, speculating about the implications if further strikes ensued.
So, it is true, then?
Theo asked, once again far braver than me. Lord Tanner turned pensive.
That's the question, isn't it? Does a union truly exist if it hides itself away? I'm afraid that despite whatever this little group of thugs calls itself, it has yet to come into the open before the House of Lords, or indeed name its leader. And until it does, it will only ever be something in the shadows, stirring trouble among good people. Good people who will suffer the consequences of their crimes, if they indeed strike.
I swallowed, hoping my voice would not betray my nerves. Is another strike likely?
That's the difficult thing about my position, Miss Clark,
he said.
One must always prepare for eventualities, no matter how improbable they are.
I hardly knew what he meant.
Now, rest assured, the House of Lords believes wholly that the mob will disappear shortly. But I'd be a fool not to ensure I have all my knives sharpened, now wouldn't I?
He spread his arms wide toward Theo and me, as though we were the prized blades in his collection. Theo frowned.
Us, sir. All of us, Mr. Sharp,
Tanner said with a laugh.
All artisans would need to come together, if the situation arose. And the two of you are in possession of some of Idia's greatest gifts. No doubt she saw you fit to use them for the sake of our great Bellavere.
I don't understand, I said.
Then let me speak plainly, Miss Clark.
I thought he put rather a lot of emphasis on the name Clark.
Sometimes, the craftsmen, when they're feeling disgruntled, stop doing their jobs and make a little noise. A little noise is easily stifled. But sometimes a squeak turns into a deafening roar that drowns sense. Part of my duty is ensuring peace and quiet, Miss Clark. Do you follow me now?
Nod, I thought, then did so.
I will do whatever I can to quash that noise if need be. And as a good leader, I must ensure I have the means to do so. Artisans have the means. You have the means.
Me, sir?
Our nation of Bellavere Trench has the advantage of being, well, a trench. A nation surrounded by mountains. Rich, dense earth. Do you understand my meaning, Miss Clark?
Yes.
Should certain conditions come to pass...
And here, his eyes swept to Theo as well.
The capital will require your assistance.
Theo frowned, jaw tight.
Of course, my lord,
he said. Tanner turned to me.
You would do what is necessary to protect this city, would you not?
I swallowed. I tried to mimic Theo's tone. Of course. Lord Tanner smiled.
Wonderful. Now, why don't you two show me what you can do?
Theo and I became Dumley's theatre performers after that. We charmed until our palms grew slick and our eyelids fluttered. Tanner did not utter a word until the demonstration was over.
Quite advanced,
he offered.
As you said, Dumley.
Despite the bland praise, Dumley seemed elated. Tanner stood, pulling from his breast pocket 2 envelopes. He passed one each to Theodore and me.
This is a special writ, allowing each of you to obtain a quarterly dose of idiom from the dispensaries.
Theodore and I looked warily at each other. Theodore cleared his throat.
Quarterly, my lord. By law, we are only allowed to consume idiom every half year, unless ordered otherwise by sanctioned writ,
Tanner said, smiling thinly.
I know the law, Mr. Shop. Better than most people, I would think.
Why? I asked. It slipped out before I could blanket it, soften it. But I sealed my lips shut and waited for the answer. Tanner donned his jacket.
To sharpen the knives, Miss Clark.
And he left. Chapter 12. Nina. In my 4th year at the artisan school, I sat in the dark theatre grandstand alone, covertly watching a stage play rehearsal. I couldn't sleep. For 3 nights, it had eluded me. I was tired of lying still and waiting for my body to settle when it wouldn't. My head would not quiet when I bid it either. It replayed the clinking glasses and muttered conversations of Lord Shop's dinner party. Eventually, The echoes of those ambling monotones grew intolerable. I found myself high in the red-back seats instead, watching these fine performers be berated. Tomorrow, I would be 16. Every year it grew easier to believe that I'd been born artisan, and that scurry was a fading dream. It disturbed me that I could not conjure the exact colours I would use to paint the place I'd come from. Tumultuous thoughts plagued me. They swam round and round and round.
Clark?
I jumped. At the end of the aisle, a silhouette stood, another phantom in the dark. Theo? I knew his shape and voice better than most. He sidled toward me, bent double like a porter, though no one looked up.
Can't sleep,
he whispered, the stage lights reflecting off his dark eyes. He settled into the seat beside mine. No.
Nor can I.
He smoothed his hair, a newer habit. I caught him looking at his hair in every reflection he passed to ensure its exactness. We fell immediately into companionable silence. It was easy to do. I spent more time with Theo than I did with any other. We were the charmers. People suspected we were dating, even our closest friends. He was much taller than me now, and if you looked closely, he resembled a man. His modest politeness had turned to self-assurance, sometimes even boisterousness. He would gladly charm water to put on a show for friends, making models in the air from the remnants of their drinking glasses to cheery applause. I, meanwhile, remained quiet, though I'd grown in my own ways. My lips were fuller, and my two front teeth didn't seem so far apart. My chest and hips had swollen outward, my waist inward, and my legs were no longer thin, knobbly-kneed stalks. I was a wholly different shape. Theo's arm sometimes dangled over my shoulder in the refectory, where we shared a table with others, and I was ashamed by how starved I felt when it lifted. Theo bumped my shoulder with his.
What's keeping you from sleep, Clark?
He asked. His tone was light, but there was real worry there as well. I grimaced. Same as always, I lied. Volcanic sediment. He smirked. It made a dimple appear deep in his left cheek. It was hard not to notice how handsome he was. Why are you awake? I asked, folding my arms across my chest. I'd donned a woolen jumper before I'd left the dormitory, but I was suddenly very aware that beneath, I was only in bedclothes.
My father visited today,
he said with a sigh.
Wanted to discuss a proposition, an opportunity, he called it, to work in the cabinet, then in the House of Lords, come our fellowship.
My eyebrows rose. Theo, that's fantastic.
It is,
he said.
I just wished it felt as fantastic as it sounds.
Why doesn't it? I asked gently. Your father is a lord of the house. You're a charmer. It makes sense that you'd be offered a position. He was quiet for a moment. And then...
He said you'd been offered the same position.
I went still. I hadn't been ready to voice such an admission. I hadn't yet made sense of it.
Were you?
He asked, waiting patiently for an answer. I relented, nodding. At the dinner, I said, by Lord Tanner. The dinners with the lords and ladies of the National House had become something of a regular occurrence this past year. Neither Theo nor I particularly enjoyed them.
The first woman in history,
he uttered reverently.
It's remarkable.
It's all I ever hear, I grumble. I'm remarkable, outstanding, perfection incarnate. He grinned.
Most people would be happy for the praise.
Except that I'm not any of those things, I said hurriedly. I'm a fair painter, a good dancer. I can draw a decent likeness, make an excellent sandcastle. He snorted. It wouldn't matter how good I was, even at charming Earth. They'd praise me the same. Theo was quiet for a moment, then sighed.
Will you accept the position?
He asked. He seemed desperate for my answer, like it might inform his own. I only scowled. it wasn't presented to me as a choice. He seemed surprised by my reaction, and there again lay the difference between Theodore's shop and me. He shifted, nervous.
You know, being a lord wouldn't be so bad if you were a lady.
He looked down at my lips.
We could help. We could change things. What Bellevere needs is progressive thinking,
he said, touching my cheek gently, hesitantly, with the very tips of his fingers. A current travelled from his skin to mine.
Ministers who work with the craftsmen. Ministers who aren't 100 years old.
I laughed through my nose, allowed my face to surrender to his cradle.
We could do it, Nina, he said. We could change things.
I liked the way he packaged us together. But Theo was merely a sympathizer for the working class. He didn't know what I knew.
I don't want to say yes unless you're saying yes with me.
My heart sprinted. I almost said yes right then and there. Instead, I stared into his beautiful eyes and stopped breathing, and he closed that final, infinitesimal gap. His lips were on mine, his fingers were in my hair, and I thought that he was right and wonderful and everything a person like me could hope for. And for a moment, I believed him. Together, we could tip the great scales of Bellevere Trench. Midnight struck. I turned 16. Chapter 13. Nina. The same scribble appeared simultaneously at all households in Bellevere City. Attacks on Bellevere City imminent. Depart to open country immediately, by order of the Miners' Union. It had caused the exact stir the House of Lords had, up until that point, so successfully prevented. But the House denied any need for action. It had been 8 days since the warnings had appeared in every scribbler's cranny. And now the city thrummed on, seemingly unfazed. Just a scare tactic of the Miners' Union, people believed. What low-life thugs, an infection to be cut out. I held the Trench Tribune in my hands, a skillfully sketched caricature glaring up at me amid the print. It had the face of a man with a wide nose, mottled in sores and moles. His eyes were beady, belly protruding at the belt. His lips were parted and revealed missing teeth. The artist had even added droplets of spit spraying from the man's lips. There was not a single hair added to his head, just a worker's cap, patched and falling sideways. In his hand was the severed head of Lord Tanner, a lit stick of dynamite protruding from his mouth. "The modern-day craftsman," said the caption. A cruel depiction, but perhaps not so far from the truth. The sketch could have been my father, Scurry's mill foreman, the mine's timekeeper, the pub's landlord. That is to say, if the gut were not overflowing and the cheeks weren't so plump. The implication that a craftsman be so grossly overfed made me scoff. But my father's forehead had strained just like that when he was loaded. He'd threatened things worse than decapitation of the nation's leader. In Scurry, they all had. The symptoms of craftsmanship were accurate enough, but what most artisans ignored was the cause. Crafters were born to parents without means. Often, those parents died young. The children worked at an early age for little pay, subject to occupational hazards an artisan would never face. They medicated themselves against the trauma, the injuries, the knowledge that the next day would bring them nothing better. And if they survived to the right age, they eventually raised their own hungry children. It was a cascading line of falling bricks that built the brink. I scrunched the newspaper into a ball and threw it aside, though it did little to quell my trembling. The headline still appeared before me when I blinked. Miners' Union takes strike into 6th week. Turanium famine feared. Claims of idiom corruption now rampant. Famed alchemist Miranda Mulaney taken by influenza. The last alchemist, Demelius Becker, moves into hiding, says sources. But no mentions of any specific names or places. Just vague references to the northeast or the brink towns, or miners in general. I swallowed thickly, clenched my hands. In a few hours, I would graduate from the National Artisan School, and just as I had on the fated day of my siphoning ceremony, I felt a shiver of catastrophe travel up my spine. I was suddenly 12 years old again, awash in terror as Aunt Frances gripped my arm. She would be in the audience today, as I read my fellowship oath and received a scroll from a tower of identical scrolls that prescribed my status as a charmer, my medium of earth, and my academic ranking of high order. And then I would officially be an artisan, someone who existed outside these walls. Perhaps this was the source of all my terror. I wondered, and not for the first time, whether I still would have slipped that vial from my pocket 6 years ago, had I known then what I did now. Had I known that the stories of corruption would leak down the rivers and canals, into towns spilling over with crafters. Had I known the country was on the knife edge of revolution. If I'd known then that my reserved part in a likely civil war was to be its artillery, perhaps I would have unstoppered my given crafter's vial after all. For that little din that Lord Tanner once spoke of was now a roar, even if he pretended to be obtuse about it. I tied the ceremony cape at my throat. It perfectly matched the blue of my skirt, my stockings, the fake idiom in the bottom of my trunk. It billowed out just past my elbows and no lower, leaving the artisan brand uncovered on my forearm, a stark, blister-red Idia with her fanning hair. The accumulation of my life was packed inside the bulging case next to me. A meagre sum of clothing, shoes, journals, sketches. It would be packed into a coach and taken to an undisclosed location, a location I would soon be transported to, just as soon as I'd received my fellowship assignment.
The safe house will only be for a short while, Lord Tanner had told me in Dumley's drawing room. An earth charmer is quite a valuable thing, Miss Clark. One that many would covet. We wouldn't want these rebels getting their hands on you now, would we? Best to err on the side of caution and wait for all the dust to settle.
I wondered if Demelius Becker, the last surviving alchemist in the trench, would be waiting in this safe house with me, both of us now the only one of our medium. How long would it take for the dust to settle? It seemed to me that dust was a growing storm. The city was riddled with the effects of the strikes. The refectory meals had grown sparser, as farmers left fields untended and didn't return. Deliveries weren't made. The coal supply was being rationed carefully. Even bluff was hard to come by, with only a single alchemist left to siphon it. It was rumoured that the next siphoning ceremony would be postponed, that there wasn't enough idiom left in reserve. To me, it seemed even the exterior of the city was showing its first cracks before its inevitable fall, and yet the lords went about their business as though its foundation weren't quaking.
Just a precaution. These dark times will come to an end soon enough,
Professor Dumley had assured me just yesterday.
And with you assisting in the House of Lords, an earth charmer, why, the Miners' Union might as well lay down their banners now.
I thought of those lords with their polished tabletops and fine china cups, and wondered if they truly needed my assistance. I thought of those miners, so desperate to escape the life I had narrowly escaped. I thought of this school, which I'd come to love, each corner of it intricately beautiful. I thought of collapsing mines, and children left to scour the streets for food. I thought of a boy from Kenton Hill with blue eyes, and I wondered if he'd survived these past years, or suffered the same fate as most men born in the brink. I thought of disappearing. I dreamed of it almost every night, in fact. I deliberated until the voices and faces and headlines pendulumed, and cracks spread on either side of my skull, and then I pushed a pin through my hat and left my room behind, biting the inside of my cheek until it bled. The theatre was full to bursting, and I was saddened by the idea of leaving it for good. The stucco-plastered ceiling was carefully embellished in cherubs, rose gardens, the gates of paradise. I'd heard the finest opera singers cast their voices into the ether here, seen ballerinas thrown through space and land on the tips of their toes. I'd heard compositions and poetry, and the cries of a boy in a costume simulating grief. in the velvet-walled staging hall, I listened to the rising voices of the audience beyond the curtain. The noise climbed over the rigs and lights and found us waiting apprentices, soon to be fellows. It raised gooseflesh on my skin. Young men and women were separated for their graduation. It was tradition, they said, for the gentlemen to go first. I suspected the separation was more an afterthought. Women hadn't always been welcomed here.
Nina?
I jumped, heart clanging against my ribs. Theo appeared at my side, his fingers already wrapping around mine. "Shh," he warned, eyes darting to a custodian checking names off a list.
Come with me.
Theo pulled me out of the line into the corridor, and like a fool, I followed him, swelling with hope. We only went as far as the corner, where the L-bend of the hall became a series of doors for backstage preparations. He leaned his shoulder against the wall and kept his grip on my hand. My fingers tingled in his.
I wanted the chance to wish you luck,
he said hurriedly.
And to say goodbye, I suppose.
Hope fled. Theo could see it leak out of me, I was sure. His eyes tracked the way my shoulders fell. I didn't have the fortitude to hide my disappointment. I ached all over. It had been weeks since he'd cornered me in a garden and told me that circumstances had changed, that he'd changed his mind, that he was so very sorry. I didn't understand how he wasn't aching. It had been weeks, and I ached still. Well, I uttered. I did not recognize my voice. Goodbye, then. He sighed and looked away. And finally, he showed some of the torment I felt. He squeezed my hand, his eyes pinched.
It's for the best, Clark.
Is it? He grinned sadly.
I'm afraid so.
Is that what your father told you? Your mother? I dared to ask. The words had crouched and readied themselves each time I'd passed Theo in the halls. He frowned.
We're only 18, he said. If, in 2 years' time, we still feel the same way for each other.
What do you want, Theo? I cut him short, for surely he wanted something other than to say good luck and goodbye. His stare softened.
Clark, I only wanted to check that you were well.
I am.
And that there were no hard feelings.
A cheerless laugh bubbled up from me. There are no feelings at all. You made that clear. He groaned and scrubbed his face with his hand.
You don't play fair, Clark. I never said that. You're my best friend.
Whatever he wished to say seemed stuck in his throat.
You know what my father expects of me, what I've been working toward. I'll be leaving for Thornton next week and won't return for 2 years. I don't want to keep you waiting.
This much was true. Lord Tanner himself had insisted that Theo spend time in the channels of the south, with the nation's most renowned water charmers. A huge honour, though I suspected Lord Shop simply wished to remove his only child from the city while it was under threat and had struck a deal with someone. Theo groaned quietly, then came closer. Somehow, he'd grown even more handsome in the past few weeks. Every girl in this hall would agree.
You know that I care for you, Nina.
His hand came to my cheek, then slid into the snarls of my hair.
Whatever you may think of me,
he whispered in my ear,
you must know that this isn't what I wanted.
I felt the slow unspooling of my restraint as he spoke, but I did not completely thaw. There were rumours that already he'd replaced me with someone else.
If you want me to come for you when I return,
he said softly, angling my face to his,
then say it, and I will come.
And wasn't this exactly what I'd wished for? He watched as my mind stumbled, and in the absence of an answer, his lips descended. They pressed against mine, just as achingly sweet as I feared they'd be. My hands found his chest, then the lapels of his jacket. His arms gathered around my waist and pulled me in. "Nina!" The hiss came from behind me, and it sounded dreadfully like Aunt Frances. I turned to find her looking down her nose in fury at Theo, who now stood with his hands clasped behind his back.
"Hello, Miss Liesel,"
he said, a casual grin affixed. "Back to your place, Mr. Shop," she said sharply. She watched Theo as he left, his hand resting a second longer than necessary on my shoulder before he went. Aunt Frances closed the distance between us, her severe expression exaggerated in the dim light. "That boy," she said tersely, her fingers rising to tease loose curls behind my ear, "has his claws in you." I shook my head. "Not anymore." "Good," she uttered dryly. "Boys are fond of treating hearts like toys, particularly the boys of lords. I've told you this." The reminder was not so much to point out the importance of the title, but to point out the illegitimacy of my own. Fake parentage. Fake name. I know. "Right then," Aunt Frances said, the words slipping past her teeth in a tumble. "That's that. The boy will be shipped to Thornton, and you'll be expected in the House of Lords as they prepare." This, after she'd blanketed me in reassurances that sounded like lies. "Those so-called renegades in the Brink haven't a hope," she'd told me. "What could they accomplish against those of our ability? They would be fools to try." I grimaced. I knew those in the Brink to be fools, and they had little to lose. Aunt Frances saw my expression and sighed. "There is no turning back now, Nina. This is your side." She did not smile. "You are an exceptional talent. You've surprised even me. There is nothing to fear." It was only then that I saw the sheen on her forehead, the ropes of tension peeking out beneath her lace collar. Suddenly, projected all around us were the words of Professor Dumley, speaking of loyalty and serving one's countrymen. "Come," she said, swallowing thickly. "They'll call on you any moment." I nodded, though the dread returned, churning slowly from my centre into an all-engulfing spiral. "Aunt Frances, we've no time," she said, and she marched me around the corner. The queue trickled closer to the curtain opening as the boys were called, then the girls. I grew sicker with every inch gained.
"Nina Clark, Charmer, Earth, Fellowship of High Order,"
it boomed in my ears. Light applause sounded, followed by a hushed curiosity. I took a seismic breath, pushed the curtains aside, and was transported into the light. The stage was wide and oval-shaped, cascading onto pearly steps already filled with graduates. They waited with their heads turned to watch me. The spotlights glared down, golden and blinding. They warmed my skin and made the audience nothing but a dark abyss. The clapping died as I moved across the stage, eyes pinched as I tried to see past the glare to the podium where Professor Dumley stood. He smiled kindly, his eyes glinting with a spark of pride. He proffered his hand as I came near, and looked back out at the audience as though he were presenting an art piece.
"Look," he seemed to say, "look what I have created."
I shook his hot hand and took the scroll. I bowed my head as I was told to do, and felt sheer panic. The audience applauded once more, unaware that I was an epicenter. And as though the feeling had leaked from my pores and burrowed into the varnished wood beneath me, the stage trembled. At first, I thought I only imagined it, but the quaking persisted, grew. The building was humming. A quick, muted crescendo into a monstrous roar. The audience stood and screamed. They barreled over one another down the aisles. Then, the earth beneath us concussed. Like a house of cards, we fell. The ground seemed to rise beneath them, swelling like the belly of a giant and then caving, the sound pitched to the point of pain. I screamed as I saw the graduates on the steps tumbling, and Theo looked back at me with his hands over his ears, his eyes bulging in terror. The curtains and lights and rigs splintered and dropped, one by one. Attacks on Belvedere City imminent. The miners' union had come. The stage lamps popped and erupted. Aunt Frances was before me, scrambling amid a sea of the flailing, swarms of crabs scuttling over one another's backs. "Nina!" she shouted, her face bloody. She was sideways, or I was. She reached me on hands and knees and bid me to stand. Dust rained down in a cloud above her. "Hurry!" she said. "Hurry!" An alarm was sounding, distant and sleepy. It whirred in one long drone, barely discernible above the screams. I clambered over fallen rafters with Aunt Frances, tripped on blasted pieces of furbished timber. I fell across the body of a man with part of his head caved in. Smoke was thick on the air. It joined the dust and made it impossible to see ahead. A mason tried to persuade fallen bricks from an exit, but she was already out of breath, and the stone moved slowly, sluggishly. Others joined her, lifting their hands before them and grunting until the stone gave. They tumbled away, clearing a path. A flood of artisans barreled through. The earth continued to quake. Boom after boom shook the walls, cracked the ceilings. Great plates of plaster detached and fell from above. The entrance hall was littered with it. Marble tiles lifted and danced in place. Walls buckled, the entire frame of the school growling its last before it gave in. And I ran. It never once occurred to me that I might try to stop the earth from breaking apart. There was only fear. I was young. I was not the weapon they thought me. I gripped Aunt Frances's hand. I propelled myself headfirst down the entrance hall toward the open doors. A gentleman groaned against a wall, his calf bent at a sickening angle, his eyes wide with shock. I grabbed his elbow, but Aunt Frances wrenched my arm away and screamed in my ear. I heard nothing above the titanic groan that rose and rose as the walls fell. I spilled down the front steps, Aunt Frances's hands at my back pushing me forward. I felt it when her arms fell away, turned in time to see a splay of her limbs, a whip of her black hair, as the rubble crashed atop her, and I screamed. And then I was swallowed too, buried in the marble and sandstone. Chapter 14. Nina. Sound was muted there, beneath the debris of the artisan school. A 500-year-old institute, now imprisoning its students beneath its weight, crushing air from our lungs. There were burdens upon my arm and leg too. Timber, stone, things I could not hope to shift. My head was bent awkwardly, so that I looked sideways, up the steps to a building that once housed me, but was now a crumpled, burning ruin. I was trapped. In a moment of desperation, I put my mind to the ground beneath me and bid it to concave, but the rubble only sank and took me with it. I do not know how long I lay there, in a bowl of the earth, blanketed in wreckage, but it was time enough to believe I would die, to consider who exactly had killed me. Rebels, crafters, the miners' union, all one amorphous entity. What could they accomplish against those of our ability? When I had first heard the words, they had sounded like derision. Now they sounded like a terrible realization. What could they accomplish? What damage could be rendered? My ears were so clogged I did not hear the grating stone, but I felt the crushing weights on my limbs lift free, followed by a sudden onslaught of pain. I cried out,
"Nina!"
A voice gravelled, choked by dust.
"Thank God! Thank God!"
Theo, his arms winding behind my shoulders and knees. He pulled me against his chest, and I screamed. I pulled my damaged arm into the cradle of my body. I was surprised to look up and see that the sky still existed, still bogged in fat grey clouds. Cries not my own rent the air. They intensified when I pulled my ear away from Theo's shoulder.
"Are you hurt?"
All over, I thought. My arm...
"You're bleeding."
I could feel that too. The warm, slow drip from jaw to collarbone. Blood flowing from a cut on my cheek. I thought my arm might be broken. I turned my face inward again and hoped Theo would carry me for longer. Take me away, I thought. Take me anywhere. I was sickeningly dizzy. I wanted to go home to Scurry.
Can you stand?
He didn't await an answer. Gingerly, my feet were guided to the ground, and the rest of me quickly followed, crumpling there on the warm cobbles.
Whoa!
Theo said, his hands on my shoulder, my wrist.
Just sit. Catch your breath.
I blinked furiously until the vision before me solidified into one unfractured picture. The academy in pieces. Its roof inverted, fire scampering among the heap and consuming morsels. Artisans everywhere. Bleeding, crying, working to unbury the buried. Injured masons struggled to free people from all that stone. Aunt Frances!
You can't help her,
Theo said brokenly, leaning in to fill my vision.
I'm sorry. I tried to get her out, but...
Here his words failed him.
She's gone.
I knew already. I'd meant to say, Aunt Frances is dead. My lips shook. My chest heaved.
We need to go somewhere safe. The Union might attack again,
he said, panicked. A cold, cruel dread swept through me.
We'll go to the House of Lords.
Theo gripped my chin, commanding me to focus with a pleading look.
My father will help us. Help you. Nina. Nina!
But the House of Lords intended to hide me away, to keep me safely locked up until they needed a weapon. The very same lords who had bid us to stay, to ignore the warnings.
I'd be a fool not to ensure I have all my knives sharpened. We need to hurry,
Theo said, eyes darting around the dust.
Let's leave. Now.
To the House of Lords. To Lord Tanner. To be those knives they wanted us to be.
An earth charmer is quite a valuable thing. You would do what is necessary, would you not?
You've got a mind of your own. Don't let those fuckers take it.
Come on,
Theo said, pulling me to my feet.
I'll carry you.
No, wait.
My father will know what to do.
I can't. I shook my head, and the world spun. I won't. A pause. And then...
What?
I can't go to the house, I said. People around us screamed and wept, and I thought, this is what it is to bury people alive. Then I thought, this is what they'll ask of you, to bury the Union in return, bury the Crafters, bury the Brink. I couldn't. Lord, I couldn't. We should run. Theo's mouth fell. I noticed a graze on his chin, a scrape on his neck. Run away with me, I said, this time more forcefully. I took the lapel of his jacket with my good hand and clutched it tightly. We'll leave the city. We can go anywhere. But Theo's face had taken on a look of panic, of confusion.
What are you talking about?
Please, I said. I was 12. I was 13 and 14 and 15. I'd only wanted to paint and dance and see what else life could be. Please, come with me. His hands dropped away. His confusion turned to alarm.
You're not thinking clearly, he said. The Miners' Union. If they find you, they'll kill you. The House of Lords will keep us safe.
But they hadn't.
These fucking crafters will get what's coming to them.
He spat the words through gritted teeth. His jaw shook. He looked around at the chaos, and a choked sob sprang free.
We can help,
he said with a nod, as though convincing himself.
We have to help, Nina. We can fight back. The house needs us.
Theo grabbed both sides of my face. Pain splintered down my neck.
You're the most powerful artisan I know, Nina Clark. You can bury these fuckers.
And I saw clearly the world divided in two. Him on one side, and me lost in the middle. Aunt Frances, I said, the words springing from my lips half-formed, half-thought. I need to see her. I need to know.
They've already started clearing away the bodies.
Please, Theo! I shouted, my voice cracking. At least let me see her one last time, and then we'll go to the house, I said. We'll find your father. I watched his expression falter, then give way.
Wait here,
he told me. Then he wiped the blood from my cheek with his cuff and disappeared into the rainstorm of dust. I watched him go. Then I mustered all that was left of me and dragged myself off the ground. And I vanished. Right Honourable Master of the National Artisan House, Lord G. Tanner, to Honourable Headmaster of the National Artisan School, Professor H. Dumley.
Professor, my most sincere condolences in the wake of the attack on our National Academy. It was with great sorrow I felt the ground shake 7 nights afore. My sorrow only grew when the scale of destruction and loss of life was relayed. I write this letter in hopes of bringing you comfort. The House of Lords meets today, wherein we shall condemn the rebels who sought to bring down the womb of our great state. War will be declared. This calls to question the location of the Earth Charmer, whose faculties will be sorely needed in the days to come. With the dust settled, I had hoped she would have appeared before us by now. Make no mistake, Professor. If she should not avail herself to her state, the renegades will surely take advantage where we cannot. I do not need to explain the implications of such an event. Our police search as I write this letter, and should they find an individual harbouring Miss Clark, such a party will be penalised most severely. This uprising shall soon come to pass, and with the artisan school rebuilt from the rubble with the greatest minds at your disposal, I know your ministry shall reign once more. Yours faithfully, Lord Geoffrey Tanner.
Chapter 15. Nina. The Trench Tribune. Rebels rumoured to have captured the last alchemist. Following an attempt to seize the National Artisan House last week, a group of crafter rebels have been taken into custody, including a man rumoured to be the leader of the miners' union, sparking citizens to wonder if this could be the end of the conflict. The Right Honourable Lord himself reassured the press that the incident had been contained, and the terrorists apprehended. And yet, other whispers suggest that perhaps the rebels' ploy had not been entirely fruitless. Despite the placation of Lord Tanner, sources close to the house report that the last living alchemist, Demelius Becker, is now missing, and rumoured to be in the possession of the Union. While the nation awaits good news from the house that the Union leader has indeed been arrested, Bellavere suffers resounding silence. It seems that still, 5 years into this enduring conflict, the House of Lords has no names and no pins on the map. The miners' union remains as mysterious as it has always been, and the Lord's army fight a masked adversary. This reporter can only assume the silence purports an adversary still very much at large, and if the rumours of the missing alchemist are true, then surely the House of Lords ought to proclaim this day the darkest in Bellavere history. I discarded the newspaper with the others. This issue was 2 years old, and the street was littered with copies of it. The print factory I walked by had timber nailed over its windows. I imagined this had been the Trench Tribune's last, before the factory was choked off by strikes, and still the headline lingered, crawling up my spine. I shivered. I thought of those shadows the Lord's army was fighting, scratching for a centre they couldn't find. In my opinion, it was not so difficult to remain elusive in a country split apart. After all, I'd managed it for 7 years. It was easy to take up a different name while so many died and left theirs behind. Simple enough to burn away the brand on my arm until it was just an old wound. There were 1,000 different towns to lose yourself in, to move on to when the fighting started, and it always did. Hiding, I'd learned, was simple. Gunfire made for good distraction. Running on foot was far from out of place. Stealing was expected. Desperation was normal. Women were often alone. On the outside, I certainly didn't look like the world's only earth charmer. I looked like the thousands of other women fleeing a conflict in which we were collateral. At first, I'd run to Aunt Frances's home. My toes were bloody before I'd arrived. I'd waited there for a short while, hoping Aunt Frances would walk through the door and tell me what to do, pluck a new identity from the air, as she had when I was a girl, then send me to bed. Before anyone could come to look for me, I'd slipped my broken arm into one of Aunt Frances's cloaks, slipped out the back door, and fled. I wouldn't belong to the house, couldn't belong to the union. Nothing to do but hide in the middle. I tried for Summerland first, boarding a train that was derailed by dynamite halfway along. The second explosion in the span of 2 days. I believed then that the world was on fire. I soon discovered that there were worse things than bombs and guns. Summerland was filled with police. So were Weymouth and Trent and Lavenshire. Infantries of craftsmen sworn to obey the command of the National Artisan House, with steep rewards for loyalty and even steeper punishments if they fled. They turned their eyes on me when I walked by, scanning my features and wondering if I was her, the missing Nina Clark. I imagined whoever found me alive would be showered in riches and promotion. It did not take long for sketches to appear on shop windows. Wanted, they said, by order of the National Artisan House. The likeness was, unfortunately, precise. I wondered which scribbler had drawn it. Perhaps one of my own classmates. I wasn't the only face plastered on windows across the country. There were other artisans who had abandoned their posts when the revolution began, refusing to side with either party, or else sympathizing with the crafters in their war against the capital. Deserters, the National House declared them. Terrorists. The lampposts and bulletin boards became so saturated in wanted posters. The people walked right by and paid them little mind. My face was lost in the slough. I worked as a crafter when I could. I sewed uniforms in a Dorser factory for the Artisan Command, sorted parcels in Dunwich before the factory walkout, painted china in a small shop in Hessen. When waves of artisan infantrymen rolled in off their trains, I disappeared. By the time a finger pointed in my direction, I was already gone. I became proficient in watching, in listening, in spotting a glint of recognition in one's eye. I did not stay long enough for whispers to catch me. And yet, catch me they did. It must have been near my birthday. This was what distracted me as I walked down a dark street in Gilmore, a large industrial wasteland of a town just outside Bellavere City, now mostly abandoned. I grimaced at the muck wetting my shoes with each step, and imagined charming it away. But it had been years since my last dose of idiom, years since I'd melted away the brand needed to enter a dispensary. And now, I couldn't charm a speck of it. Before I graduated, I'd been proficient, even talented. I'd easily dammed rivers, dug trenches a mile long within moments. Now I shook mud off the bottom of my shoes. I pulled my coat around me. I did not know the precise date, but I thought it must be September. The air was growing colder. In the days to come, or perhaps in the days already past, I would be 25. I felt both older and younger. Too young to have seen so many terrible and grand things. Tree branches artfully bent to shelter a courtyard, a horseless carriage trundling down the lane, a cannery on fire with its workers trapped inside, a flying sparrow made of glass, a man with a grenade, its pin pulled, a woman dragging her screaming children onto a boat. Centuries-old architecture, 1,000 soulless, sunken faces, queuing to board a train. But I felt old, too, much older than I ought to. I was tired. So tired that I stopped in the middle of the street beneath a flickering lamp, and I found myself praying to God that I would not meet the age of 26. And then, as though my prayer were answered, the night disappeared. Something was thrust over my head, arms constricted around my stomach, My feet left the ground, and instinctually I kicked and thrashed. A sharp crack, and then sickening liquid pain seeped through my head. I thought it a kind mercy for one such as me. Too much of a coward to do anything but hide and pray. 7 years I'd eluded them all. Now one side or the other had me. I awoke to laboured panting, cussing, a pitching sensation. The man whose back I was draped over held my wrists at a painful angle. I feared the bones of my arm were snapping by minute degrees.
God almighty, she's heavy. She's half your size, Scotty. Aye, but she's wringing wet and dead asleep.
The pain must have escaped through my teeth then, because the rocking stopped. The men fell silent. The shuffle of feet, and then the sack that covered my face lifted slightly. The glow of a lantern blinded me.
Morning, Swank,
said the unknown voice. I couldn't see his face beyond the light. He lowered the burlap over my eyes again. I was dropped unceremoniously, and my arse hit water.
My fucking back is screaming,
groaned the one called Scotty.
And all I can hear is your whining.
The pair bickered, but I heard very little. Pins lanced every inch of my skin, where the water breached my trousers and blouse. Pain surged so intensely behind my eyes, it made them bulge. My wrists ached beneath their bindings. Rope, it seemed. The scratch was familiar. So was the smell of damp earth. The air was thick with it. Somewhere nearby, a canary sang. While the men argued, I lifted my bound hands and rid my face of the blindfold. Weak lantern light. Rotting wood frames. The intermittent drip of water through the ceiling. The ceiling was so low. Tunnels, I thought, and a wave of nausea followed.
It's 1:15, Scotty. He told us to be back by noon. All I'm saying is, we catch our breath a moment before we keep moving. Maybe have ourselves a little pick-up.
The sound of liquid swilling in a glass bottle found me.
Yo, take a single hit, and I'll sing like a fucking bird. All right, Otto. All right. Stand down.
More splintering pain as I sat upright, and I whimpered.
Oi! Put that sack back over her head.
Mud spattered my face as one of them stomped over, but I'd already caught a glimpse of them both. One burly, one wiry, both too covered in grime to make much of their features, other than the stark white of their eyes. Ghosts, craftsmen, the miners of my childhood. The one named Scotty bent to peer at me.
All right there, Swank.
I spat at his boots in answer, and he swiftly took my sight away once more.
Not too ladylike, is she? Ain't she high-ranking?
Said Otto.
Come on, princess.
Scotty grunted, hauling me upright by the front of my blouse. I felt 2 of the buttons rip free. My arm scraped against something solid. A wall.
Walk on now. Mind your step.
But I refused to yield. I shivered violently.
Move, Swank,
Otto intoned.
You ain't got much choice.
With that came the click of a pistol's hammer, and the press of cool steel on the back of my neck.
No tunnel can kill the likes of you, can it?
If only.
Fancy an earth charmer, scared of being underground, muttered Scotty. Maybe we got the wrong one. Nah, I'd held her a good long while. She's the spitting image of them posters. Look, she's burned away her brand, see? I dunno, Otto. Might be all for nothing if she can't. Shut up, Scotty.
We walked interminably with our heads bowed and our backs hunched. With each passing second, I grew colder. The ceiling dripped constantly, sending rivulets past my collar. The tunnel floor lay beneath an inch of water, and the walls cracked and groaned every so often, a monster awakening as we slunk through its veins. Scotty and Otto spoke as though they weren't enclosed on all sides by the earth's mantle. I breathed in shallow bursts. I counted. I felt my heart squeeze and release in painful thrums as fear spiked and ebbed. I was plagued with images of who I'd be met with on the other side of this tunnel, and what they might do. I reasoned these craftsmen would not go to all this effort only to torture and kill me. Better the miners' union than the artisan government. Just do as they say, I told myself. I ignored the way the earth crept into my nostrils, past my lips, into my eyes. I just don't like the way she was looking at him, Otto was saying. He had a northern drawl, a boyish levity. Well, you ain't a proper pair yet, are you? The girl can look as much as she pleases, at whomever she pleases. She kissed me, though. Why is she looking at bloody Hank Shawley if she's kissing me? Perhaps she got tired of waiting on you to grow some hair on your bullocks and knock on her door. I'm trying to time it right. She bloody kissed you, Otto, a month ago. A bigger window I can't foresee. I've got a plan in mind. Yeah? That plan involve Hank between your lady's legs. Shut up. Take it from me, kid. You don't want to settle down just yet. The day I married was my last day of peace. Ha! You're starting to sound like the boss. My ears pricked. You could stand to be a little more like him. Yeah, alone and angry. Images of my father swelled to mind. A bloated face and bloodied eyes. Nah, Scotty grunted. Boss ain't lonely. He just don't want a woman. No longer than a night's worth, anyway. Otto chortled. Can't blame a fella. He's got plenty who are willing. Like I said, you could stand to be a little more like him. Finally, mercifully, the ground seemed to slope upward. The floor became slowly emptied of water. I slipped often, and Scotty's hands pulled me upright each time. Easy, princess. I pulled my arm from his grasp. Get off me! Ah, she speaks. You hear that, Otto? Good. She'll be doing a whole lot of talking in a few minutes. A few minutes? Just a few minutes between me and my captor. A hand suddenly pushed down on my head. Duck, princess. We're going up. My scalp glanced against a timber frame as I lowered it, and I collided with Otto. I heard the machinations then. The sound of iron squealing together, of metal chains clinking along their tracks. The floor beneath my boots shuddered, and I pitched forward as we moved. Upward, upward. The groan of timber and the strain of metal wheels rebounded around us, but after a short time, they disappeared altogether. Silence fell, and a hand prodded me from behind. Out you get, Otto said. My boots met uneven ground once more. It felt drier here, compacted. The light was muted, but certainly brighter. I could see the fine fibre of the burlap. And then a voice called to us from ahead. I jumped at its sound, shrank against the reverberations. Morning, boys, it said. You're late. It was heavily accented, northern, like the other men's, and not at all familiar. It was like smoke, smooth and deep, and gut-churning. Yeah, well, Scotty knocked her out for a good long while, and we carried her most of the way here, Otto blithered. I heard Scotty grumble at the accusation. How were I to know she'd drop like that? She's artisan, you idiot. They all drop like that. The other voice interrupted them then, and Otto and Scotty fell quiet. Take off her blindfold. Untie her hands. Perhaps its tenor had the same effect on them as it did me, because Scotty cleared his throat, swallowing whatever rebuttal he'd readied, and I felt the rope fall free of my wrists. The burlap pulled back over my face. I took one long, sweet breath, still clawing, still earth-rich and damp, but it filled my lungs. I blinked rapidly, trying to dispel the sudden light that poured through an aperture at the end of the passage. I looked over to my captors in the light, and found that Otto was short, dark-skinned, and wiry. He had close-cropped black hair and a miner's uniform. Scotty was distractingly huge, pale, with no hair and a bulging neck. We were still underground, still enclosed by walls made of dirt, but the passage was short. There were rough timber steps leading to our escape, and on the bottom rung sat a large man in black boots, a black expression, and a worn brown coat. He was younger than I'd figured, certainly more handsome. He had defined cheekbones and jaw, wavy chestnut hair, the chain of a pocket watch against his chest. From the inside of his coat, he pulled a tin lighter and lit a cigarette between his lips. "Hello, Miss Clark," he said in that same drawl, as though every word dragged from his lips was one too many. He studied me openly, his eyes gliding over my feet, legs, waist, chest, neck, and then, finally, his eyes found mine. Prismatic blue. A shock bolted through me. "I've been looking for you," he said. Then there was nothing but a weighted silence. I stared at him, and he at me. Eventually, Otto interjected. "She's definitely the one, boss. We tailed her for a good long while, didn't we, Scotty?" "Are you the Earth Charmer?" the man asked me, though it seemed he knew. I could only hesitate, lips agape, and after a moment, he smirked. I shifted my eyes away and cleared my throat, cheeks flaming. There was little to be gained from lying. In any case, I did not seem to have a mind to do anything but nod. I was fitting pieces together, locking keys into nooks. "Nina Clark," he said. Another pull on the cigarette, his stare held, and it was inescapable. I feared I would become entranced by it. "Do you know who I am?" I did. Only it was not a title that came to mind, but a 12-year-old boy with dirty hair and a double-looped belt. Don't be, I thought. Please be anyone else. "I'm Patrick Coulson," he said, and the memories collapsed and unfolded before me, recreating a man better dressed and fully grown, a man I both knew and didn't. He stood, watched me carefully. "Welcome to Kenton Hill." I looked around as though the walls might fall away to reveal the town, but there was only him. He was tall enough that his hair scraped the dirt ceiling. His eyebrows were thicker, darker, his chin more pronounced. Dark lashes framed those eyes, and I was as startled by them as I had been in a courtyard 13 years ago. I'd realized him handsome as a boy, but as a man, he was shocking. There were things missing now, however. A sense of ease, that glint of mischief. In their place was an expression that remained unsettlingly dark. It wasn't clear if the recognition was reciprocated. He only stared. Was he lingering over the parts of my face he remembered, the way I was? My heart stuttered. "She don't say much," Scotty offered, wiping his forehead on his sleeve. Patrick mused darkly. "Perhaps you knocked the sense from her." At that, his eyes turned on Scotty, cold and reproachful. "I told you to use a light hand." Scotty, far burlier than any man I'd seen, looked chided. "Aye," he said. "Nerves got the better of me. Apologies, miss." He slapped me gently on the back. I raised my eyebrows at him. "I should offer my apologies too," Patrick said, and I found myself disarmed once more when his gaze fell over me. "I ordered these men to bring you to me. The cautionary measures," he gestured to the sack, the rope in Scotty's hands, "were needed, at least until we get to know one another." I almost laughed. I stood with my shirt plastered to my skin and unbuttoned to near indecency. My legs shook in an effort to keep me standing. I was covered in mud. There was a lump swelling at the back of my head, and these men were offering their regrets now. My teeth gritted with the cold. I know enough. Exhaustion made me brave, careless. If Patrick Coulson didn't recognize me, then it would be more prudent to leave it that way. He nodded, discarded his cigarette. "And what do you know?" His voice seemed to swarm in my chest. "That we're animals and criminals who go around blowing everything to holy hell, I'd bet." That was the most common rhetoric on the miners' union, though it wasn't mine. To me, all of them were animals, artisans and crafters alike. I lifted my chin. "I know the skinny one hasn't any hair on his balls." I said it with perfect Bellevere inflection. "I know the round one doesn't love his wife. I know that you are lonely and angry, or so say your men here." I waited a beat, enough time for the beginnings of a grin to slip briefly onto Patrick Coulson's lips. "I know that you're not stupid enough to capture a charmer without realizing the hazard you've brought to your town. So why don't you tell me what it is you want, Mr. Coulson, and what you'll give me in return as payment for not burying us alive?" Silence. Just that small smile on Patrick Coulson's lips. Scotty and Otto shifted about uncomfortably, as though considering for the first time that I might be a threat to them.
"Ah, she's all bluster, Patty," Scotty said warily. "This one's scared of the tunnels, ain't she, miss? Barely kept herself together. Do you know what all the little artisan boys and girls are taught to do in that school, Scotty?"
Patrick asked casually. The man hesitated.
They're taught to paint and write poems and sing very prettily."
Patrick was pulling a new cigarette between his lips.
"And they're taught how to put on a character, to act."
The sound of struck flint, a burst of orange. His face was illuminated, then doused in shadow again. He played with the lighter haphazardly, but stared at me.
"She ain't afraid of the tunnels, lads."
Scotty was momentarily struck dumb, or at least dumber. His gaze swiveled toward me with fresh appraisal.
"But she were whimpering,"
he said weakly.
"She were acting,"
Patrick corrected. He eyed me blankly.
"In the hopes you'd think she weren't the earth charmer."
Patrick watched me, waiting for me to deny it perhaps, but I shrugged indifferently. He wasn't exactly correct. It was true I'd hoped to fool them, but it hadn't been difficult to fake fear so far beneath the surface. If those tunnels had collapsed, I wouldn't have been able to charm a damn thing, though I had no intention of telling Patrick that.
"She hasn't got any idiom on board, lads,"
Patrick said then, seemingly amused as he watched me.
"Hasn't had a hit in a while, I'd bet."
So he was an arrogant prick then.
"Idiom is in terrible short supply, Mr. Coulson. Rumour has it the Union has the last alchemist chained to a wall somewhere."
Scotty spat on the ground in faux outrage, and Otto gave the canary cage an incensed shake.
"Those roddy bastards,"
he said theatrically.
"Fucking thieves, the lot of them."
Patrick's slight smile didn't break.
"I've never much cared for rumours."
I sighed. "And am I to believe that you lot are the Miners' Union welcoming party?" Patrick blew out an achingly slow cloud of smoke, and in the silence, I squirmed. He had a way of stealing the air, leaving you vulnerable.
"I've been searching for you, Miss Clark,"
he drawled.
"Me and everyone else, it seems."
I squared my shoulders, though my knees shook. "Well, here I am."
"There you are."
I thought there was a speck of wonderment in his voice.
"And right lucky it is that I'd be the one to find you. I imagine you've earned yourself quite the prison sentence by now. They're jailing rebels and deserters alike these days."
"Is that your deal, then?" I asked, eyes narrowing. "Do as you say, or you'll throw me to the House of Lords." He pretended that I hadn't spoken.
"I've come to the assumption you've only remained neutral all this time because there's some morsel of sympathy you can't rid yourself of. For crafters, I mean. For the Miners' Union."
"For terrorists?" I asked. "No, sir. My sympathy is reserved for civilians, the ones who never asked to be a part of your war." He gravelled, the sound cinching my stomach.
"Then we'll need to change your mind. Redeem ourselves."
I wanted to laugh at him. How could all that blood possibly be redeemed? "What do you want from me?" He waited a beat, considered his words carefully.
Partnership.
And if I refuse?
There's a train leaving Kenton Hill in a half hour,
he said easily.
I'll take you there myself.
And tie me to the tracks, most likely. The men chortled. Patrick's eyebrows rose.
Do you think us gangsters, miss?
I did. It was written in the way he stood, in the pistol strapped to his side beneath his coat. I think you're murderous, I said coldly. He nodded sagely, stubbed out his cigarette.
Not all of us can be daughters of aristocrats, I suppose.
Then his eyes bore into mine again, and there was that missing glint, that shiver of trouble. We were 12 once more, daring each other to steal cakes. He doesn't know who you are, I thought, trying to ease my thrumming pulse.
If you don't want me for a partner, then I'll let you be on your way, miss. You can go back to sleeping in the slums and telling your lies and scraping for a meal, awaiting the day Tanner catches up with you.
I didn't bother to argue. It wasn't so far from the mark.
Or you could agree, and in a few short months, when our business is done, I'll ensure your safe passage off this continent.
I stilled. My heart galloped.
Ah, you see.
His eyes trailed over me, raised goose flesh over my skin.
There's something you want. A one-way ticket on a big old steamer headed anywhere but here. To the islands, maybe, where there's no idiom to fight over, and no one's ever heard of the renowned Nina Clark.
I narrowed my eyes. How long have your men followed me? Otto chuckled.
Long enough to know that you prefer the seaside towns, the ports and harbours, or watched you try and bribe your way onto one of them cargo ships?
I shivered at the thought of this man trailing me for that long, just out of sight.
But they're all jammed up and anchored, Otto rambled. Tanner won't let anyone in or out, will he? I figure there ain't much a woman on the run wouldn't do for escape.
A tale as old as Idia, I said darkly. Men have always believed the way to win a war is to hold a woman hostage. Patrick shook his head.
Then you misunderstand me. You're no hostage. Partner with me, and I'll get you on a ship out of Hokelin by the end of spring.
My entire being coiled at the thought of that ship headed away, headed anywhere. But it was impossible. As Otto said, I'd tried every port, every fisherman, every vessel manned by a crafter. But no one could leave, and certainly not someone who looked strikingly like a wanted bulletin. The canary screeched. I shivered. Somewhere above us all, a distant bell rang. 7 years I'd avoided this, avoided these impossible choices in a fight that would likely never end. I didn't believe Patrick Coulson. No one had a way out of the trench. And as for running, if I were to leave Kenton Hill now, I'd find myself in shackles soon after, I was sure. What is it that you want me to do? Not an acceptance, but not a denial either.
Talk,
Patrick said.
I need information. Things you might know about the house.
And
I need your tunnelling expertise.
A miner asking an artisan to build a tunnel, I muttered, shaking my head. Where will the tunnels lead?
That depends,
Patrick answered, voice snaking into my insides once more.
On how much you talk. Do we have a deal?
He waited. Otto and Scotty were silent. Even the canary paused its tirade. I wavered. I need to know that you'll fulfill your end of the bargain. There are no ships in or out of Bellevue Trench. How will you get me out?
There is one ship that continues its passage. It won't be stopped at port.
How do you know?
Because it won't make port at all,
Patrick said.
The ship will hold some supplies I've purchased from far-off lands. It will anchor briefly for 1 hour in late June, east of Hokelin. You'll be ferried to it.
I chewed on my tongue, shifted my feet. Hokelin was a fishing village. Its boat still trundled over lazy waves a short way south. If it were true, if he could get me out, then it would all be over. No more war, no more running. I've been running for too long. I won't kill anyone. I won't ask you to, he stated. There was no humour in his voice now. And I won't blow anything up. I thought of Aunt Frances. He nodded. Just tunnels. You have my word. I sighed deeply, reined in a shiver that went bone deep, and glared at Patrick Coulson. Then find me somewhere to sleep and something to wear, I said, wrapping my arms around my torso. Maybe something to drink. I thought I saw his shoulders sag some. After you. He gestured to the ladder behind him. I felt his gaze on me as I climbed, rung after rung, and it made me clumsy. My foot slipped on the iron, and my pulse sprinted as his hand enveloped my ankle. He doesn't know who you are. I clambered out into warmth and light, and Patrick followed. Welcome to Kenton Hill, he said again, as he rose to his feet. Together we stood on a knoll where the setting sun above burned the clouds and made titanic shadows over rolling hills, chestnut trees, and the silhouette of a town in the distance. Hope your swank legs have enough strength for a short stroll. I tore my eyes from the town in the distance, looking back over my shoulder. Otto and Scotty did not emerge. They'll be along, Patrick answered before I could speak. He put his hands in his pockets and walked on. Come. And what if I were to attack you while it's just the two of us? Don't men like you need lackeys? He chuckled dully, lit another cigarette, released the smoke into the sky. You wouldn't hurt me, Nina Harrow, he said. We know too much about each other, don't we?
Chapter 16. Patrick. Nina's eyes flared, lightly ignited by the instinct to run. She still had that coiled look, her body tense to spring. Years on the run had left marks everywhere on her. Oh, you don't look so different, Patrick lied. Wetter, perhaps. Should have cut your hair. Ain't it the thing to do in hiding? The flares went out. Her expression flattened, exactly as it had when she was 12, and she thought him an imbecile. Her eyes flitted to the west. You won't have much luck out that way. These hills aren't safe. Trigger mines everywhere. You ever seen a mine blow a person apart? He hollowed his cheeks to mimic detonation. Not a pleasing sight. The shattered stare Nina gave him indicated she'd seen quite a few mines. Only war gave a person that look. You buried mines around your own town. She sounded disgusted. It's wartime, darling. Never know what's coming round those bends. Patrick pointed to the place where the train tracks bent into the hills and disappeared. From this height, at this distance, all of Kenton Hill was just visible, fading into the encumbering night. Small, unassuming, weak. That was likely how the town looked to her, how it looked to anyone from the outside. Patrick turned to Nina once more. Shall we? When did you figure out I was the Earth Charmer? She didn't move an inch, didn't avoid his stare the way the others did. Her glare burrowed deep and clung on, and Patrick was glad. It gave him permission to stare back, so he stared for as long as he liked. A smatter of remaining freckles. No, yellow left in her ringlets. Her hair was limp and wet, but still tightly curled, the colour of spun gold. Her hands were clenched, her legs now long and distractingly feminine. all of her now shaped and carved into the valleys of a woman. But some things she'd brought with her, the same discerning eyes, hazel-flecked and heavily shadowed in lashes. Her lips were fuller, but pressed into a familiar line when she scowled. She still spoke like bullets were loaded on her tongue, even if she'd learned to speak like a proper swank. Patrick decided to tell her the truth. I knew the day of our siphoning. And it was true. The second word got out that an earth charmer had been siphoned. He'd been sure it was her.
No one spoke of anything else on the train home. A crafter girl turned into an artisan.
He whistled. As you and I both know, that almost never happens. And an earth charmer, no less. She exhaled and looked back to the township below.
And what did people say when you told them? She asked. I bet you sung like a canary, didn't you?
There seemed little point in arguing. If she wanted to think of him in such a way, Patrick would let her. He buried his hands in his pockets.
Not many people take the word of a 12-year-old seriously,
he said. Nina scoffed, eyes wide.
You know, for the first few days in that school I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I was terrified someone would figure me out, someone would talk. But I never worried it would be you.
Lord, those hazel eyes sank deep into a man's skin.
I had complete faith in you.
Her arms loosened a little. Her shoulders fell.
Naive of me, wasn't it?
It wasn't, but Patrick nodded anyway. It was clever, changing your name.
It wasn't my doing, she said bluntly,
though Patrick had figured this much on his own. It wasn't a ruse a 12-year-old alone could uphold. There were endless things Patrick and Nina hadn't considered in that courtyard, many of which he had since come to know. He didn't question her further. He was all too aware of the tightening springs in her legs, the grit on her cheeks. You look a fucking sight, he said casually, then began down the hill without her, if only to drag his eyes away. Come on, I got a place for you to wash yourself. There's even a bed.
No dungeon.
Having them remodelled, he answered, grinning at the sound of her feet following. The chains are all rusted up. The grass whispered around her footfalls as she walked. Her breaths shortened.
What of the landmines?
No need to worry. Patrick turned to walk backward. He tapped his temple twice. Got them all memorized. Just walk where I walk and stay close. Her cheeks turned sallow, and she quickened her pace. Day waned, and weak sunlight turned the grass stalks flaxen. Patrick led a complex and winding path through the deadly maze, unmarked by anything discernible. They passed a sole apple tree, rounded a broken wagon. He heard her breaths hitch with the decline of the slope, and for a moment he thought he felt her exhales hit the back of his neck. A lump rose in his throat.
You've changed much more than I imagined,
she said, without warning, the dirt paths just ahead. Patrick thought it the most understated thing he'd ever heard. That I have.
I read the papers, she said, every week, when the rumours about the idiom popped up. I wondered if you'd started them.
Patrick scoffed, quietly, darkly.
though when he looked at Nina, her face was stricken. "Me?" he questioned. "No, Nina. We started them. You and me. The day we broke into that fucking cellar." She blanched. "Those rumours started the first ripples of war." "That they did. Yet I'm supposed to trust that you'll see me safely out of the trench." "You should trust no one, Nina," was his answer. "Not a single soul." In the distance, from the muddied alley of 2 brick town houses, came a swift, moving silhouette. It bounded, barking madly, over a low-bearing fence and out in the fields toward us. For a moment, it became sidetracked by a scent to the west. Only when Patrick whistled once, short and sharp, did the creature turn and resume its course. Nina watched the dog leaping happily over grass stalks in every direction. She scowled as it circled Patrick's feet manically. "Hello, Isaiah," Patrick said. The animal panted up at him a moment, then bounded away, running freely over the open land. "There aren't any landmines," Nina said. "Are there?" "There are." Patrick grinned. "Nowhere nearby, though. That wouldn't be safe now, would it?" He found a stick in the grass and threw it towards Isaiah. "No dungeons, either." She made a noise of exasperation or sheer annoyance. It was difficult to tell. "Trust no one," she muttered. Lord, he'd hoped she hadn't grown to be beautiful. "They're not villains, Nina," Patrick said. "Just simple crafters." "Simple crafters who blow up schools?" she spat. He sighed bitterly. "In our defense," he said. "We told you we were coming."
Chapter 17. Nina. The dog led the way into town, his brown tail swinging side to side and nose to the ground. He turned every so often to spy Patrick, who paid him no mind. Patrick only watched the ground as he walked, kicking stones away from his boots, hands in pockets. He did not slow his pace for me. For days after the bombing of the artisan school, I'd been shell-shocked, my skeleton rattling inside me long after the fact. On occasion, my head still swam, my vision blurred unexpectedly. I felt that way now, like I'd been thrown in opposite directions. I wanted to hurl something vitriolic at him, accuse him of killing my friends, my aunt. But in truth, there'd never been many friends, and my aunt wasn't truly my aunt. So instead I said, "You murdered children in that school, you know." He didn't turn.
"Did we? Or did our right honourable lord ignore the dozens of messages we sent in warning, directing him to evacuate the city?"
"But he didn't," I said, "and you blew it up anyway." He spun on his heel. He didn't seem as self-important as before, only intimidating.
"All right, then we're villains,"
he said darkly, eyes piercing.
"And we burned down your castle, if that's what you need to believe. But if we're villains, then Lord Tanner is the fucking devil."
I ignored the tremble in my core. I looked him up and down. "Patrick Coulson," I said in a voice I hoped was derisive. "Leader of the Miners' Union." The House of Lord should have accounted for an angry boy who might one day stumble onto a crate of fake idiom, might board a train back to the brink and divulge, might one day lead an army of revolutionaries. Patrick clicked his tongue.
"Son of the chairman."
I peered at him, saw again that boyish glint beneath the veneer of a man. "Your father?" His jaw ticked.
"My father is—"
Detained. The pieces fell together. I saw the light in his eyes deaden, and continued anyway. In a clink somewhere in the city, I'd imagine. The papers had been vague in their headlines. They never published a single name. Not the leaders, not the town whence he'd come. Perhaps the writers didn't know. 2 years since his father's arrest was made.
John Coulson,
Patrick said. I felt that overwhelming heaviness return. His voice was shadows.
When he returns, he'll resume his seat, and my brothers and I will do as sons do.
I scoffed. What their fathers tell them.
What their fathers taught them,
he corrected.
If they were fortunate enough to be taught.
We entered what I assumed was the main street, and I halted. Whatever quip I prepared abruptly fled. From afar, Kenton Hill had seemed not so far removed from Scurry. Hillier, smaller, but the same. Lines of chimneys that coughed smoke, and the rhythmic clinking of the mills. Blackened roof tiles atop clay brick townhouses. Row after row, curving to its middle like a snail shell. A mining parish. A town in the brink, identical to the next, and unrecognizable in its middle. I turned in every direction, scanning the street from road to rooftop, from doorway to doorway as far as I could see, my mouth agape. I'd drawn a picture as a child in a Scurry schoolroom, something of fantasy that didn't exist outside my mind, and I'd known so even then at the age of 6. A crooked street with building facades decorated in an assortment of instruments. Bells and horns and bird cages hanging from shingles. Perhaps it hadn't been my imagination at all. Perhaps I'd glimpsed the future and seen Kenton Hill. It was a normal main street of brick facades, except that it was not normal at all. It was decorated and embellished, mismatched and absurd. The walls were crawling in bizarre networks of pipes, the copper glinting beneath. Lanterns? 1,000 of them, hanging from lines that spanned the eaves along the street, as though someone had reached into the sky and pulled the galaxy closer. Meanwhile, the light posts had no lanterns. They were topped in large steel bowls. I couldn't fathom their purpose, nor the purpose of the large basins that teetered on the edges of shingles, the grates lining either side of the street, the steel tracks that ran straight down its centre. Surely they weren't for a train. The question was answered when a shrill whistle sounded, and a machine the likes of which I'd never seen trundled up the lane. It was a mutation of several recognisable things. A steam train smokebox without its stack, 6 wheels that resembled that of a coach, and a black carriage to match. But the inside was elongated, hollow. It held only standing passengers, and all 10 of them grasped belts that hung from the ceiling and leaned out the sides. The locomotive moved along the steel track slowly, without pistons or steam. There was no driver, just an incessant low clanking that I realised came from cables above. Isaiah ran along beside the vehicle, barking merrily. The passengers on board did not wait for the machine to stop before alighting. They jumped from the rear of the carriage when they pleased.
It's called a trolley,
Patrick said suddenly, and I jumped. He stood a distance from me, looking where I looked. I laughed despite myself. A few of its passengers tipped their caps to me, or perhaps to Patrick. Where is it going?
Only from one end of town to the other. It will head back in a moment.
But I teemed with questions, none of them forming a sensible line. Patrick looked about with indifference, as though we weren't standing on a jerry-built jumble of thought, a patchwork paper town.
We've made some modifications these past years.
How? Again, words eluded me. I'd seen many towns in the past 7 years, walked through their main streets, and most were littered by remnants of conflict. Walls buckling, orphans sitting among the bricks, shop owners patching their windows and carrying on. Business as usual, the stench of despondency thicker than smoke. Those other towns were depictions of Scurry, or how I remembered it, untouched and unchanged. The crafters worked and worked with the turning of the earth and transported their goods out of town. There was time for little else. The only other places in the trench that had made me marvel were the mountains, the ruins, the seaside, and, of course, Bellevere City, where the artisans were the machines that turned the cogs. Kenton Hill matched none of this. How? I uttered. How is this possible? Patrick walked ahead, his coat billowing out behind him.
It's amazing how much time and resources can be made available when you no longer work for Bellevere City.
I followed hurriedly, trying to keep pace to hear him. It had been a long time since the first strikes at the mines, at the mills, the factories, the docks, but some labour had resumed under the pressure of the artisan government. Only where there wasn't a choice. Towns already impoverished could not afford to go without the capital's support for long. You held your strike?
We did,
Patrick said easily.
Been a long time since we turned over a single dime to Tanner. We're completely independent.
I skirted puddles at the last moment, sputtering. But how? How have you...
Survived,
Patrick offered.
Without the House of Lords blowing us to pieces, you mean?
I pressed my lips together. It was exactly what I meant. He sniffed knowingly.
You won't speak ill of them,
he noted.
Suppose I wouldn't either, if they'd fed me from their silver cutlery and dressed me in silk.
I ignored the jibe. How?
Oh, just some luck,
he said, drawing a pocket watch from his coat. He glanced at it and said no more. A few residents still remained on the streets. They seemed familiar with Patrick, nodding or making way for him as he passed. Those who looked at me averted their eyes quickly. I imagined I resembled a beggar of sorts, but I cared very little. I had forgotten the dirty clothes sticking to my skin, the ache of my legs. My neck craned as I tried to discern more of the buildings and their strange facades. What do the pipes carry?
Gas,
he said.
Water.
I shook my head in wonder. Simple crafters, you said? He only nodded. What of your police? I asked, for every town had government-instated police. Or the scribblers?
We're a small town, miss. We've only ever had the one scribbler. A handful of police.
And you aren't worried someone will recognise me? That they might turn me into authorities? There's a price on my head, Mr. Coulson.
Patrick,
he corrected.
And no, I'm not worried.
No, I grimaced, because you run this town. A huff of mirth escaped his lips. He clicked his tongue as he looked over at me with those unnaturally clear crystal blue eyes.
No one runs us. You don't listen much, do you?
He crossed the street then, whistling to Isaiah. He walked purposefully toward a tall, teetering building, its many windows alight. The sign hanging above the door read, Coulson and Sons. Patrons spilled out onto the street, wobbling as they walked. A cat slipped through the swinging door and disappeared inside. Above, floors of windows wavered higher than the other townhouses. I panted as I reached Patrick's side again. Lord, but my head pounded. Surely you're not an innkeeper as well as a gangster? He caught the door as it swung open once more. Two women holding fast to each other stumbling out. He waited for them to pass, then said to me,
In you get.
I scowled, then peered beyond him. A tall, polished counter stretched along one side, lined with occupied stools. A man in a peaked cap spat thickly into a waiting bucket at his feet. Round tables crowded the floor, bustling with yet more patrons and their drinks. The volume was like a blast of hot air. Laughter, shouting, music, a piano. A man stood atop a wooden chair and tried to tap dance but abruptly fell sideways. Isaiah suddenly appeared at my thigh, panting for attention.
On your bed, Isaiah,
Patrick said firmly, and the great dog lumbered off to a waiting nest of blankets by the wall.
Nina, go on in.
My nose wrinkled. I'm not a dog. But I strode into the fray regardless. I thought I heard him inhale sharply as I passed. The noise grew impossibly louder.
Ho ho!
Came a throaty call. A man alighted his stool awkwardly, spilling half his pint on the floor as he did so. He had a pock-marked face and hair sprouting from his jaw in uneven patches. He was before me in 2 large strides.
And who've we here?
He smelled of sweat and grease. The black smeared on his gums explained the watery look in his eyes. Bluff, I thought. The bad sort. I remembered the look from Scurry, where the men would trade for and swallow a dose of it before their shift in the mines. They went down the shaft smiling and bleary-eyed, then came back with shaking hands, dry tongues, and a penchant for throwing bottles. I backed away a step.
"Look at this, lads! A lady in trousers!"
He hooted, grabbing a belt loop at my waist. I shoved his fingers away.
"You're soaked through, miss,"
he said, undeterred, and his eyes lingered on my chest, where too much cleavage showed.
"Let me warm you."
He reached for me. A chill swept through me. Fear. Every muscle in my body became taut.
"Hello, Bernie,"
came Patrick's smoke-hazed voice. He stood over my shoulder, a head taller than me, close enough to put a hand on my waist. I felt the heat of his fingertips through my clothes. Something strange happened then. A reaction. Not just from the man named Bernie, whose eyes had left my face and become afraid. Not just in the energy that left Patrick's fingertips and imprinted on my skin, but in the entire establishment. The music stuttered, then softened. The patrons closest immediately quieted, alerted that something was imminent, a sizzle of danger. Whatever silent warning had been sent through the air quickly found the broader crowd. Conversation died. Laughter was smothered. A charge lingered. Each patron stared over my shoulder to where Patrick stood. I looked back at him to see eyes I did not recognize. Cold as glaciers.
"Patty,"
the man named Bernie said, pulling his cap from his head.
I meant no harm, Pat. Apologies."
But the bluff made the consonants blend where they shouldn't. He tried again.
"Apologies, miss. I thought you were alone."
Silence. For a moment, Patrick only stared at the man, but the effect was haunting. Then he looked across the room, smiled thinly.
"No trouble,"
he said, eyes finding Bernie again.
"A misunderstanding."
Shoulders relaxed, breaths were exhaled. The piano man picked up in the middle of the melody, right where he'd left off. I too drew a breath as the tension broke, and all eyes turned away once more. But Patrick stepped closer to Bernie. He patted the man's shoulder amenably, and leaned down to his ear.
"You don't want to do that again, Bernie, or I'd have to cut a piece out of you. You know that. I go home to your missus," Patrick said, straightening. "Wash your fucking mouth out before you get there."
I watched, entranced, as Bernie nodded fervently, eyes rolling in his great head. He donned his cap and skirted around us with his nose down, then fled. There was no other word for it. Around us, festivities continued. Patrick grimaced.
"This way."
He took my wrist as he passed, fingers pressing firmly into the flesh, and the sounds, the smells, the feel of his calloused palm on my skin. It sent a roar of memory shuddering through me. My father's hands had been the same, skin thickened and worn. He threaded us through the crowd with a sense of urgency, to the side of the bar where a door waited. Before he pulled me through it, I caught sight of a woman glowering at the two of us. She stood by a large keg, a dishcloth tucked into the apron around her waist, jaw taut, mousy hair tied back, eyes as blue as Patrick's. Then the door swung shut, and we were in a claustrophobic spiral stairwell. "Let me go!" I said immediately, pulling my hand free. Patrick shook his head, then began taking the stairs 2 at a time.
"Thought that school might have taught you better manners."
I cursed beneath my breath, hurrying to keep up once more. He tsked.
"You can take the girl out of Scurry, but you can't—"
"Fucking hell, Patrick, slow down!" He gave a low whistle, but didn't slow at all.
"Still got a pin in your ass, I see."
I stumbled, as the echoes of his quiet laughter spiraled up to the distant ceiling. We climbed to the very top, finally arriving on the last landing. A narrow hallway with 3 doors, Brass numbers screwed into the wood. 13, 14, 15. A young man no older than 18 or so sat on a stool at the end of the skinny hall. He stood at the sight of us. "Pat," he greeted, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Patrick nodded to him, then pulled a key from his pocket. He ignored the door to the left and the right, and unlocked the last one, number 15.
"As you were, Sam,"
Patrick told the boy, and I looked back to see Sam nod eagerly, sitting straight backed on the stool and looking dead ahead, except for the furtive glances he spared for me. Patrick had to duck his head to enter the room. I followed him, and the door shut with a weak thud. The ceiling was bowed in its middle, like it might split at any moment. The 4 walls were papered in faded cherry blossoms, the only break in the pattern coming from a crack along one wall, and the window fitted with a bench. The bed was made of timber, the mattress lumpy, even with its neat coverings. It was a room redrawn from 100 other rooms I'd occupied before. Sparse, small, dark. But pipes fed through the plaster and hung over a large basin, and there were valves on the sides. A chute wedged beneath the other side of the windowsill, disappearing over the roof tiles. By the bed was a cord that hung from a sconce, and I could not fathom its use. A large bleached rug covered the floorboards, and a squat wardrobe sat beside the door.
"There are some clothes and linen in there,"
Patrick said, watching me closely.
"If you need anything else, ask for Mrs. Coulson."
I spun. "Your wife?" But of course he should have a wife. He's not 12 anymore.
"My mother," he corrected, "and the innkeeper."
The barmaiden with blue eyes flashed through my mind again. Coulson and Sons. I exhaled and nodded. He didn't strike me as an innkeeper. He smiled thinly. It did not reach his eyes.
"It will be less complicated if I don't strike you as anything."
My pulse quickened. It suddenly seemed entirely improper that we should be standing in this room together, door pressed shut at my back. I shifted uncomfortably. Why did it have to be him? He looked down at my legs, then back to my eyes.
"You're nervous,"
he accused softly. My face heated. Shouldn't I be? I was knocked unconscious and brought here blindfolded. He tsked.
"Scotty lets his nerves get the better of him sometimes. He'll be properly scolded, I assure you."
I chewed over something I wanted to say, but wasn't sure how to. "Those people downstairs, they seem afraid of you." He was slow to answer.
"Do they?"
"You threatened to cut that man," I pressed, my fingers trembling. "And I'm supposed to believe you won't lay a hand on me?" He went still then, pensive. His hands moved to his pockets, and he buried them. I found myself unable to look elsewhere, though every instinct suggested I should.
"It's not wise to trust anyone at all, Nina Harrow, though it might ease your mind to know that we won't be seeing much of each other after tonight. You needn't be nervous."
I raised my eyebrows skeptically.
"Earth, charming,"
he said, by way of explanation.
"That's all I need from you. When it's time, you'll go to the tunnels and move the earth so that we can get where we need to go undetected. Our diggers will help you where they can. Until then, you won't be bothered."
"That's how you've stayed hidden all this time?" I asked. "You move about in tunnels?"
"We're miners,"
he said, and I hated the smirk in his voice.
"It ain't so mysterious."
"And what of the information you mentioned?" I asked. I wondered what intel I could possibly have that he wanted.
"I'll have someone collect you when there's something we need to know."
I frowned. "We?"
"Coulson and Sons."
False grandeur coloured his tone. He gestured to the room around him as though it were a showpiece.
"In the meantime, you'll rest. Sam will wait outside your door, should you need something."
I glanced back at the door in question. "He'll wait there all night?"
"He's paid handsomely to do so."
"And if I should wish to explore Kenton Hill, I'd like to see the landscape, perhaps visit Idia's Canal." A small eagerness kindled in the pit of my stomach. I thought of the main street of Kenton Hill and its many oddities. Patrick sighed, pulled a cigarette from the inside of his coat.
You know Idia's Canal, do you?
I read a lot.
I remember.
He said nothing more for a moment, tapping the unlit cigarette against his thigh.
This here is a fine window.
He gestured to the pane.
One can see for miles.
I felt each muscle in my body tighten. It took colossal effort to unlock my jaw. And if I should grow tired of the view?
Then you'll need to break down the door and hope Sam is feeling generous enough to let you pass. Though I wouldn't wager it if I were you. I've paid him to drag you back in should you try it. Don't try it, miss, for my sake. One knock on the head is regrettable. Two would begin to make me question my honour.
So I was a prisoner then, as I'd suspected. My lip curled. I thought I was free to take the next train out.
Ah,
he said.
I'm afraid I lied about that too. We've repurposed the trains and their tracks.
My mouth fell open. He didn't smile as he spoke.
We can both act, Nina. Only I didn't need a fancy school to teach me.
Fuck you! He twirled the cigarette in his fingers and looked out the window once more, thinking. It was a while before he spoke again. My head pounded. I wished he would leave.
You speak different, he said into the small space. Stand different.
There was no inflection to it. I couldn't tell if it was an insult or something else.
You've got that high society swagger now. Nose in the air.
He allowed his eyes to travel openly over me. They stuck to that place on the inside of my forearm, where an ugly, shapeless scar contorted the skin.
But you didn't join him, did you?
I wondered if he spoke to himself or to me. We held that gaze for an interminable time, trying to peel back the layers of each other and find something recognizable beneath, trying to make sense of our paths that are diverted so wildly, and yet somehow rejoined. Bellowing inside me was the insistence to run while I still could. He said,
I need you to stay inside this room, in this building. It's important that you don't go farther, miss. Do you understand?
I understand plenty, I said between clenched teeth. The effect was dampened by my sudden swaying. It seemed my legs were finally beginning to give out. Patrick took 2 short strides toward me, his hands reaching my shoulders before I teetered over.
Whoa there,
he grunted, then cursed softly. I found myself sitting on the bed, dizzy now.
Someone will bring up a plate of food,
said a voice, its direction unclear to me.
Rest, Nina. I'll have a doctor visit you in the morning.
Don't need a doctor, I murmured, words blending.
Nevertheless, one will be sent. For now, take this.
He handed me a corked amber bottle. Its glass was emblazoned with the words, ink tincture. Bluff. My eyes closed of their own accord. I unstoppered the bottle and brought it to my lips, grateful for the medicine. But the liquid, I realized with aching slowness, did not taste of bluff. It was metallic, icy cold. Idiom. My eyes opened, and I found Patrick watching me warily. So then, you have the alchemist, I said, only it came out slurred. The rumors are true. I fell back onto the covers, the bowed ceiling sinking closer and closer.
Rest.
His voice was deeper, hypnotic even.
I need you ready for what's coming. You're safe here, I promise.
Nowhere was safe. A sigh, and then a hand swept tangles of damp hair from my forehead, and I could not tell if it was my own or that of another. Darkness smothered sensation, and I gladly curled into its embrace.
Chapter 18. Patrick. Patrick closed the door behind him. took the key from his pocket, and locked it. Sam had already sprung to his feet, and he caught the key when Patrick threw it to him. Patrick needed badly to find a drink. "Don't let anyone pass you by, Sam," he said in a far-off voice. "Yes, sir." "Good man." The piano music and raised voices crept up the stairwell, muffling the sounds of a rhythmic moaning on the third floor, a drunken argument on the second. Patrick paused on the last step, pinching the bridge of his nose, forcing his racing mind to shut up. Then he cursed lowly, pulled his collar higher, and pushed the door open. The volume swallowed him. Clarence was belting the piano keys to the poor accompaniment of Old Digger Come, sung by a small crowd with closed eyes, arms banded about one another's shoulders. The pastor sat in the corner, puce-faced, as he arm-wrestled a boy half his age. Beneath a framed portrait of Patrick's grandmother, two women pressed into the wall, mouths and hands and hips joined. A drum beat incessantly behind Patrick's right eye. "Pat!" trilled Mary Laurie. She wore a blouse pulled low over her breasts, with the first button undone. "Join us!" Her teeth were wine-tinged. It made her look cannibalistic. The man whose lap she sat upon had turned at the sound of Patrick's name and grinned drunkenly in his direction. "Brother!" Donnie shouted, almost dislodging Mary Laurie. "You back already? Weren't so hard to get her here then, eh?" Patrick's little brother felt around the stained table for his drink, almost knocking over several others in the process. "Lord, kill me," Patrick groaned, then took the glass of whiskey before Donnie could reach it, swallowing the remnants. For a brief moment, he shut his eyes in pleasure, then turned to Mary Laurie. "Excuse us, darling." She pouted and demurred, but stood all the same. She made sure to touch a discreet finger to Patrick's belt as she passed. An invitation. When she had melted into the crowd, Patrick grabbed Donnie's coat from the floor and threw it to him. "Get up," he said. "We've got business." Donnie groaned, then slumped onto the tabletop. "Please, Patty, not tonight." "Get up," Patrick told him once more, and started for the exit. Patrick made it 3 paces before he was stopped. This time, a different woman blocked his way. She wore an apron and carried several empty pints, a furious expression souring her fair looks. She glared up at Patrick with eyes he'd inherited, though hers were harder, more cutting. Deep lines sprouted from their corners. "Ma," Patrick greeted her, resisting the urge to scrub a hand over his face. Let this fucking night end. Tess Coulson had a stare that could gouge out a man's insides. If someone cut Patrick and his brother open, they'd find empty husks. "Where have you come from?" she asked shrewdly. Her voice reminded him of cracked leather, the heavy northern accent born from her marrow. "Running errands," Patrick answered, smiling in a way he hoped was genial. "I'll say good night then." "Who was that ringing wet girl you brought back with you?" She eyed the door to the stairwell. "Never seen her before." "It's just a guess," he said bluntly. "Sam's looking in on her." Her jaw ticked. "Another?"
She was not fooled by the evasion.
"You're planning to fill up the entire building with artisans, Patrick?"
"If I see fit." He suppressed harsher words. "Tell the cook to send up something for her, would you?" Tess Coulson shook her head in resigned reproach. "Who is she?" Patrick didn't answer the question. He often found he didn't need to where his mother was concerned. Tess Coulson had the ability to weigh her son's breaths and read the morphing valleys of their expressions. "Her?" she blustered, shaking her head in exasperation.
"It's her, ain't it?"
Her. It meant many things at once. "It is." She nodded. It was not a gesture of support. My, she said.
"You've gone and fucked it all up now, son, haven't you? You're going to bring the whole world down upon us."
Patrick stared at a spot above her head and tempered himself.
"She's on our side now," he said firmly. "Is she?"
"She will be." Tess closed her eyes, and when she opened them, Patrick felt her exhaustion, her worry. A mother's worry. "Be careful, son," she said.
"Please, for all our sakes, promise me."
Before he could nod, a hand took Patrick's shoulder from behind. He did not bother looking back to see who it was, but Tess Coulson did. Her expression turned disapproving. She looked expectantly back at Patrick.
"What's this? You ain't taking your brother nowhere in his state."
Donnie chose that moment to lean his chin on Patrick's shoulder. "What state?" he drawled.
"He's drunk,"
Tess said. Donnie was now pursing his lips around an invisible cigarette and attempting to light it.
"Get him upstairs now."
"We've got a small matter of business first," Patrick said. "Won't take long." Tess sighed, eyeing her sons as though God had given her a small reservoir of strength and they'd stolen it all at birth.
"I don't want to hear nothing about it in the morning," she said. "You hear me?"
"Night, Ma," Patrick said, stepping around her. He left her seething in place and pushed the door open. Isaiah lumbered over from his spot by the fireplace and followed them out. Once over the threshold, Patrick didn't keep moving right away. Instead, he lifted his face to the night sky, sucked breath into his lungs. "God help me," he thought. Donnie had followed close, his hand still pressed to Patrick's shoulder, releasing it once they'd cleared the stoop. "I was about to take that girl to bed, Patty. This better be important," he said, eyes staring somewhere beyond. They never stilled. His pupils were the same hue as Patrick's own, but they twitched minutely, even under the weight of whiskey. "Which girl?" Patrick scoffed. "The whore." Isaiah nosed his hand, eager to get moving. "She weren't a whore," Donnie staggered, overbalancing. "Said she were a traveller girl from Dorset." "Well," Patrick exhaled, beginning down the street. He tugged on Donnie's sleeve until he fell into pace. "Unless I'm mistaken, I seem to remember Mary Laurie growing up in her daddy's scrapyard on Rotting Way." Donnie gasped. "Fuck me! Was that Mary Laurie?" "It were," Patrick said. You need to stop drinking like that, Donnie." He sniffed. "I couldn't see straight before I started drinking. Ain't getting any blinder, am I?" Patrick supposed he was right.
Donny had never seen well as a kid, and it had only worsened with the years, his sight fading until there was nothing at all, blind before he could find the first hair on his chin. Patrick sighed. Blindness ain't ever hindered you so much before. Come to think of it, her tits did feel familiar, Donny muttered. Hey, wait a minute. Where's me wallet? Long gone, I'll bet. Donny dropped his hand to Patrick's coat sleeve, gripping the fabric behind his elbow between two fingers. Women, he bleated. Taking your money whether you bet 'em or not. A boyfriend would at least spend the night with me. Patrick lit a cigarette and put it in his brother's hand, then lit another for himself. Mary gets more done in a day than you do in a week, little brother, he said. Costs me a lot fucking less too, mind you. I earn my keep, Donny protested. I'm out here with you now, ain't I? You planning on telling me where the fuck we're going? Patrick's jaw flexed, the irritation he'd stemmed earlier returning. We're off to old Bernie's place, he said. I need a quick word. Donny slowed a moment, then hurried to catch up. Bernie? What'd he do? Patrick tried to frame the words carefully, though they fell flat no matter their shape. He insulted a friend. A friend? Donny scoffed. Who? Otto? Probably deserved it. Not Otto. Then who? Bernie's a dolt, but he's no threat, Patty. You ought to leave him be. People will think... I need a word with the man, Patrick placated. That's all. He could feel Donny frowning behind him. No cutting. No, he said. No cutting. Though the idea had merit. This friend, Donny continued. Who is he then? Patrick didn't answer, and Donny only sighed. The youngest Coulson brother pulled a pistol from the inside of his coat as they walked, feeling for the bullets within the barrel. He blew smoke over his shoulder, did not ask further questions. Rarely did. The Coulson boys did what was asked of them, just as they had for their father. Just give the man a scare, Donny, Patrick told him, and we'll be on our way.
Chapter 19. Nina. I awoke in the same clothes I'd travelled in. The fabric had dried and creased in odd places. My boots and socks had been removed. I stared, confused, at the cherry blossom walls, the concave ceiling, and the light seeping in from the window. Kenton Hill. I groaned, sat upright. To my surprise, I did not ache all over the way I'd expected I would. There was a muted throb from the bump at the back of my head, but otherwise, the only sensation came from my fingertips. They tingled. I raised them to eye level, inspected them curiously, and then recalled the taste of metal on my tongue. Idiom. My eyes widened. I smiled. On the floorboards by the door, 3 plates of food sat waiting, untouched. The mashed potatoes had browned, and a thick skin clotted the gravy. A bowl of oats was sweating. I wondered how long I'd slept. There was a note by my feet, folded unevenly. Miss Harrow, the left pipe releases heated water. Don't burn yourself. It wasn't signed. I stared at the lettering for a long while, tracing the elongated tails of the P's and F's. I looked at the name, my name, with a sort of removal, as though I was spying on someone else's mail. The pipes were indeed different temperatures. I turned them on one at a time, watching the steam rise slowly from the first. I filled a large copper basin halfway and turned the valve until the flow of water subsided. Then I laughed. Genius! I wondered how the water was heated, if it was by fire or gas or some other invention I hadn't yet seen. How did it arrive at the turn of a lever? I followed the paths of the pipes out the window and couldn't find where they led, but I resolved that I would. First, though, I needed a bath. I undressed and retrieved a cloth from the wardrobe, then doused it and sighed as I ran it over my body. I was shocked to look down and find I wasn't covered in bruises. I ached, but apart from the mottling on my left wrist, my skin was mostly unblemished, only paler than I'd remembered, even against the blonde of my hair. Just beneath the surface, the idiom hummed softly. I'd lost some weight in hiding, gone were the days of the banquets. The swell of my hips and breasts had diminished some, and I sighed. I thought I looked much like a bird, flimsy bones, easily broken. I resolved to eat until Patrick's hotel was in arrears. I found clean clothes and shoes to dress in, a blended green skirt and a sallow-coloured blouse with loose cuffs. I buttoned the top to the hollow of my throat and lamented the way it billowed at the sides. The leather shoes were old and cracked, but fit well enough. I combed through my curls as best I could, though there was often little point. I resorted to pinning them back instead, until they collected at the base of my neck. Without oil, there was little else to be done. Then I ate everything. The potatoes and leeks, and onions and sausages. I ate the cold porridge and scraped the sides with a spoon. I drained the glass of water in one go and felt achingly, gratifyingly full. I laid back on the faded rug and let my belly distend, then closed my eyes again, wondering if I ought to go back to sleep. I was good at entertaining myself inside small spaces. The past 7 years had taught me to. Proficiency in hiding was proficiency in being alone, in being bored. I opened my eyes now and looked for those same silly games I'd used to while away the hours, days. I could trace the wallpaper in the air, count the cracks in the building, name the exact hue of everything my eyes touched, and think of how to replicate them in paint combinations. How long would I be here for? The sun spilled in through the window and highlighted the waltzing dust motes, but still, the room was dark. I turned to find a lantern, but though there was a sconce, no candle sat in its hold. Instead, there was a wire spring and a small brass opening. I eyed the cord that hung from its bottom, then gently pulled on it. A flame appeared, small but real. It flickered to life with a small click, and I staggered back, laughed. Magic! I thought of the street below with its many winding and twisting oddities, parts welded together to create things I'd never seen. Then I stared at the wallpaper once more and considered counting its flowers. But I was tired of hiding. I went to the door and knocked on it, called out the name Patrick had used last night. Or was it the night before? Footsteps, and then the door cracked open. A scrawny, tan-skinned boy filled the space. "Miss?" I smiled genially at him. "I'd like a walk about town," I said, "if you'll just step aside." The boy gaped at me. "But, Pat—" He looked behind him, as though Patrick might appear over his shoulder. "Oh, I'm sorry, miss. You gotta stay in there. Boss's orders." He straightened as he spoke, galvanized. "I ain't letting you pass." He was steadfast, juvenility notwithstanding. But I had an advantage now that I'd not been allowed these past 7 years, and it surely counted for something. "Do you know me, Sam? Did Patrick give you my name?" Sam jutted his chin, staring me down. "He tells me lots of things." he said proudly. He's trusting me to keep you safe. I smiled. He must see great potential in you. I saw the twinkle in his eyes, the eagerness. He says you're the Earth Charmer, Sam continued. Says we got to keep a close eye on you. Keep everyone else out. There's a lot of people looking for you, miss. Lots of people who'd pay to find you. I sighed. He's an honourable man, then? He is, Sam said with a smile, chest inflating. And what do you think he'd say if I brought the entire building down around us? Sam's expression was wiped clean and replaced with fear. He took a reflexive step back, but quickly regained himself. I heard his hand grip the doorknob. You wouldn't do that, he stammered. You'd only bury yourself with it. I shrugged slowly. That's quite a gamble, Sam, I said. I only wish to walk a short while. I'll be back within the hour. Sam's brow furrowed. His eyes darted to the stairwell. I sighed impatiently. You could accompany me, ensure I came to no harm. He wavered. I saw it in the twist of his hands. I can't let you pass, miss. Patty will be furious. Sam warred with indecision. I could see this was about more than just money. When he spoke of Patrick, there was not only a deep tenet of admiration, but also fear. Sam would do what he was told, and not for the pay. Had there ever been a greater motivator than approval? I could think of only one. I planted my feet more firmly and made a show of closing my eyes in concentration. I could feel Sam watching me through the crack in the door as I raised my hands from my sides like some storybook sorceress. I drew every grain of dust and dirt from the room until it swirled in a storm in front of me. And when I opened my eyes, I saw Sam watching it in horror, as though granules were more than just dust. "Stop!" he said. Then louder, more panicked. I made the dust storm spin faster. "Damn it! I said stop!" "Are you going to walk with me, Sam?" Yes, all right. You don't need to." "Perfect," I said, and my hands dropped. The dirt rained down onto the floorboards. Someone should sweep up in here.
Chapter 20. Patrick. The inn had never been his mother's dream, but his father's. It was his pa's before him, named Coulson and Sons, for close to a century, and for most of Patrick's childhood, it was a source of constant strain between his parents. A slowly fraying string holding them over boiling water. Patrick imagined John Coulson had painted quite the pretty picture for his mother when they first married. A thriving inn, the staple of the town, resurrected from dilapidation back to its original state. He lightly spun tales of the profits it would reap, the status it would grant, be the proprietors of such a large establishment in a shrunken town. Tess Coulson said she had been stupid in her youth, but Patrick thought she had probably just been in love. The inn had been a sad, rotting shell when the newlyweds inherited it. Patrick's grandfather had fancied himself a gambler. Before he died, collectors had strolled in and taken what moth-eaten furniture remained. The walls were impregnated with mites. The town chancellor had cordoned it off with paper notices that read "Danger, unstable foundation." But John Coulson was a dreamer. What he envisioned tended to come to life between his hands. He could whittle dry root into game pieces. He could fix all that was broken. Shoes, window panes, creaking doors, axles, wheel spokes, and saddles. He had enough ideas to fill 3 men's skulls, and they'd still overflow.
but he was a craftsman of Kenton Hill, so he went to the mines. They mined coal in Kenton Hill. Always had. The low-bearing hills hid the largest coal seam on the continent. Patrick had seen miners slam their pints together and salute the enduring role this town had played in the great mechanism of the trench since he could walk. Do those fucking swanks deign to thank us? To share any of the profit of our labour? No! The rest would shout. And resentment would brew among them until it was thick enough to turn a softer man violent. Those men, blackened by soot, addled by liquor, would take that violence home to their families. In the brink, nary a crafter town differed. John Coulson had been determined to set a different course. His miner's pay funneled into the refurbishing of the inn, and he spent his nights working instead of drinking. Eventually, the inn reopened, and it fell to his wife to manage its books and fill its rooms, serve its patrons and stock the bar. Eventually, it became the establishment John Coulson dreamed it would be, though he barely saw the inside of it. His days were spent down the shafts, in the dark, earning the wage necessary to keep Coulson & Sons open despite Tess's protests.
The inn is bleeding us dry, John. The repairs, the heating. We've barely turned a profit since it opened. It's been years, John. Years. And you're still down that blasted mine every bloody day. It'll turn around yet, love, you'll see,
John would say. For years he said it. By the time Patrick returned from his siphoning, he'd stopped believing it. By then, Patrick knew the truth. He and his brothers would all mine coal with their father until they keeled over. He knew his mother would climb that fucking staircase every hour of the day until her legs gave out. And he knew that the money his father had promised would never arrive. Even with the addition of his wage and Gunner's, there was always a bill to pay, always a repair to be made, always a shift the next day. The bell for the nightmen ringing out at dusk. And yet, it had been a future Patrick was willing to bear. There was nothing else for him if there was not that staircase, that bell, the obstinate resolution of John Coulson's dream. Patrick's life then was a warm accumulation of smoke, and his mother's rare smiles, and the bedroom he shared with his brothers. There was nothing else to miss as much as home. That was what he'd told himself when he returned from Bellavere City, all the way down the platform, right to the back door he now stood before, wiping his boots on the same straw mat he had back then. The house was hidden behind the pub. 3 rooms for 5 people turned 4. John's portrait still sat in its silver frame on the sideboard. The kitchen smelled, as it always did, of pastry and onions and rendering fat. The oldest Coulson brother sat at a table with mismatched legs, leaning back on a chair their father had once occupied in a time before his capture. It still rankled Patrick to see someone else in his place. Gunner turned his wary head to Patrick and watched him remove his coat. The 2 brothers were alike in many ways, both dressed in a fashion that did not match their surroundings. Finely tailored pants, a brass-buttoned waistcoat, a starched shirt, shoes shined like a lord's.
but the contrast between them was stark. Gunner's beard now reached his chest and was streaked in early greys. On a reddened visage, his dark eyes floated, unable to anchor themselves. He slumped in the chair, hair in disarray, one hand shaking on their mother's kitchen table, the other holding a bottleneck in his lap. "The boss man is here," Gunner muttered darkly. His eyes rolled to the counter where Tess slapped pastry onto a butcher block. "Better hide your sherry, Ma, before he confiscates it." "Shut up, Gunner," Tess said, taking a rolling pin to the pastry with unspent fury. "You here to lecture me, Patty?" Gunner said now, leering over the tabletop. He pointed to a place on his chin. "Come to smack some sense into me." Tess slammed the rolling pin on the counter. "I said shut up!" She turned to Gunner with all the fierceness of a warden. "Do you want a place to sleep off that fucking bottle you took from my shelf, son? Or should I send your sorry ass home to Emily, eh? Which will it be?" At the mention of his wife, Gunner sobered, relaxing back into his chair, averting his eyes like a petulant child. "As I thought," Tess muttered. She turned to Patrick. "You want breakfast?" He nodded, but didn't take his gaze from Gunner. He wondered how long his brother had been here, taking up space in Tess's kitchen. How long would the bender last this time? "I went to see Emily," Patrick said, "knocked on her door." Gunner shrunk, the great hulking brute of a man collapsing in on himself. "What does she say?" "Says she'll take you back, so long as the whiskey and bluff stay behind." Patrick stared a hole right through his brother's head. Gunner swallowed thickly, ran his tongue over his dry lips, probably tasting the final remnants of bluff. A glimmer of hope sparked his muddy eyes. Their father's eyes. "She'll have me home?" he asked, words wobbling. He leaned forward to hear the answer, bottle slipping sideways. Patrick took it from him, then emptied it into the sink. "It took some convincing, but yes, God help her." "Thank you, brother," Gunner said quietly, somewhat brokenly. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands, and Patrick saw something pitiful in him. A kicked dog. "Clean yourself up, Gun. She ain't giving you any more chances after this one, you hear me?" He nodded, wiping his hands on his pants. "I'll straighten out," he said, to himself more than anyone else. "Tell her for me, will you? And tell her I love her." "Oh, tell her yourself," Patrick said, disgust in his voice. "She's a good woman." "I know. You ain't gonna trick another into marrying you." "I know." "Do you?" Patrick said, louder than before. Heat rose from his collar, and Gunner could see it. He pressed his lips together. Patrick stepped close, then knelt until their eyes were level. "Then don't fuck up again," he ordered. "Next time she kicks your ass to the street, I won't darken her doorstep on your behalf." Gone was the big brother who'd have clocked Patrick in the chin for daring to speak down to him. The man who would sooner die than let another man stand over him. Gunner Coulson was nearly a husk now, carrying around the wet weight of someone barely recognizable. He nodded, sniffing and wiping his nose on his cuff. "This'll be the last time, Pat. I swear it." He hadn't always been so pitiful. The Gunner of their childhood had been strong, impenetrable, admired. He had taught Patrick how to relight discarded cigarette stubs, how to throw a punch, which schoolbooks had the nude models sketched onto the pages. He had pulled Charlie Fawcett by the collar all the way to the old quarry and threatened to throw him over the side after he'd taken Donnie's lunch. He'd been a force to be reckoned with until he'd been sucked down those mines. He'd come back up, much like the rest. Hollow, afraid, in desperate need of some relief. "It's just the walls, Pat," Gunner said, his voice whisper-thin now. Patrick knew he was moments from losing consciousness. "The walls keep fucking falling in on me." Patrick was familiar with the sensation. The weight of the tunnels pressing inward, puncturing organs, skull cracking beneath the pressure, the whole world dark and desperate. Calamitous panic. Fear. Sometimes Patrick woke with his blood screaming in his ears. "You're above ground now, Gun," Patrick told him, taking his brother's slack head in his hands. "Look around you. No dirt, no struts, no fucking canaries," he said, smiling wetly. "No canaries," Patrick agreed. "You're a man who wears a nice suit now." He patted Gunner's shoulders once, then stood straight again. "I need you on your feet again soon. There's business." "There's always business," muttered Tess from behind them. She was stirring something that smelled like a stew. "All this bloody business and never any peace." She wasn't referring to Coulson and Sons, of course. These days, they had housekeepers, cooks, barkeeps. No, it wasn't the inn that kept that bitter lament on Tess Coulson's tongue. It was the miners' union, yet another thing their father had burdened her with. Patrick sighed, turning back toward the door. "There's a community meeting tonight," he reminded her. "Oh, don't I know it?" she murmured. "You're not staying for breakfast?" He shook his head. He didn't want to stay here another minute looking at his dosed brother in the chair of his missing father. "It's a busy day," he said. He donned his coat again, then jutted a finger in Gunner's direction. "I can't have hard liquor at the bar anymore, Ma. Tell the keeps." She looked for a moment as though she might argue, but she glanced at her eldest son, bit the inside of her cheek again, nodded. Gunner had dozed off. "If I hear he's falling off your bar stools, I'll be handling him myself." Tess's eyes darkened, but again she nodded, swallowing warily. She looked Patrick up and down like she barely recognized him. "You sound like him," she said, and Patrick didn't need to ask whom she referred to. He turned his back on her. The air outside was colder this morning. The seasons were turning. Soon, the hills would turn brown and frostbitten. The gas would run low again. The water heaters would groan ominously. But no one in Kenton Hill would grow cold in their homes. No one would go hungry. No coal would be spared for Bellavere City or anyone else. Not anymore. Patrick entered the narrow alley that ran down the side of Coulson and Sons. He was due to meet Otto and Scotty, see what news they'd heard along the tunnels. Then the Miller family, about the produce distribution at the marketplace. There were problems to be solved. Always fucking problems. Running a town was a succession of crises. There was no bottom to the barrel.
Pat!
He'd barely set foot into Main Street. Sam jogged toward him, the boy's face shiny and harrowed.
Pat, I'm sorry.
The boy looked over his shoulder frantically. Patrick half expected a cavalry on his tail.
She's gone.
What? Patrick's stomach hollowed.
How long ago?
How far could she have gotten? His feet turned to the south, to the old train tracks. Sam panted heavily.
She said we'd walk together, that she wanted to explore. Then she was just gone.
Patrick whirled again, his skin prickling. Sam took a purposeful step back. It always seemed to Patrick that there was something on his face or in his voice that unsettled people, warned them. Perhaps it was the mere fact that his last name was Coulson.
A walk?
Patrick repeated, voice deadened. He decided it was not a good idea to grab the boy by the collar. He was just a kid.
You took her on a fucking walk, Sam. I told her no, he said,
gripping his cap in his hands.
But she threatened to break apart the building, and you weren't in the pub, and she promised it was just a walk.
Patrick shook his head, cursed at his feet.
Where did you lose her? By the candle makers, he answered in a hurry. We turned around and she were gone.
He made a gesture with his hands, as though Nina had turned to smoke before his eyes. Patrick looked up Main Street, filled now with merchants and crafters of every trade, completing their day's work. The trolley rattled by, filled with ruddy-faced children dressed for school. Nina was nowhere.
I think she's gone, Pat. She's made a run for it. No, she hasn't,
Patrick said, already walking, feet falling hard against the cobbles.
I'll find her.
Sam hurried to catch up.
But where?
He asked, exasperated.
I searched everywhere.
Go home, Patrick told him. He did not spare the boy a glance as he took off. Patrick ignored the nods of those he passed and took a left turn at the end of the road, where the streets turned to canals and funneled out into the hills. You're still here, he thought, quickening to a jog. And if you're not, I'll be bringing you right back.
Chapter 21. Nina. The canals were soupy and pungent through the industrial buildings, but when they spilled out into the hills, they transformed. The brick coping became rocks. The water cleared a little. The farther I followed, the more colour I could discern. Moss, cobalt, rust. Eventually, when the town was behind me, and the vein of water wove through shallow valleys between knolls, I caught the upsets of small fish disturbing the surface. Away from the grime of humans, water was just water. The land was beautifully devoid. There were barely any trees, just wave after wave of hills and their dancing grass, all shades of gold. No wildflowers, no blue sky, just ghostly green mountains in the far distance, and the ribbons of water running through hand-hewn troughs. These canals were artisan-made, I knew, trenched by an earth charmer, no doubt, who knew the ways to curb the possibility of erosion. Miles upon miles of canal networks, all intersecting and diverting to every corner of the continent. They were the channels of most Bellavere trade. But this canal, the one whose edge I towed with bare feet, this was Idia's canal. The very first carved into the earth by the daughter of God herself. I wondered why Idia had chosen Kenton Hill, of all places, to bestow this first gift. I wondered if she peered down on this place now and regretted it. Idia's canal, to my horror, had been intentionally dammed. Tons of rock and dirt blocked the water's exit. No boats, no tracks or trains, no way into Kenton Hill except on foot. It was no wonder the House of Lords had never come looking here. It was an impossible trek. Unless, I supposed, you knew where the tunnels were. I walked a narrow path to the top of a hill, where it seemed many had come to contemplate. The grass made way for me, well acquainted with visitors. The earth felt different in this place. I could feel a subtle shift beneath my feet. It was minute, a warning of something bigger, greater. I wondered if there were tunnels beneath this exact place, if the disturbance I felt was not intuitive, but mechanical, man-made. In my schooling, I'd learned that Earth differed wherever one walked. Sometimes it slid underfoot where one couldn't see it, the silt beneath the surface forever rearranging where the seawater and wind persuaded it. In the city, the earth hummed, magnetic and pulsing. Here, though, in the brink, the trench bowled out into widespread land, and the earth was ravenous. Every now and then, it opened its jaw and swallowed men whole. I sat on the hill's peak, but I did not look out into the wide open spaces and marvel at the trench. Instead, I turned my body toward the town of Kenton proper and shook my head in disbelief. I wondered what my professors would say to this. The wind responded, colder than I'd expected, harsher, blowing through the stalks and sending ripples over the ground. The seasons were colliding. I closed my eyes, tipped my head back. How I hated the quiet, the solitude. 7 years, and it clung to me still. I wanted volume and laughter, and the tinkling of many voices talking at once. I wanted meals in the company of others, whose elbows rested alongside mine. I wanted to reclaim familiarity with someone who knew who I was. I wanted and wanted and wanted, but had learned to ignore it. Hiding was safe. I was made of both parts that were logical, careful, and parts that clamoured to be something loud and brilliant. And even after all this time, I hadn't learned to reconcile them. The two sides parried in my mind in an endless loop. No one can be trusted. Don't get close. Run. Listen to the ground. Can you hear it? Why does it tremble? Heavy panting mercifully broke the quiet. A great shaggy head appeared over the cusp of the hill, and I smiled, despite myself. "Hello, Isaiah," I said. The great dog bounded to me, his tongue dripping into my hand as he sniffed. He galloped away again just as fast, returning to the man who appeared 10 paces behind, his peaked cap hiding his face. I didn't bother to stand. I squinted at him instead. "Patrick," I said evenly. It was difficult to restrain inflection. I wanted so badly to be indifferent to him, unintimidated, unafraid. Once, he'd only been a brash boy with a double-looped belt. The scowl failed to mar his features. Cold eyes and all, he'd grown to be as finely carved as a sculpture. Tall, imposing, and wholly masculine. He came to a standstill, breathing heavily, then raised his eyebrows as though I should be the one to speak next. The sun broke through and kissed his tanned skin. The two of them old friends. "A walk?" he asked. It was that same flat tenor he'd used in the tunnel, the one that resonated all the way to my bones. "You wanted to take a walk?" "I did." I smiled sweetly. If it irritated him more, then good. He'd tried to lock me up by myself inside a dark room after all. "Your lodging's not to your liking?" he asked. Isaiah begged at his feet. "They're lovely," I said, "but I do like to walk." "Alone, apparently." "Ah," I nodded. I did want to stay with the boy, but he's awfully skittish. Kept insisting we return. Patrick hissed something through his teeth, then took a flask from his waistcoat and unscrewed the top. He seemed irritable, heated. It amused me, though I couldn't explain why. Seems a little early for liquor.
No, it fucking ain't,
he murmured, and brought the flask to his lips. Patrick had a long swig, then took his time stashing it away. All the while, he stared at me with a puzzling expression. It was not a friendly one. He clicked his tongue, then said,
"Well, shall I throw you over my shoulder and drag you back? I'll confess, it's what I fantasized doing on the way over here."
Confidence fled. I swallowed.
"Your cheeks have gone red,"
he said blandly, shaking his head.
"God, that school turned you chaste."
"It's resentment." I quickly turned my eyes away, tried to banish the heat in my face. I don't take well to kidnapping. I wasn't sure that he wouldn't, in fact, drag me back to that room, with its damned cherry blossom walls. I curled my fingers into the grass. He stalked toward me then, curved over me, eclipsing the sky, and a thrill fluttered through me. But instead of hauling me upward, he gave a resigned sigh and took the space next to me on the ground, resting an arm on one knee. Isaiah settled in front of him with his head on Patrick's shoe. He stared out over the town's rooftops.
"You can relax," he said. "Wouldn't be wise of me to put hands on a woman who could bury me alive, would it?"
"I suppose I should thank you for the idiom," I said slowly. He gave no reply. I wet my lips and spoke again. It was quite a risk. Who knows what I might have done? He leaned back on one hand.
"Call it a show of good faith. As I said, I need you ready."
He closed his eyes for a moment, lifted his face to the sun. The pinch in his expression seemed to melt away. And I stared at the column of his throat, the stubble that darkened his jaw, the shadows beneath his eyes.
"Was it everything you expected?"
he asked. There were lines that joined the corners of his mouth to his nose, more between his eyebrows. It was easy to be lost in the pathways of his face. "No, it's nothing like I expected." He nodded, opened his eyes.
"We filled it in when Tanner declared war."
I blinked. "What?"
"Idia's Canal."
Patrick nodded downhill, where the water met the dam.
"It's why you gave Sam the slip, ain't it? Why I had to chase you all the way out here."
I shifted uncomfortably, trying not to look at him. "You needn't have chased me at all. I'm not running."
"No,"
he said, stroking Isaiah's head but looking at me.
"You're not."
It seemed as though he wanted to say more, but didn't. The silence stretched. I couldn't help but let my eyes stray over him. "You look wretched," I lied. "Tired."
"Didn't sleep. Had some things to tend to."
Something about the way his tongue flicked made it sound ominous. "What kinds of things need tending in the middle of the night?" He waited a beat before answering.
"There's always a problem to fix around here."
"Like what?" I knew immediately that I would not be privy to whatever problems he saw to in the late hours. Not yet.
"Leaky pipes,"
he said. I wondered how much he controlled, how many people he was responsible for in this town he'd barricaded from the rest of the world. The skin under Patrick's eyes was purple and heavy. Perhaps it was exhaustion that stopped him from hauling me back to Coulson and Sons. In any case, he seemed content for now to settle into the grass, leaning back on his elbows. A wordless tension fell. I twisted my fingers in my lap, fumbling for something to say. "How does the water reach the pipes?" Patrick raised his eyebrows.
"It collects in tanks on the roof. The pipes connect to the tank."
"But how does it heat?"
"Roof tiles heated in the summer. In the winter it passes through a boiler."
He went quiet again, in no hurry to say anything, to go anywhere. He only watched me, absent-mindedly petting Isaiah. What of the light?
You don't like the quiet, do you?
He interrupted, his voice swallowing mine whole. There was a grin to his tone, though it did not materialize on his face.
You prattle even more than I remember.
My mouth snapped shut. I scowled. That grin broke across his face, though he seemed reluctant to let it.
The glare is just the same, though. About as dangerous as a loaded fucking pistol.
That smile, the one he tried to hide, made him startlingly new, changed the hue of his eyes. I tried not to pay too much attention to his lips. You don't like women who speak?
Can't fucking stand them, truth be told, he said. They have a way of talking over the stuff they don't want you to hear.
I bristled, my face heating. Maybe you're just a lousy conversationalist, I said, or an arrogant prick. Either one. He broke out in laughter then. True laughter.
Oh, it's definitely both. But I was just pulling your leg. I don't mind your prattling. I just wanted to see that scowl again.
So, we both liked to get beneath each other's skin. Why am I here, Patrick? I asked stiffly. I didn't like the way he made me feel off-kilter, like he might pull a mask from his face at any moment. You offered false promises of freedom, and then locked me in a room. We knew each other once. Why not just ask me for whatever you needed? I might have said yes. He breathed deeply out of his nose, and took his time to respond. He had a coin between his fingers, though I didn't see where he'd drawn it from. He simply flipped it from knuckle to knuckle.
You know how long it took me to find you, Nina?
He asked, voice quiet.
6 months. 6 whole bloody months.
The answer surprised me, and didn't. It surprised me that he'd been so intent on finding me. It didn't, because I'd been a ghost. I move often.
You do,
he agreed.
And you're smart about it. Careful. Don't use the same name twice. Don't use the same clothes, neither. Find new work wherever you go. Never leave your apartment unless you need to. Never talk to anyone.
He looked up at me through his eyelashes.
You were difficult to find, Nina.
The same weariness seemed to shroud him again.
For better or worse, you're the only one with your particular skill set. I wasn't banking on a few hours of childhood kinship to see the deal through. I need you, Nina.
To help you in the war? I asked, my eyes rolling. His jaw flexed.
You don't think we can do it?
He guessed. I don't think anyone wins.
I disagree,
Patrick said.
The winner in the end is the one with the most idiom.
Then what do you need me for? I implored, my heart thudding viciously in my chest. I'm no alchemist. Tell me why you brought me here, what you'll have me do, and don't just say tunnels and secrets. He caught my stare.
Here it is then. I need a route into the capital where they won't see us coming. I need your help to free my father, and I need to know where Lord Tanner sleeps at night, so that I can sink a bullet between his eyes before anyone knows I'm there.
If only it was so easy. I shook my head and looked away. I wasn't a fool. There was more, and he didn't intend to disclose it. You want my help digging a tunnel into the city? I repeated.
For now, he said. You have a good understanding of the National House and its layout. I'll need your help with that, too.
And how do I know you aren't planning on gunning down every artisan man, woman, and child on the other side? I won't help you if it's just blood you're after.
So you do have sympathies, then. I suspected you might.
I frowned. Artisans and craftsmen died just the same, I said. Their blood doesn't spray any different. I can hardly tell it apart anymore. And I had seen far too much of it already. I ripped a knot of grass from the earth, then closed the crater it left behind with nothing but a thought. Patrick watched. He swallowed before he spoke.
No one will die that needn't. I'm not mad with revenge.
Aren't you? I asked incredulous. Sinking a bullet into Lord Tanner sounds an awful lot like revenge. My plans for revenge are scratched into the walls of my throat, Nina. I've never spoken them aloud, but I assure you, they are there, and they don't involve the innocent residents of Bellevere City. Your union had no such reservations when you blew up the school, I reminded him, and swallowed thickly. It's different now. How? Because I'm in charge. He said it with such finality, as though the topic brooked no farther argument. And what of Demelius Becker? I asked next. What will you do with the alchemist? His posture changed. Up until that moment, it seemed he had been leaning in closer and closer. Now he blinked, turned back to Kenton. That ain't your concern. It is currently everyone's concern, I countered. Patrick smiled carefully, in a way that was meant to cover the anger in his throat, and I was immediately reminded of him as a boy spitting in the dirt. If it's idiom you're worried about, I'll ensure you have what you need, when you need it. Past that, I won't be discussing alchemy. He turned to stake me again with his stare. And you won't be asking. I looked away instinctively, but I wasn't done. What I want to know is, if you have the alchemist, then why haven't you made yourself an entire army of artisans? He stroked Isaiah's head as he answered. Do you know how much terranium is needed to make 1 dose of idiom? He asked. I realized I didn't. I hated that I didn't. 3 pounds, he said in the wake of my silence. The Lord's army is currently 50,000 strong, and 1/5 of them are swanks. He looked over at me. We'd need 15 tons of terranium, I said quietly. Patrick's eyebrows rose, impressed. And that'd only match them in magic, not in number. I sighed. The mines wouldn't yield even half of that. And what could be mined is already heavily guarded by the house. The thought brought me comfort, though I'd never tell him that outright. I quailed to think of what so much unregulated idiom could do in the midst of a war. I let out a breath. So, you have the alchemist, and the house has the terranium. A stalemate. For now, Patrick said rigidly, as though a bolt were tightening his jaw. And therein lay those future plans, after he'd delivered Tanner a bullet. If you have no stores of terranium, I said carefully, sensing a looming end to the conversation, then where did the idiom come from? The dose you gave me when you thought me too dumbstruck to refuse. Patrick's eyebrows rose. Would you have refused? I pressed my lips together, shook my head reluctantly. He grinned wryly. I didn't mean any coercion by it. I only meant it to quell the aches and pains. I hear idiom has wonderful healing properties. How did you get that terranium, Patrick? I asked once more, and for a moment it seemed as though he wouldn't answer. But he clicked his tongue. By doing terrible things, he said. But you already knew that, I'm sure. I rolled my eyes and turned away from him, imagining him stealing into mines and smuggling lumps of ore out in his pockets. It was better than the truth he alluded to, which probably involved blades and guns. For a moment, we sat in tense silence, a bevy of questions still sloshing around my mouth. When I next looked over, Isaiah had settled his great head on Patrick's knee. Patrick looked near asleep, head tipped back once more, the sun turning his skin golden. He was ruinously handsome. I'd be a fool to deny it. I said what had perched on the tip of my tongue since the conversation began. We'd all be better off without it. Patrick's eyes opened slowly, though he did not look at me. I continued. If it were up to me, I'd take all the terranium on the continent and I'd blow it to pieces. A short laugh escaped him, then another. In the intervals between, he seemed to expect me to take it back. When I didn't, he said, You can't possibly think so. I shrugged, Terranium, idiom, it divides us. It's a guillotine. Those in power will always use it to exploit the rest.
And what of those sick or injured? He asked. You deny them bluff as well?
It's a blight on thousands of households across the trench, I countered. There are other less toxic medicines. Besides, here I gave him a pointed look. Are craftsmen not the strongest among us? The hardiest? He smiled ruefully.
That's what they taught us, didn't they? When we were kids. Artisans were the thinkers, but the craftsmen.
He gave a low whistle.
They were the people of action. No one more capable of toiling than a crafter. The only one with the bones and muscle to withstand the hardship.
It was the creed of the House of Lords, the mantra of my scurry schoolroom teachers. The artisans honour Idia's mind, but us, we honour the rest of her. Who will shift the earth on its axis once the idea has been conceived?
I'd rather be weak-minded than weak-boned.
My father had sniffed.
Ain't gonna think me way out of the grave, am I? You surprise me,
he said eventually.
I thought you of all people would see the good in idiom. You likely saw the very best of it in that school, in that city. I remember how big your eyes were when we were kids in that courtyard.
He was careful not to look my way.
You drank it all in.
There was much to be amazed by, I said, before it all blew up in smoke. He appeared remorseful for a moment, and I sensed he had more to say on the subject, about the good of idiom, and how he'd changed the world one vial at a time. But instead he said,
You must have been lonely, travelling around all those years by yourself. I imagine it's why you hate the silence.
I felt suddenly exposed, and crossed my arms tightly. I kept myself occupied.
Not so easy for a lady like you to stay hidden, to avoid picking a side. It's a wonder you kept it up for so long.
A wonder indeed. I couldn't stop that needling, burrowing into my flesh.
Makes me wonder why you bothered at all.
His eyes tracked a convoy of sluggish clouds.
Why would you turn your back on the House of Lords, on Tanner, on all artisans, to go on the run? I can only imagine what they must have asked of you, for you to take off like that. You would do what is necessary to protect this city, would you not?
I shuddered for only a second, but he saw it. I sank my nails into the palms of my hands until they screamed. I never gave them the chance to ask it of me, Patrick. I was gone before the dust settled. He looked at me as though I'd disappointed him, turning his eyes away and making a noise in the back of his throat.
Play a game with me,
he said then. The coin was back in his hand, dancing over his knuckles. A game?
Yes, Nina, a game. Now, you might look and talk like a rich girl, but we don't have bridge or croquet here in Kenton, so you'll have to settle for a poor man's game.
Are you claiming poverty? I scoffed. I flattened the lapel of his well-tailored coat as I said it, and thought I saw his neck tense at my touch. Strutting around with your pocket watch? Never seen a miner's son with such polished shoes. He sighed.
Do you want to play my game or not, princess?
Sweet victory. Fine.
Heads, you answer a question. Any question.
His eyes bore into mine. And tails? I asked.
Tails. I'll answer one of yours.
I nodded, perhaps too eagerly. He flipped the coin in the air, and it landed heavily on the ground between us.
Heads,
he said, and the profile of Lord Tanner glistened up at me. I braced myself.
What was it like in that school?
Not the question I'd expected. Shiny. Flip it again. Patrick tossed the coin into the air.
Heads. What did they teach you?
Life drawing, painting, clay modelling, performing arts, earth charming, I listed. Those were my favourites. He threw the coin in the air.
Heads.
I stared at the coin, exasperated. Patrick looked indifferent.
Did you ever think of home while you were there? Did you ever regret your choice to be an artisan?
That's 2 questions. Pick one. I shifted uncomfortably. I tried not to think of home. Not much back there to think of.
Not your family.
I gave a tight-lipped smile. Flip the coin. He did so without looking at it.
Heads. Did it bother you to be surrounded by frauds?
I stared at the traitorous coin and bristled. I suppose there was little point in lying. Sometimes.
Heads. Did you ever feel like a fraud?
Does this coin have another side? He flipped Lord Tanner's face over. A canary glinted back at me.
Answer the question,
Patrick said softly. Anger burgeoned between my ribs. Every day there, and all the ones since. He nodded. Another test, it seemed. One I seemed to have passed this time. He tossed the coin. Lord Tanner's profile sat face up in the grass. Gods have mercy.
Did you ever think of leaving?
He asked. I sighed. No.
And did you ever think of me?
The coin lay forgotten. Catastrophe waited between us. Something that ought not to be touched or turned over. The grass whispered. My chest ached, and Patrick's eyes were more all-encompassing than the redolent sky. I bit my bottom lip, and his eyes traced the movement. Then I took the coin from the grass and tossed it into the air. Tails, I said. The spell broke, though he moved no farther away. Do you truly believe your father is alive? He spoke without blinking, lips barely moving.
He's alive,
he said.
I only need to know where he's being held.
And you'll tunnel beneath?
And we'll tunnel beneath.
He gestured to the coin before me. I tossed it once more into the air and watched it land. Heads.
What did he ask you to do, Nina?
A jolt of panic rattled through me. It wasn't necessary to ask who he was. The venom coating the word was clarity enough. It seemed Patrick wasn't expecting an answer, or at least not an honest one. Already he turned away, the question futile. I wished he looked as off balance as I felt. I hated feeling so unsteady, while he remained completely self-possessed. Did he not feel the ground shifting beneath us? With effort, he tore his eyes from the horizon, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. The smell reminded me of Scurry, of the single-room townhouse I'd been born to. Bricks and plaster impregnated in ash. He turned with an open case, offering me one, but I shook my head in distaste.
You don't smoke?
He raised his eyebrows, surprised. I shrugged. Can't stand the smell.
Have mercy,
he muttered, throwing the cigarette into the grass and stamping it out with his foot. He stood then, Isaiah following suit. The dog lapped at his fingers, expecting adventure.
Come on, Scurry girl,
Patrick said, offering his hand. Confidently, expectantly. We were 12 in a courtyard again, only this time the name was a caress, the rumble of his voice cradling the words. Is this the part where you drag me back? For a moment, he seemed to consider it.
Tempting. But I get the impression you'd only pick the locks. You said you wanted to see Kenton Hill, didn't you?
I stared at his hand like it bore teeth. And you're planning on escorting me? It seemed he'd grown bored of my hesitancy, because he bent to take my hand from my lap and pulled me upright. His hand remained around mine for longer than necessary, thumb pressed to knuckles, fingers curling over mine. Every inch of his skin burned hot.
If you plan to skulk about town, I'd better come with you.
And what if someone recognizes the infamous Earth Charmer?
Who? Nina Clark,
he said, finally dropping my hand.
Never met her.
Chapter 22. Nina. We walked slowly back alongside the canal, keeping a careful distance between us. The men fishing at its edge barely paid us any mind as we passed them. Is there no river for them to fish in? I asked Patrick. Ahead, The tall brick walls came closer, riddled in lichen and soot, slowly blacking out the sky. Patrick shook his head.
No water outside the canals, he said. We're too far from the mountains and too high. If I was a godly man, I'd say Idia chose this place to build her canals because we needed them most.
I peered at him. You don't believe there's a god? Patrick chuckled, low and bitter.
Oh, I believe there's a god, he said, but I'd spit in his hand before I shook it.
I got the sense that I should ask no more questions about that, though I desperately wanted to. I thought of what I'd seen in all those towns, and wanted to tell him that I felt the same. I've never seen a canal so clean, I said instead. How did you manage it?
We have experts.
Experts in drawing pollution from the water?
Something like that.
And if there's no other water, then why choke it off? I wondered. Your farms must be suffering.
We don't have farms, Nina. The land here's no good for farming. No good for much but coal.
I looked at him incredulously. But how are you feeding all these people, if you've blocked all method of import?
No, I never said there were no imports, did I?
Oh, of course, I thought. The tunnels. He grinned.
Always hungering for all the things you don't know.
He shook his head.
Have you forgotten all those union members outside this town? We ain't the only ones fighting the fight. There are plenty who are willing to trade.
We reached a skinny path between the canal and the brick facade, and he gestured for me to go ahead of him. His breath whispered against my neck from behind, and I shivered. So you make your deals with them, and they pass along their goods?
In exchange for coal, he said, and safe passage.
The words crept over my shoulder, slipped beneath my collar. Safe passage to where? I asked, stopping halfway down the alley. I turned and looked at him. He was staring ahead at the busy street where people hurried on foot and horse, and newer modes of transport, back and forth in an endless parade. One seemed to be operating a one-wheeled apparatus with his feet alone. Patrick turned wary, forehead creased.
To wherever the tunnels can take them, he said. Any town in the northwest, really, so long as it's this side of the Geyser River.
That's how you manage it? I asked. All of it? The weapons, the communications? It's all underground? He tsked, and his jaw flexed distractingly. It drew my eyes downward.
I thought you'd have figured that much out by now.
I thought of the miles upon miles of tunnels that would need to exist between towns, the impossibility of such a complex network, all buried beneath Lord Tanner's feet.
The tunnels have saved people, he said, taking a small step back,
re-establishing the distance.
Entire villages. When the Lord's army comes in, the rebel towns have a way out. They can escape or hide until the gunfire stops. Have you ever seen a town razed, Nina? Have you seen what their police do to them?
I had. I'd watched it unfold around me, just barely avoiding the raining missiles and exploding cement. Girls carried away by their ankles. Boys shouting over the punctured chests of fathers. Lines of rebels with their knees sinking in mud, gun barrels to their heads. Screams bursting the walls of your middle ear. Patrick nodded.
So you've seen, he said, and it's why you couldn't take their side.
I didn't like the way he said it. Like he knew me. Like he'd already unravelled all my secrets, there for the taking. You haven't mentioned why I can't take your side, I told him, stepping intentionally across the boundary he'd created. I wanted his insides to flinch in my presence as mine did in his, and I got my wish. His nostrils flared, a fire lit behind his eyes. He suddenly looked starved. You speak like your union hasn't done anything as terrible, I said cuttingly. It was true that I'd seen towns wiped from the trench by the Lord's infantrymen. I'd seen all the blood and the bullets spraying. But there was a time before all this, when the cords of my soul hadn't yet been severed, when I didn't know what death looked like, and the first to show me was the miners' union on the day of the first attack. If you have any misconceptions that I sympathize with you, I should dispel them. I've seen both sides of this fight. You both bleed the same. Both scream the same. Both leave women without husbands and children without parents. You're two sides to the same coin. Patrick looked at my finger now prodding his chest, pushing the first button of his waistcoat against the bone of his sternum. When he looked back up at me, his eyes had softened somewhat, the fire tempered. "I don't believe you," he said. I wanted to punch him. He held up his hands to placate me, clearly reading the violence in my expression. "I only meant that I don't believe you're without sympathy. You likely have too much of it. I can see it in your fists." He looked down to where I'd bunched them. "In your throat," he said, and I couldn't help but swallow as his eyes touched it. I was burning. "You're a miner's daughter," he reminded me. "I never met one not filled with all the soot their daddies brought home with them." Suddenly, I was a child again, and my father sat staring at the stove with a slack jaw and wet eyelashes. Patrick nodded knowingly. "I bet you remember what it was like when he came home. Filthy, the soles of his shoes separating from the damp, and you'd listen to him cough and wonder if he'd drown in it this time. And then he'd start swallowing anything wet. He'd sink himself in booze and bad bluff, and you'd be happy for him to do it, because it quieted the rattling in his chest, didn't it? It made it so he'd sleep, eh?" 12 years of evenings, just like it. Each night the same as the last. My father growing steadily thinner and less present. I pressed my lips together to stop their shaking. "You know exactly why we started this fight," Patrick said now. "You're just too scared to join it." I swung at him, throwing my fist around in a wide, wild arc. Instead of hearing it connect with his jaw, I found myself wrapped up, my back to his front, his hands clamping over my wrists, his lips by my ear, and every muscle of his chest and stomach pressed against me. We were both burning, our skin flaming beneath the fabric. "Get off me!" I heaved. "Crafter scum!" "Crafter scum, eh?" he snickered, though there was anger there too. It broiled between us, mixed with 100 other things too tangled to examine. I struggled to escape his hold. "Easy," he said, as though I were a skittish horse. "God, woman, did your daddy never teach you to punch a man?" I wanted to tear his eyes out. "Let go of me, Patrick, now!" "I intend to, Scotty girl," he said, "and we'll speak of other things if your sensibilities can take no more. But know this." And here he pulled me closer, so that I could feel all the hot points of his thighs and hips, and the solid wall of his chest. "I'm making it my mission to change your mind about us crafter scum, and about the Union as well, because I know you, Nina Harrow," he said, "better than you think I do, and I know you'll pick the side worth fighting for." Slowly, my muscles slackened. He let me go then, gently loosening the cuffs of his fingers and letting me slide my wrists free. But his hands lingered near my waist a moment longer, and I felt the current of his pounding blood through my clothes. And for a fleeting moment, I imagined his hands sliding beneath them, running up my sides, around to my stomach. My breath sounded like a gasp. "I thought I'd already picked a side," I said. My voice was someone else's. There was a moment of hesitance, and then his hands abruptly fell away. A careful distance resumed. "Perhaps out of necessity." It sounded strained, guttural. "But soon you'll be enlisting for the cause. I'll make sure of it." As soon as our feet found the cobbles, I felt Patrick's hand at my forearm. Without breaking stride, he fitted my arm into the crook of his. "Don't get ideas," he said quietly, watching the people that passed, people who looked at him and tipped their caps. "If you walk these streets, you walk them on my arm." Isaiah trotted along beside Patrick, one eye on his owner. Everyone watched him, it seemed. Why? I asked. I didn't like the way my skin prickled at his touch. I imagined sinking into the folds of his coat, being swallowed by his shadow. It was both unnerving and tantalizing. No, not tantalizing, just unnerving.
Because you're quite recognizable, Nina, and there are a few around here that don't take too kindly to artisans.
An image of those wanted posters floated to mind, and I shuddered. You received the bulletins here?
Of course,
Patrick said.
Our scribbler gets the same bulletins as any other province.
My head turned sharply. Aren't you worried they'll alert the House of...
There's only one,
Patrick interjected.
And she's loyal to us.
A noise of exasperation escaped me. My eyes began darting to the street lamps and shop windows, expecting to find my own face staring back at me.
I don't allow artisan propaganda to make its way onto the street,
he reassured, watching my face closely.
You needn't worry.
But if...
Just stay on my arm,
he said, looking ahead,
and you'll be fine.
A woman holding a basket of folded clothes passed them. She nodded once to Patrick, then looked resolutely at her feet. They won't come with their pitchforks and fire. Patrick patted his pockets for cigarettes, then seemed to remember that I didn't like them.
If they think you're with me, then they won't even look at you.
We passed a scrapyard and took a right turn, where the streets were lined with horse carts, coal bins, men in soiled shirts bellowing in accents even thicker than Patrick's. They shoveled coal and pressed iron rods into open stoves. They softened metal and hammered it with oversized mallets. The cobbles disappeared under thick layers of grime, and the sound was immense, a symphony of metal workers. It was clearly a part of town a lady did not venture to. Yet, I walked through its middle on Patrick's arm, and no man came to leer at me. There were no shouts in my direction, no whistles or gestures or threats. Instead, the crafters only continued in their work. It seemed Patrick was a stern parting water wherever he went. No one stepped into his path. One factory loomed larger than the rest, its large doors open to the many workers within. Chimneys sprouted from its extensive roof, chugging smoke into the sky. The entire building seemed out of place, too big for a small town, parts and scraps patched together to make a giant. Patrick saw me staring.
The coal works,
he said easily.
The pride and joy of Kenton Hill, actually.
I frowned at all the smoke. Inside, giant copper drums towered over the workers and lined the walls. Their plumes fed into those chimneys above. Even from here, I could feel the heat of them, could smell the sweat of the crafters. Like all the buildings in Kenton, the gut of the factory was networked in those same copper and steel pipes, but this time they fed into the ground. They were great tentacles that snaked from the belly of the coal drums and sunk into the floor, presumably feeding gas underground. This is how you light the town, I marvelled, more to myself than to Patrick. He nodded.
And how we heat the boilers and the stoves.
I laughed. It's brilliant.
It's a work in progress,
Patrick said.
Coal gases are toxic. We've been trying to learn the best ways to keep this factory stable. You ever seen a gas explosion?
I shook my head.
It ain't pretty.
You're inventors, I murmured.
I can't take credit for the coal works,
he said, though my incredulity seemed to satisfy him.
This is the genius of the oldest Coulson brother.
They were a family of innovators then, of enterprise. It was little wonder they had taken hold of Kenton Hill and rallied an army. People in brink towns wouldn't turn away the promise of more warmth in the winter.
Come on,
he said, glancing at his pocket watch.
Day's waning.
We walked for quite a time, crossing canals on latticework bridges and weaving down busy lanes. I looked about all I could. I breathed deeply, even if some of it was ash. We passed residences and entered a street of merchants, shop windows of every shape jutting out onto the pathways with their bold lettering. A milliner displayed an aviary of hats. An apothecary and chemist competed side by side, their windows starkly contrasting. One held a cage of live mice, glass jars of minced plants, and a nude picture of Idia. The other held warning posters for symptoms of diphtheria, cures for dry mouth and lunacy, and a rather punishing breathing machine, if the metal braces were any indication. I slowed our walk to a crawl to look closer at everything, to peer in and see the people lining the counters. The trolley rattled past. Passengers jumped from its carriage in hard-soled boots. A slack-eyed preacher leaned on a dustbin and hollered half-hearted predictions of doomsday. War didn't exist here. Of all Kenton's oddities, this was the most notable. The patrons went about their business as though the nation's conflict were just a column of newsprint. It seems unfair that you can live this way, I said outside a cobbler's shop, watching as women met in the street, kissing cheeks. Your union started this war, and yet its hometown is the only place granted amnesty. I turned to find Patrick staring. I hadn't realised he'd been looking at me so closely. It made my face heat, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of looking away.
You still look at everything the same, he said offhandedly. See through it all.
I wondered if I was meant to respond. Is that going to be a problem? To my surprise, he nodded, leading me across the street, where a warehouse waited with open doors.
To be sure.
The warehouse was more a barn, somehow dropped into the middle of a shopping district. Its doors were bolted back to allow crowds of people to funnel to its middle, where table upon table waited, laden with produce, meat, thread, steel tools, china, chickens. People queued in short lines before each, talking briefly with vendors before making their trade. There seemed to be no particular theme, no rhyme or reason to the order of items. What is this place? I asked, barely aware of Patrick guiding me to the side near the paint-stripped walls.
A market.
I watched patrons accept their wares and leave without payment, stuffing goods into their baskets. They hopped from queue to queue, collecting corn, then sprouts, then leeks, and potatoes. They don't pay. Is it charity? He chuckled humorlessly, and it fell over my shoulder, curled into my ear.
Not charity. Just fair share. None of us here are wanting any more.
I watched as mothers came and left with full baskets, none taking more than the others. You're communists, I accused. Patrick tilted his head.
Yes and no. We don't share everything.
But you share food, I guessed, and coal, water, gas. No one pays.
They pay for the whiskey, he said, and the hats.
And no one goes hungry, I finished for him.
No one goes hungry, he nodded, and no one goes cold.
I found myself watching him as he spoke, his tone fading into something more resonant.
Everyone does their share, takes their share. The businesses are still independent, and they trade how they want to. But everyone is fed and given a chance.
He looked out at the array of vendors, or volunteers, I supposed.
What they do with it is up to them.
I observed the tables, the emptying crates beneath. It doesn't seem like enough food for an entire town.
It ain't, he said,
and I detected something heavier in his voice.
Scotty and Otto will be back this evening with more from Dunwich.
All of it needs to be brought in?
Yes. Though finding good harvest is half the trouble. The Lord's army has been aiming their charmers at them, flooding the pastures and crops, or setting fire if the towns announce a strike. We only get pieces left over after the artisans have taken what they like.
But you said no one goes hungry. And certainly, it did not seem like the people of Kenton Hill went hungry.
We make a lot of deals, Nina, in a lot of different places.
He lit a cigarette then, unable to bear the temptation any longer.
We find it, however far we need to go.
And I imagine it's rather difficult to say no to the leader of the miners' union. Son of the chairman, he reminded me, exhaling a gust.
You hungry?
I was rarely not.
Come,
he said, taking my arm once more.
There's a tea house next door.
Chapter 23. Patrick. The tea house was, unfortunately, filled to the brim with wives and their mothers, and the widows who'd ventured out for the day. And Patrick was loath to step into their henhouse. There was no quicker way to stir gossip than to step into a tea house. But Nina looked weary. She limped slightly as she walked, no doubt suffering in shoes that did not quite fit. There was a purpling in the corner of her eyes that Patrick suspected came from the clobbering Scotty had given her. He ground his teeth. "Stay," he said to Isaiah, and the dog sat heavily by a lamppost. Patrick thought it unlikely Nina would allow him to take her to a doctor. She'd evidently missed the one he'd sent to her room that morning, but he supposed he could offer her a chair, a warm drink, some fucking tea cake. He sighed internally and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was accosted. A widow named Mrs. Headley stood from her wicker-backed chair, ignoring her tea, the pleas of her companion, and took 2 tight steps toward him. Her hot hand collided with Patrick's cheek, and he bore it with good grace, blinking back the reverberations. "Hello, Mrs. Headley," he greeted her. Patrick was aware the shop had fallen quiet. All conversations halted. The entire place seemed to hold its breath in wait for Mrs. Headley's repercussions. Coulson and Sons were famous for their repercussions, but they weren't in the habit of dragging widows down Main Street by their housecoats. "You cut my son loose, you hear me?" Mrs. Headley spluttered, nostrils flaring. She was raised up on her toes to better raise him down. "Turn him out. I won't have him working for you." Her hairpin sprung free, making her look altogether unhinged. Nina moved closer to Patrick's side, clearly mystified. He wondered how insulted she'd be if he pushed her back out the door and out of harm's way. Deciding against it, Patrick sighed. "Sam is his own man. If he no longer wishes to work for me, all he has to do is say so." Spit collected on the woman's lips. "He's a child." "He's 18 now, Donna," Patrick said, quieter now. He nodded his head politely and stepped around her. "He ain't a kid." Mrs. Headley reared up, her hand raising off its own accord. "You'll have him going to the ground alongside his father," she screamed. But before she could land a second slap, her friend had wrapped her arms around Mrs. Headley's middle. In a tangle of handbags and hats, they wrestled out of the tea house and into the street. Mrs. Headley kept bellowing, one swollen finger jabbing the air in Patrick's direction. "Fucking Coulson's took my husband. You're not having my boy. You hear me, Pat?" He heard her, every bloody word, and so did Nina. She stared through the windows, confusion on her face. "What does she mean?" Nina asked. "What happened to her husband?" Patrick bit down a curse. This foray into Kenton was meant to charm her. "We should sit," he said, leading her through tiny spaces between patrons, to a table crowded by a pink papered wall and a mounted cabinet filled to the brim with figurines and decades of dust. Nina took her seat without protest. She even waited for Patrick to take his before demanding answers. "Where is her husband?" she repeated tersely. "Dead," he sighed. The rest of the tea house had resumed conversation at half volume. He felt their eyes on the back of his neck. Nina paid them no mind. She seemed to be trying to thread a bolt into his forehead, with the aim to crack it open and see inside. A pause, and then, "Did you kill him? Is that what the Coulsons do? This is hardly the place to discuss murder. I brought you here for tea." "I'd rather know the man I'm agreeing to work for," she said. "You can keep the tea." It was hot in the enclosed space. Her ringlets curled tighter in the humidity, falling from the clasp at her neck into her face. They made her look more herself. Patrick flexed his fingers. "All right," he said slowly. "Did I kill Mrs. Headley's husband, Sam's father?" The answer is yes and no. She sat back, seeming to take Patrick in anew. Perhaps she was reshaping that image of a 12-year-old kid in her mind, carving out space for more. "What happened to him?" Patrick shrugged. "Went into the tunnels," he said. "Didn't come out." "Tunnels you ordered him into," she guessed. "Yes, tunnels I ordered him into." She scowled, and they collapsed. "She blames you for that." "People have to blame someone." She went quiet and bit her lip, deep in thought. He could almost see the tangle beneath her brow being teased out piece by piece. "Patty," said a voice. Mrs. McAllister, the tea shop owner, was suddenly hovering over his shoulder. "Haven't seen you in here a while." "With good reason," he sighed. "You certainly stir things up, eh?" She glanced at Nina, then did a double take. "Is that?" "A good friend of mine," he said curtly. Mrs. McAllister's mouth closed, and she nodded once. "What can I get you?" "Tea," Patrick said, "and cake." Mrs. McAllister rolled her eyes. "What kind?" Nina smiled at her. "I saw some lavender bread in the display," she said. "It looks beautiful." Mrs. McAllister brightened immediately. "Oh, it ought to, love. Was me ma's recipe." Nina's head tilted to the side. "How do you make it rise so perfectly? Mine always fall dead flat." "It's in the yeast. Lager is better than stout." Nina's eyebrows rose in fascination. "Really?" The women chatted a minute longer, discussing the intricacies of lavender cake, and all the while, Patrick watched Nina. He watched her smile stretch and her cheeks rise. He saw the way she held her spine straight, her neck long, shoulders back. She had an elegance about her, one that didn't match Kenton Hill. Too regal for pubs and tunnels. Artisan hewn. So much so that the scurry in her was barely recognizable. But it was there. Patrick could see it. Then again, he was looking for it. Probably closer than he ought to. There were specks of pigment across her nose, beneath her eyes. Faded, but discernible. Every so often, her eastern tongue got the better of her, elongated her vowels. She looked people in the eye when she spoke, her chin level and not floating somewhere up with God. All of it reminded Patrick of that courtyard girl, the one whose hand he'd held in Belvedere City, the one whose cheek he'd kissed, the one he'd thought of every day since. "Pat," Mrs. McAllister was saying. She was waiting for the answer to a question he hadn't heard. Nina stared back at him, amused. "I'll have what the lady's having," Patrick said. Mrs. McAllister walked away with a knowing twinkle in her eyes. "Lord," Patrick admonished himself. "She's just a woman, Patty, like any other. But he shouldn't look at her so closely, or she might recognize the wanting." "So?" Nina said now. "You've started a revolution. You're feeding the hungry, protecting allied towns with your tunnels, and bolstering ingenuity within your own walls." Patrick's eyebrow rose. "Makes me sound like a bloody hero." "You'd have me believe you were, wouldn't you?" God help him. But Patrick enjoyed it. The challenge, the prickling aggression. He leaned closer until she was the only one who could hear his reply. "I told you I would try to get you on our side," he said, "but I won't trick you. I'm no hero." "Then what are you? Why are these people so afraid of you?" "Because I kill their husbands and drag their children out of their rooms in the night." "The truth," she demanded. Her voice was sharp as a guillotine, slicing the air in two. Patrick almost smiled. "All right," he began. "The truth is, my family is in the business of justice." She frowned at him. "What does that mean?" "Sometimes it means feeding people, helping them find safety," he said. "Other times, it means dynamite and bad deals and men with bullets between their eyes." He paused, waiting for it to sink in. He saw the fear when she swallowed, when the goose flesh rose along the columns of her neck. "Oftentimes," he continued, "the business requires me to do both, and the people here know it. They've seen it. That inspires fear in a lot of them. But it inspires trust, too. The village needs something big and bad to stalk about in the night. They feel safer having it, even if they're scared of it." Patrick looked around at the guests of the tea house. "As you said, the war hasn't touched this town, and they know they have Coulsons and Sons to thank." "The big bad thing in the night," Nina echoed. Patrick nodded. "That's the whole of it. I do sorry things for the greater good of this town, and that's all you need to know." "And what about the rest of the world?" "That's someone else's village." The tea arrived in chipped cups and mismatched saucers, but steam rose pleasingly from the bread, and Nina's attention was absorbed. She placed her hands carefully in her lap, as if to keep them from clawing at the food. Patrick scowled. "Waiting for something?" Her eyes did not leave the plate. She must be starving. "Would you like—" "Just eat, Nina." And she did. Artisan etiquette be damned. She nearly devoured the slice whole. She grinned, satisfied when the food was gone. "Lord, that's good. They don't have lavender cake in your big city." "I haven't been to the city in 7 years," she said, dusting crumbs from her fingers. "We can stop pretending I've been living a life of luxury, if you please." The clatter of the door, ricocheting off plasterboard, interrupted further conversation. A gust of dry, cold wind swept through the tables, danced among legs, and Patrick turned to find Otto in the entrance, chest heaving, cap in hand. "Patty!" he huffed, looking over the heads of other patrons. He paid no mind to the groups of people, who stared aghast and backed their chairs away, expecting trouble. And who could blame them? Otto was made for trouble. That was what he'd told Patrick the day he'd caught Otto thieving cigarettes from the market. He'd been barely 17 then, thin as a post, teeth bared. "You're asking for a whole lot of trouble, thieving from John Coulson," Patrick had told him. "Was made for trouble," he'd spat. He'd scrapped like a prize fighter all the way back to the hotel. Had stopped only when the barrel of a pistol was pointed at him. Patrick's father had taken one long look at the boy and said, "Trouble is just what we need." Patrick stood. "There's hawkers in the market," Otto said simply, and every eye in the tea house turned to Patrick. "Problems and fixes. Stay here," he told Nina, swallowing his tea in one gulp. She was already on her feet, already rounding the table. "No," she said firmly. "God help me." Patrick threw a handful of coins onto the table, wove back through the diners, and followed Otto out onto the street. "Hawkers, Patty! I heard you," he said, seething, striding back toward the market. "Keep the lady away." Patrick could hear the staccato of Nina's boots following close behind. Otto dropped back to intercept her. "Touch me, and I'll rip a hole in the earth beneath your feet," Nina told him, her voice deceptively sweet. Patrick groaned, then held a hand up for Otto. "Let her be," he growled. If she wanted to see who Coulson and Sons were, then let her. Hawkers were a growing thorn in the side of Kenton Hill. Lately, they seemed to lurk in every dark corner, every dripping alley. But never were they so bold as to trade in the open market. They were getting brave. An example would need to be made. Hawkers traded bluff, or at least, they claimed to. It was once intentionally rationed out to miners before they entered the tunnels, which suited the wives. Where there was less liquor, there was less gambling, less holes in their walls, less piss in the bed. It seemed a welcome compensation until the men stopped waking up. The wives would find their husbands wide-eyed and staring in the mornings, lips still stained the colour of ink. The artisans had long ago stemmed the influx of bluff to the mining towns, but it leaked through the gaps between their fingers. It found its way down the canals and into the veins of those who still craved a quiet head. Those like Gunner, who still saw walls collapsing all around them. With Terranium's stores now as scarce as idiom, the hawker's bluff was even more diluted, more toxic, cut with a cocktail of opium and arsenic, and whatever else could be found. Patrick stalked back through the barn doors into the market and spied them immediately. 2 hawkers, both men. They stood in long coats by oil barrels with chalk on their boots. A single chalk line across one's boot signalled to those who knew it was a silent message between dealer and buyer. One of them was Ferris Manley. The last time he'd been caught dealing, he'd lost one of his remaining teeth for his efforts. Evidently, it had not been warning enough, since he now stood in broad daylight, chalking his boots. The other hawker saw Patrick coming and had the good sense to bolt. He had slipped out of reach before Otto could give chase. "Leave him," Patrick barked to Otto. "We'll catch up with him later." He needed Otto to stand by Nina. Ferris looked like he'd swallowed a hornet. His mouth fell open, revealing the few teeth that remained. "Good God, man," Patrick said, stopping a foot away. "You smell like a pig." Ferris had the decency to quail. His fists clenched at his sides. He looked around for help that wouldn't arrive. "Pat," he said, nodding warily. "I've just come from the stables." "Aye," Patrick said. "Shoveling shit today, were you? You haven't thanked me yet for getting you that job." Ferris swallowed. "Oh, thank you." There was anger in those watery eyes. Far more than there should be for a man in his current position. Fear and dumb rage wrestled within him. "Now, Ferris," Patrick warned, heat rising in him by the second. Soon the world would go red. "The last time I caught you selling, I was very generous. I swapped your bad bluff for the horse shit and gave you another means to make a living, didn't I?" Ferris turned puce. "You took my fucking tooth," he seethed, pointing a shaking finger at Otto. "With a pair of pliers." "Only one," Patrick agreed. "A fair trade, I'd say, for all the shit you strewn through Main Street. Now I come and find you spreading it round the market as well." Fear won. Ferris held up his hand. "Please, Pat," he uttered. "I owe some money to—" "To who?" Patrick asked, though he knew the answer. The fake bluff came from the coppers, and the police weren't dumb enough to sell it themselves. Ferris's lips pressed tightly together. "That job you got me pays next to nothing. And yet it's the only one you're worthy of in this town." Anger took the stage. It rose up Ferris's neck and spilled out his mouth. "Fucking Coulson's!" he spat, though the words quivered. "You think you're better than any of—" He didn't finish the sentence. Patrick's fist landed squarely in Ferris's mouth and sent him reeling, falling backward over barrels and onto the ground. Vaguely, Patrick heard the collective gasps of the people nearby, the cracks of his knuckles against Ferris's nose, cheeks, jaw, but he only saw red. He only felt heat and aching adrenaline in his shoulders, in his fists. He felt the wet pulp of flesh beneath his knuckles, and nothing else. Not until a hand began pulling intently at his back. "Patrick!" someone called, frightened. "Patrick, stop!" Then the ground quaked. A collective shout rent the air as the ground swelled and settled, a monstrous groan emitting from its depths. The tables toppled. Wares spilled across the ground. Dust was shaken free from the rafters above and rained down on their heads. But it was only a moment. A second of noise and movement. There and then gone, as though they were all the contents of a bottle that had been picked up and shaken. "Patrick," Nina said again, though this time she stood over him. Her hand gripped Patrick's collar. "Enough!" She looked scared. "I tried to tell you," he thought. Ferris was crawling backward, but it was not Patrick he stared at, horror-stricken. Instead, he stared through the swelling flesh at Nina, blood bubbling on his lips. "That's—" he stammered, his elbow collapsing beneath him. "She—" Patrick stood and blocked Nina from view. "You stick to shoveling the shit in the stables, Ferris." He bent to take the man's collar in his hand. "Next time, it's a bullet, not a fist. A river of blood spilled over the man's chin. Patrick pulled open Ferris's coat and took the bluff from his pockets. The man shook beneath him, barely clinging to consciousness. He tried to speak, though his tongue was uncooperative. That's Nina! No, Patrick said. Don't say her name. Then his fist came down one last time, and Ferris went slack. The market had emptied of patrons. Only a few vendors remained to collect strewn produce, but they averted their eyes. Boss, said Otto, a toothpick between his lips. Want me to take him somewhere? Patrick shook his head, then took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands clean. Leave him, he said. He'd let the others see the chalk on Ferris's boots. Take all this to the canal and throw it in. Patrick passed over the bluff in its small brown paper parcels. Otto nodded and left quickly, whistling as he went. Patrick let out a sigh, tension gathering in his shoulders. Then finally turned to face her, wondering what expression she might wear. He found disgust, fear. Fuck. Before he could stop her, she stalked past him out into the street. Better that she understands, he thought, though acid trickled down his throat, eating holes through his insides.
Chapter 24. Nina. Dim afternoon light leaked through Kenton Hill's streets as we made our way back to Coulson & Sons. Isaiah led Patrick and me, and I kept my eyes straight ahead, determined not to see the swell of his knuckles. He's a dangerous man. It should have come as no surprise. He was a revolutionary, a mob leader, and a miner. Most miners had more muscle than they could be trusted with. He isn't a boy anymore, I reminded myself. He tried to tell you. So, he was the judge and the executioner. I wondered how often he broke eye sockets like it was a transaction. Kenton Hill was a town run by one man. I wondered if he knew how unbalanced it was, to have collected so much control, to be the sole puppeteer. Had he considered how easy it would be for someone to snip all the strings when only one hand held them? I folded my arms over my chest, rather than take his arm. I was wire-taut. Would he have pummeled that man to death? He suddenly seemed intent on doing so. And over what? A bad bit of bluff? I thought of the man in the pub, quailing beneath Patrick's gaze, Sam's puce-faced mother, the hawker's head as it hit the dirt. Was this the Coulsons' idea of peace? Kenton Hill suddenly didn't seem so miraculous as the light faded. The copper and steel works lost their gleam. Even with the waning daylight, the townsfolk had not slowed. The laneways kept their frenetic pace, and I was shocked to remember there was no curfew here, not like the ones imposed elsewhere. Even so, a particular buzz wove its way from conversation to conversation as we passed. Jack, are you headed to the meeting? Meeting's at 8, you dunce, not 7. Another meeting? Not that I'm complaining. I frowned. What meeting? I said without looking at Patrick. Town meeting, he offered. There was a cigarette between his lips that he lit with a flourish. At the hotel. Run by you? His eyelids seemed heavy. Smoke billowed from his lips. In lieu of the chairman. And what's the meeting about? He shook his head minutely. I got the impression that I exhausted him. The usual, he said. The coming winter. Food rationing. Mostly people come to complain, and then we fix whatever's broken. He talked about it like it was a millstone he was tied to. I squared my shoulders. I'd like to go. I bet you would. He said no more, just puffed on his cigarette. I gritted my teeth. I've got my own complaints to air. Oh, I don't doubt it. He looked skyward as he walked. The floating lights were beginning to spark to life of their own accord. For a moment, I was distracted by the improbability that they should exist. It's beautiful, I admitted, trying not to sound too complimentary. Patrick watched me as though I were mystifying. I wish he'd stop. I was trying to keep my blood cool, my pulse slow. I wanted my wits about me, and they were quick to scramble in his presence. Was it just that he was dangerous? Had I become one of those desperate women clamouring to feel alive, wasting an idleness so severe that anything thrilled me? How pitiful. And yet... Perhaps it was merely his looks. Not clean-cut, but intense. It struck me anew with each glance. A sharp, vicious beauty. The destructive kind. By day's end, I'd be peppered through with shot. Maybe it was just the tether I'd kept with the Patrick of my youth. The softer Patrick. The skinny kid with dirty hair. Glimpses of the boy made me more sympathetic toward the man.
Whatever your grievances, you can write them in a letter and send them to me,
Patrick said now. I stopped on the path. Patrick took 2 strides, then turned to me with apparent irritation. Why can't I come? I was fully aware of how petulant I sounded.
Because you ain't a resident,
he said, stamping the cigarette beneath his boot.
And your face will distract the entire pub from the agenda.
I'll sit in a dark corner then.
You'll sit in your room, he said, and I'll have a doctor come see you.
I don't need a doctor.
Nevertheless, you'll see one.
Already he was walking again.
You've had your time on the town, exactly as you asked.
I scoffed. Did you truly think I'd be placated by one small outing?
And what a fine outing it was, he said grandly. I bought you tea and cake.
And clobbered a man blind? He turned and found me 1 pace behind. His chest was an inch from my nose.
You'll wait in your room for the doctor.
A different woman might have given in then, their stomach shrivelling as mine did. You planning to carry me up there? I asked. Throw me over your shoulder. His eyes flashed.
You say that like it isn't exactly what I'd like to do.
I swallowed. It's a lot of stairs, Patrick. You wouldn't manage.
Careful.
He crouched until his nose was level with mine, his lips a hair's breadth away.
That sounded an awful lot like a challenge.
Heat washed over me, 1,000 small flares sputtering beneath the skin. I narrowed my eyes, tried to pretend like I wasn't on fire. You wouldn't dare.
But I would dare, Nina, he breathed. I'm just biding my time. Don't give me an excuse.
There was an instinct to close what little distance remained. I ignored it. You're so confident you could get me in bed just like that. For a moment, he only watched my lips, and I was a heartbeat away from letting him have them. Bravado be damned. My thighs pressed together, my stomach jolted with fresh thrill. He was going to kiss me, right there in the street. But Patrick's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he leaned back, amusement dancing across his face.
Didn't say anything about a bed now, did I?
He left me standing there alone, my face ruddy red, the tightly spooled cord in my chest unravelling. Chapter 25. Nina. Coulson & Sons was overflowing with patrons. They trickled out the door and onto the street, littering the walkways. Isaiah wove between their legs, then disappeared inside, and Patrick sighed, cursing quietly at the crowd. You'd better pick me up now, Patrick, I murmured as we approached. You'll lose me in these crowds. He gave me a withering glare.
What are my chances of bribing you to stay upstairs?
I have no need for money.
Or sense, apparently.
Some of the patrons looked up as we approached. Patrick grabbed my wrist, his long, roughened fingers enveloping it and winding my arm around his.
Stay near to me,
he said low in my ear.
There's a lot of people here who hate me, Nina. Do you understand?
No, I said bluntly. In fact, the more I see of Kenton Hill, the less I understand. He scrubbed at his face.
Just do this one fucking thing, all right? Stay by me.
The people stuck out in the cold parted for Patrick. A few nodded to him genially. One man called out,
"All right, Patty."
They now stared at me openly, and I chose to allocate their quizzical expressions to the oddity of an unfamiliar face in town, rather than the possibility that they knew exactly who I was. The racket within the pub was such that I'd rarely heard before. The walls were too close, the ceiling too low to bracket all these people standing shoulder to shoulder. The same woman as before stood behind the bar shouting,
Beer only at meetings, you bunch of louts. I'm not pouring any fucking whiskey with this many in a room. Mind your manners."
And so the pints were meted out by the staff at terrific speed. Everywhere I looked, glasses sailed overhead, finding tabletops and greedy hands. Patrick cut through the crowd easily. Some patted him on the shoulder, but Patrick stopped for no one. He pulled me along at his side, and his hand gripped so tightly I almost complained. The men watched with interest. The women looked on with disdain.
"He's got a bird on his arm,"
someone muttered, none too discreetly.
"She looks right familiar, don't she?"
"That's the charmer," another said.
"Caused a bloody earthquake in the market today. Didn't you hear? Shit, is that really her?"
An old and familiar dread climbed my throat. "They know who I am," I whispered to Patrick, my voice wavering. He turned and glared down at me.
"No, you're scared?"
he asked.
"Where's that clever mouth gone?"
My face heated. "I suppose I needn't worry. You'll just flay them within an inch of their lives if they come too close."
"Ah,"
Patrick said, dropping my hand.
"So you do understand."
He turned and nodded to the door that would lead to the stairwell.
"If you don't want me defending your honour, you can head on up to that bed you mentioned us sharing."
My collar felt suddenly too tight. "I suspect my honour has never entered your mind."
"Oh, it has,"
he said darkly. He leaned so close that his mouth hovered over my ear.
"Say the word, darling, and I'll carry you up those stairs."
I could see the pulse in his throat. His scent corralled me. "You're an arrogant fucking bastard. You know that?" I muttered contemptuously, vowels trailing.
"I am,"
he admitted, backing away an inch, but only so much as to look me in the eye when he spoke.
"Or perhaps I just like invoking that scurry tongue of yours. It comes out when you're mad."
I aimed a quick jab at his stomach, which he caught easily.
"Lord,"
he muttered, fingers slipping around my hand again.
"We need to teach you to fight properly, darling. Surely they breed quicker hands in scurry."
He gave another of those barely suppressed smiles, the ones that he'd failed to fight back.
"Come on,"
he said, turning to the table before us. He slapped a hand on the shoulder of none other than Scotty, who stood the moment he turned and spied Patrick, offering him his seat.
"A full house, Pat,"
he said, adjusting the vast waistline of his trousers.
"We expecting trouble?"
Patrick gestured for me to take the seat instead.
"Always expect trouble, Scotty."
The round table hosted 3 other men, 2 younger than me, I thought, and 1 older. The older one peered at me as I sat. He was large, imposing. He sat with his legs crossed, a pipe between his cracked lips. A prominent brass-coloured tooth glinted at me. That he was a Coulson was obvious. It wasn't the eyes. They were a warm brown rather than Patrick's blue. It was his expression. Careful, dauntless, overladen. I got the sensation I was an insect beneath glass.
"Nina Harrow, this is my older brother, Gunnar,"
Patrick said. Gunnar shared a look with Patrick that stretched for a long moment.
"Shouldn't she be behind a locked door somewhere?"
His voice was a hoarse rendition of Patrick's. He seemed exhausted, irritable, moments from rage. Patrick merely nodded, taking a glass of nondescript liquor from the table and downing it all at once,
She certainly should be, brother. And yet, I've brought her here.
Whatever message passed between them seemed to change hands silently. Gunnar sighed, smoothed his beard with one hand, and toasted me half-heartedly.
Nice to fucking meet you,
he said, then stood to leave.
I'll be at the bar.
I swallowed, my neck prickling uncomfortably. Perhaps it would have been wiser to go upstairs. Next was a man with badly mussed hair and a boyish chin. His eyes quivered, unfocused, and mimicked Patrick's in colour. Surely another Coulson.
My baby brother, Donny.
Patrick gestured, taking Gunnar's abandoned seat beside him. Donny stared past me as he spoke.
"Milady,"
he said, and he reached into the air, presumably for my hand. I suddenly recalled young Patrick referring to a brother who couldn't see well. I gave the man my hand, and he kissed my knuckles. "Glad to meet you, Donny," I told him.
"Fuck me,"
Donny said, dropping my hand abruptly.
"Is she a proper lady then, brother? Sounds like an artisan or some such." "She's as proper as they come, Don,"
Patrick muttered.
"And she sounds like an artisan, 'cause she is one."
Donny turned his head in my direction.
"Scotty brought you down the tunnel then, did he?"
I frowned at the man in question. "Something like that." Scotty took a large swill of beer and grimaced as he swallowed.
"Sorry about the knock to your noggin, hen,"
he said, then looked sideways to Patrick for approval. Patrick's jaw ticked, and the big man put his drink on the table and looked down into his lap.
"I'm Briggs,"
said the only other occupant of the table. He was a tall man with a mop of shockingly red hair and a friendly disposition. He stood to shake my hand and offered a genuine smile. I nodded to him. "So then," I said to the group at large, "you're Patrick's browbeaters, are you?" They each stilled completely in the act of lounging or drinking, and stared at me, speechless. Then Donny broke, snorting into his glass. Scotty followed, then Briggs, and finally Patrick.
"What tales have you been telling her?"
Donny asked Patrick.
"Ain't you supposed to be converting her to our side?"
Patrick's eyes met mine. I hoped he couldn't see me swallow reflexively.
"She'll come round,"
he said simply, assuredly.
"So, what are you then, Nina Harrow?"
Donny continued. He had Patrick's devilish charm, his confidence, but he was boyishly limp-limbed and languid, unburdened by the same duty his brother was. I looked furtively to those patrons closest, lowered my voice, and said, "A charmer." I did not elaborate as to the medium.
"Blimey, another one, Pat!"
Patrick merely took a deep drag, but my attention darted between them, perplexed. "Another one?"
"Pardon,"
Donny continued, ignoring me.
"But I don't give a figgy for your station. I mean, what are you? Are you beautiful? Married? Someone tell me if I should be romancing her. Not unless you want to spend the night in a canal, Donny."
Patrick said evenly.
"Ha!"
Scotty barked.
"He couldn't charm a fish if he were a worm."
Donny scowled.
"Just so you know,"
he said to me, finding my hand on the table,
"I've got much more than a worm. It's more the size of a—" "Shut the fuck up, Donny,"
Patrick groaned, stubbing out his cigarette.
"You said you were going after the lads from now on. That's not true. I'm happy to tip my cap at anything, God almighty. Let's get this debacle over with,"
Patrick said, standing abruptly.
"But it's not 7:30, Patty,"
Briggs said, leaning back to view an old grandfather clock by the wall. Its glass cracked. Patrick looked out over the packed pub. I followed his sights, to where a woman was beginning to climb to a tabletop, and two men were tussling, though the lack of space made them unable to do more than grab each other's ears. The piano playing had ceased, so that it could be pushed to the wall and allow more room.
"Close enough,"
he said. Then he walked to the bar. I watched him talk briefly with the woman pouring pints from a tapped keg. I saw her shoulders rise and fall on a sigh, and then she dragged a large brass bell from beneath the counter. As soon as the bell began to clang, the noise died. The fighting men froze mid-headlock. The woman on the table awkwardly crouched down, unsure what to do next. Patrick took a swig of liquor straight from a bottle, closed his eyes briefly, where a few could see him galvanize himself, and then climbed atop the bar. No one clapped. No one called to him. There was only the quiet clinking of glasses and taut anticipation.
"Couple of messages,"
Patrick said, apparently with no other prelude on offer.
"First, a shipment of goods and produce arrived this afternoon. Our market tables will be full tomorrow."
A cheer. Fists pounded the air.
"But,"
Patrick called, and the crowd silenced like a school of admonished children.
"if we see the same chaos that ensued last month, some will go without. Do you hear me, Anderson?"
Patrick looked over at a man sliding halfway down his stool, in an attempt to melt into the floor.
"If you start breaking the queue, Scotty will haul you out. Wait your fucking turn."
The man nodded into his drink.
Sorry, Pat,"
he muttered.
"There was a hawker intercepted at the market earlier today. His wares were thrown into the canals. Anyone with information about the origins of the bluff he was carrying will be handsomely thanked, and if need be."
And here Patrick paused.
"We will conduct another search, home to home, to find all those in possession and the people responsible for producing it."
A collective titter rippled across the crowd. A few women raised their eyebrows at one another. Patrick ignored the rousing.
"These are desperate times,"
he said, walking across the bar top.
"Our miners, many of your loved ones, are still below ground each day in places we can't reach, doing what is necessary for the Union. But despite the pressure, we won't fold to the strain on our backs."
He held up his pint, matched by every other patron in the pub.
"They haven't figured us out yet, have they?"
Patrick shouted, the cords of his neck straining.
"No!"
the crowd roared, and I jumped in my chair as it was jostled from behind.
"It's a time war we're fighting, but we are resilient. We've held our breath beneath ground for centuries. Can we hold it just a little longer for our freedom?" "Yes!"
Hollowing ensued. The woman on the tabletop stood tall in her apparent elation and knocked her head against a brass pendant light. When the last hurrah died, Patrick wiped the sweat from his brow, sniffed once, then said, with no small amount of resignation,
"Right. Complaints?"
The herd surged forward, all of them at once. I watched Patrick's jaw tighten. It went on for longer than I could stand.
"The drains around Blinder Street need clearing again, and up by old Frank. His knees don't take the strain, and the job don't get finished. The Eastern Miners bogging, Pat, soon the whole fucking hill will slide right into town. Those Wembley kids are running free in the street day and night. Left catching on my damn doormat again. If they can't be controlled, I want fair compensation from that lousy dust collector. He broke a wheel and spilled soot all over my hydrangeas."
Such trivial grievances. None seemed worthy of mention in wartime, and I grew quickly irritated. But Patrick listened, nodding to each complaint as the woman I presumed to be his mother scribed them. The sheets of parchment before her piled at an alarming rate. How entitled these people were. How utterly oblivious to the fires outside their fortress. From the looks on their faces, Donnie, Scotty and Briggs shared my opinion. Their expressions soured with each passing minute. I watched Patrick carefully, saw how he took the brunt without remark or reaction. I wondered how many pieces made up the whole of him, beyond his bloodied fists and the flask inside his vest, beyond the dog waiting for him by the window bay, and the tin lighter he'd kept since his childhood. Had the boy I'd met been snuffed out somewhere between 12 and 25? I desperately wanted to ask. I also wanted to feel nothing for him at all. "You don't know this man," I shouted in the chambers of my mind, banging the walls to ensure I paid attention. It did nothing to drown the sudden defensiveness clawing inside me, as these people made their demands. "But you do know him," another voice hummed. "It all began with him." Eventually, the grievances diluted to things like soil quality and a peculiar smell behind the scrapyard. and I sensed the meeting was finally concluding. Patrick's mother banged her pencil on the countertop and put her fingers between her lips, whistling at an aching decibel.
"We're done,"
she shouted, glaring at the crowd. They fell deathly silent.
"No whiskey. You can have another dark mild before you trot off home, but if you fight, Gunnar and Scotty will be escorting you."
A low rumble of conversation arose, but no dissent. I thought most would leave. The pub had grown oppressively hot. Instead, someone began clanging the keys on the piano. The volume rose to an ear-splitting revelry, and the men and women continued on with a sense of ease, apparently lighter after having aired the soft inconveniences in their lives.
"Bunch of whinging pricks," muttered Briggs as he lit a cigar with a match. "It'll be a busy day tomorrow, boys."
Donnie nodded.
"I'll take care of the coal collector. He's on the bluff again, dropping dust all over the place. You and your brother need to find where on God's green earth it's coming from, Donnie," Scotty said. "And no point taking their bluff where they can make more."
Donnie scrubbed his face, looking tired.
"It'll mean another raid. Fuck me,"
Briggs mumbled, pulling deeply on the cigar.
"I'd prefer the fucking tunnels." "Shut up, Briggs. We're in company,"
Donnie said sharply. Briggs eyed me with suspicion and fell silent. I bristled. Patrick told me about the tunnels.
"Did he know?"
Donnie seemed unperturbed.
"Did he threaten to leave you down one of them?"
My jaw ticked. "No," I said, though leaving me in a tunnel wouldn't render much use. Scotty was smiling at me, entertained.
"No,"
Donnie said, leaning his forearms on the table and looking smug in his gold-buttoned waistcoat.
"Taken a fancy to you, has he? Well, bully for you. Whatever keeps you above ground."
I wanted to shake the foundation beneath us, just enough to topple him from that high horse.
"I take it you're here to help us clear out the water rats too,"
Donnie continued, sipping his liquor.
"She ain't here for the rats, brother,"
came Patrick's voice from behind my shoulder. I turned slightly to find him standing with his hands in his pockets.
"Oh, Patty."
Donnie shook his head, sniggering.
"Tell me you didn't bring her all the way out to the brink just so you could bend her over."
My hands itched to slap him. Scotty buried his fist in his mouth to quell laughter. I looked up to find Patrick grinning, as amused as Scotty, it seemed. He placed his hands to the sticky table and leaned toward Donnie.
"I brought her all the way out here to bend earth, Donnie," he said.
His brother's face went immediately slack.
"No need to dig your own grave. I promise Nina here can do it quicker."
Scotty broke then, laughing so uproariously, his head tipped back to the ceiling. Briggs stared at me wide-eyed.
"No shit," Donnie said simply. "You fucking found one." "The only one, Don," Patrick corrected. "And here you are, insulting her where she sits."
Patrick resumed his seat.
"You ought to apologise."
He said it casually, though there was that hint of malice in his words, making it clear that it wasn't a mere suggestion.
"Sorry, milady,"
Donnie said, holding his hand out to take mine again. For the second time, he kissed my knuckles.
"That was right fucking rude of me. You've had so far down your throat, Don. It's a wonder you don't choke and die,"
Briggs muttered. "If only," I said, and they all snorted, Donnie included.
"Bloody hell. She's a beauty, ain't she? I can tell, 'cause I've already blown me chances."
Patrick nodded, upending yet another glass of amber liquor to his lips.
"Aye,"
he rasped, not looking my way.
"I'm afraid she is."
A scuffle ensued then. People crowded near the entrance called out in reproach as they were pushed aside. I caught sight of 3 black-pointed hard hats adorned with Bellevere's emblem before a firm, slender hand grasped my upper arm, hoisting me off my chair.
"Move it, girl,"
came a feminine voice, northern accented and scorched.
"Go,"
Patrick said to me once, short and sharp. He and the other 3 men had already rounded the table, heading straight for the hard hats. The woman who I presumed to be Patrick's mother pulled me to the stairwell door, pushed me through, and followed after me. The door clicked shut behind us. Tess Coulson pressed her ear to the door. "Shut up," she hissed, and I realized that I was panting. The police had come. "Why are they here?" I breathed, blood pounding against the drums of my ears. Tess did not look back at me. "They live here, darling," she said, "and as far as Bellevue City knows, they do a stellar job of policing the entire province, while we pay them handsomely to do the opposite." I meant, what are they doing here? "If I could hear a fucking thing, I might tell you," Tess said, then opened the door until a slither of light split her in two. I crept hesitantly closer at her back and peered over her head. The patrons had fallen into silence again. It was the ringing kind, the violent kind. The mere creak of a floorboard might incite a brawl. Fingers squeezed around the handles of heavy pints. Bodies turned to the black steepled hats in their faded black uniforms. The police stood with long batons in their hands, glaring at a room of curled knuckles and bared teeth. "Hello, boys," Patrick said to them. "Got the uniforms out of your trunks for a night, eh? What's the occasion?" "Coulson," said the officer in front. He had sagging under-eyes and a bent nose. His front teeth pleated and gave him the overall impression of a dunce. "Is your mother in?" "She's indisposed," Patrick replied, even-tempered, eerily calm. "What can I do for you, Kirkby?" "Had a man come to me door tonight, Patty. Looked like he'd been kicked in the face by a horse. The name he gave was Ferris Manley." "Ah, Ferris," Donny shook his head. "He tends to let those mares get away from him in the stables. Slippery hands don't hold the reins right." Kirkby grunted. "Gave me a little tip, though, did Ferris. Told me that he had a very peculiar encounter with a woman he believed to be an earth charmer of all things. Said it was Nina Clark." Utter silence, except for the lighter Patrick struck to light his smoke. The room held precariously by the tips of his fingers. "Did he?" Patrick said eventually, seemingly indifferent. I, on the other hand, felt my blood freeze. "Ferris says a lot of things, Kirkby. He's a bluff hawker, after all. I wouldn't pay him any mind. Said I might find this Nina Clark here, in your company," Kirkby continued, stepping surreptitiously closer. "There's a mighty big reward on that swang's head, Patty. Far more than me and me colleagues get paid for our discretion." Men rose in their place. The sounds of their chair legs scraping across the floor filled the room. The balance teetered. Kirkby seemed undaunted. "You brought a woman into market today," he said. "Took her around town too. Loads of people have been whispering about it." He waved an arm around the room, and indeed several people averted their eyes. "Rumour is it's someone new. Funny accent. What's the newcomer's name, Pat?" Patrick answered without delay. "Harrow," he said, "or Scurry."
"Vaguely reminiscent of your last wife, Kirkby,"
Gunner said loudly, stepping forward to stand beside Patrick.
"Only this one never ran off with the night soil man."
Kirkby slammed his baton down on the nearest table. A glass bounced and shattered. Those nearest backed away several paces. Patrick gave no reaction at all. Before me, Tess Coulson ground her teeth.
"You can check with your masters for the records if you like," Patrick said. "You'll find the name. Miner's daughter." "Bloody Ferris,"
Gunner chuckled. His brass tooth flashed.
"That horse must have kicked the wits out of him."
"Nevertheless," Kirkby replied. "Ferris said there was a strange quake in the ground at the market this afternoon. Reckons there were plenty of witnesses there who can attest to it." Patrick looked around with a raised eyebrow.
"Does he now? Well, if anyone here wishes to speak to the esteemed officers of our great Bellevue."
He stepped forward and turned in a circle, arms out.
"Do so now."
There was hardly a mutter, just a creak in the floorboards, the whisper of bodies shifting. Gunner took a pistol from his coat, checked the barrel casually, then replaced it. He sniffed, rested his elbows on the bar.
You'll find no witnesses here, Kirkby.
His voice was hewn from some deep, dark place in the earth, and it gave me the strange sensation of being buried.
Why don't you go back home to that empty bed now?
Kirkby turned puce with rage.
Fucking Coulson, boys,
he muttered, spittle collecting on his lips. His hand tightened around the baton. Through the crack in the door, I could see nothing but men with flared nostrils and women with taut fists. The entire tavern somehow smelled of hot, flowing blood.
Not your brightest idea, coming in here tonight,
Patrick said quietly, darkly.
We agreed you'd bring any concerns to me privately. Save all the...
He gestured to the angry crowd around them.
Ill will.
Kirkby seemed to become slowly aware, through the haze of his own fury, that he was vastly outnumbered, that his two uniformed comrades were gape-mouthed and backing furtively away. His eyes shifted to the glass shattered over the floor, then to Patrick, Gunnar, Donnie, and the others, none of whom had bothered to draw a weapon. Kirkby teetered.
We'll speak about my new payment,
he said, pointing a finger at Patrick.
House of Lords is offering 100, so I want 100 for my tolerance.
Gunnar took 2 heavy, menacing strides before Patrick caught him around the chest, preventing his advance.
Enough,
Patrick said, unflinching.
I'll be coming to find you tomorrow, officer,
he said, waving Kirkby off.
Off you go now. Bar's closed.
You're a crook, Coulson, Kirkby grunted, spitting on the floor. You and your mongrels. Donnie barked. Briggs crowed with laughter. Gunnar bared his teeth, not arguing the accusation. The coppers turned their backs. Tess let the door swing shut, muffling the returning conversation outside.
Lord Almighty,
she said slowly. She appraised me from crown to toe.
You've caused quite a stir.
I swallowed. What I'd done in the market had been foolish.
My son went on and on for months about how useful you'd be,
Tess said now, peering closely at me. I could see with total clarity the prisms in her eyes.
I told him it wasn't worth the risk.
Despite her shorter stature, her slightness, I felt smaller in her presence. I shrunk in my place. Yet, I rasped, here I am.
There you are,
Tess agreed.
Do you understand the gravity of your position here, miss?
I nodded, though I feared I only knew the half of it.
Good, she said. We've got an entire town to protect, to provide for. We do what must be done, however unseemly it is. If we must rid the world of one prissy artisan to remain hidden, then I myself will pull the trigger.
I blanched. My chest rose and fell seismically. I don't mean any harm to your people, I said unevenly. Whatever you do, I'm sure it is only to ensure their safety. For the first time since arriving in Kenton Hill, I was peacekeeping, twisting words to please. Shame clawed at my throat. Tess Coulson only snorted.
Safety, she echoed. You think safety is all we want? No, she said, picking a loose thread from my sleeve. If that was it, we'd not have started a revolution now, would we? What we want is a fair fucking chance.
I did not have the gall to break eye contact.
Do you really think you can help us with that, Miss Harrow?
I pressed my lips into a thin line, tried to regulate my breaths. Run! My blood beckoned. Run! I can carve the tunnels Patrick tells me to, I managed. Whether it's a help to your cause is no concern of mine.
Ah, yes, Tess nodded sagely. A war-shy neutral.
She said it the way one would describe an infection.
So, your plan is to dig some holes, then catch a fare to far-off lands, eh?
Yes, I said, my voice regaining strength. Patrick made me a deal, and I accepted.
Is that a promise?
It is.
And are you a woman of your word?
In this instance, I'd be shot for breaking it, I reminded her. She grinned, surprise momentarily brightening her features.
Just don't break any hearts along the way, miss. Keep your pretty eyes where they ought to be, on those far-off lands.
My mouth dried, but I nodded once, ceding to the warning. The clamour in the pub seemed to have died down. The door pushed open, and Patrick appeared. He eyed the two of us, standing none too far apart, with immediate wariness.
"They're clearing out," he said to his mother. "They've had enough booze for the night."
Tess nodded.
"And Kirkby?"
She was still staring at me, inspecting the curls falling free from their pins, and the collar that closed at the hollow of my throat.
"We pay that dullard enough. Well, Ma, unless you want me to kill him, we'll be paying him some more."
Tess turned her head to Patrick, skewering him with her expression. Either he had the skin of a marble statue, or he was far more used to her metal than I. Even without her glare on me, I withered.
"Bribing coppers only shuts them up for so long," she snapped. "Your father taught you that." "The coppers haven't worked a day in 7 years, Ma," he said tiredly. "They send their special scribbles to their lords in the city, saying all is well in Old Kenton, and it lets us live another day. We need them here, alive, and willing to turn their heads."
Tess watched him with reproach.
"Put her back behind a locked door, son."
No guesses as to who she was.
"We've had enough trouble for one day."
She strode past Patrick, through the swinging door without a backward glance. My jaw unclenched.
"In case it isn't already clear,"
Patrick said, eyes closing. I wondered if he'd fall asleep right there against the wall.
"That's why you should have stayed in your room."
It didn't seem right to argue while he looked so tired. I said nothing at all.
"There's a lot of people in this town who'd like to stick it to me, Nina. If they were clever, they'd use you to ruin my plans."
I thought of all the people in the pub tonight, placing their woes at his feet, but then standing with him in the face of police. I wanted to tell Patrick that there were also people who relied on him, admired him.
"Can't trust a single one of them,"
he muttered to himself, then pushed away from the wall.
"Off you go," he said, gesturing to the stairs. "I'll have someone bring you something to eat."
I raised my eyebrows. I can't eat in the dining room.
"There ain't one."
Then perhaps I could eat in the pub? He raised his eyebrows.
"Are you asking for more of my mother's company?"
I shivered delicately. "I think she threatened to shoot me." He grinned.
"Not to worry. She'd like to shoot just about everyone."
This didn't seem any less worrisome. "I'll say goodnight then." I turned toward the stairs.
"Sam will be up soon to keep watch,"
he said, and I tried not to hear it as a punishment.
"Do me the honour of not threatening to bury him."
My lips twitched.
"You'll be meeting Marguerite tomorrow," he continued. 7 sharp. I'll have Sam wake you and escort you downstairs."
I turned, my foot already on the first step. "Who is Marguerite?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Rather, our eyes caught on each other's, and there was a long pause. Prismatic blue shifted, melted, a jump along his jaw. I wondered if there was something in his middle that cracked and spilled out, as it did in mine.
"You'll see,"
he said.
"Keep your pretty eyes where they ought to be, on those far-off lands."
"Good night, Patrick," I said again.
"Night, scurry girl."
12 flights of stairs to the top, where Sam's wooden stool sat empty and waiting. I thought of his mother, red-faced and furious in the tea-house. I thought of his father, buried in an abandoned tunnel. Guilt filled me, and I silently vowed to be kinder to Sam when I next broke free of my room. But for tonight, I only wanted sleep. I wanted cherry blossom wallpaper and a swollen ceiling, a long stretch of heavy quiet. One day in public among the kind of noise I'd craved, and already I was spent. I walked past door 13, with door 15 looming invitingly, just out of reach. But door 14 opened on the right as I passed it, creaking on its neglected hinges. The room's occupant stepped out, tall and wide-eyed. He froze at the sight of me.
Nina?
He said. Theo, I whispered. Only I wasn't sure the name ever truly left my lips.
Chapter 26. Patrick. Donnie and Gunnar awaited him in the pub, and the brothers left without another lick of whiskey. "Come on, boys," Patrick muttered, heading straight for the door. "It's been a long day." They walked along brightly lit Main Street until they reached the first canal, then followed it downstream, not stopping until the rooftops shrunk and the pasture peeked over the tiles. Ferris Manley was asleep, face down in his straw cot, beside horses of a pedigree far above his own. He reeked of liquor and horse shit. A half-empty bottle had fallen from his hand and spilled out onto the hay. His face resembled pulp. "Look at this sorry lump, eh?" Gunnar said, dragging on his cigarette. "Took me a case of single malt to get him the fucking job." Patrick shared his indignation. On occasions like this, he wondered if it wouldn't be more efficient to just rid the world of men with Ferris's character than entertain fantasies of righting the ship. "Well," Donnie muttered, stubbing out his own smoke against the wooden post. "God rest his soul and all that." The horses were quiet in their stables. Even they seemed accepting of Ferris's fate. "Oi!" Patrick called loudly and kicked the sole of Ferris's foot. "Up you get!" The man came to, slowly, eyes rolling. His pupils dilated at the sight of Gunnar leaning over him. "Hello, Ferris," Gunnar said. Even as a boy, Gunnar had been possessed of the ability to shrivel a man where he sat. Patrick wagered there were none in Kenton Hill who did not fear him. He'd seen the turn of their pallor in his presence. Ferris now resembled a trapped rodent, trying to curl in on himself. Already, he blustered. I didn't... "Didn't what, Ferris?" Patrick asked. His breaths snagged in his chest. His syllables came even more disjointed. The Coulsons hadn't yet touched him. Donnie took a pistol from his pocket and pointed it in the vague direction of the cot. Ferris quaked. The unmistakable smell of piss scented the air. Gunnar didn't move. He looked to Patrick, now confused. "Mercy killing?" he asked. "I thought we was here for sport." "We are," Patrick assured him. "Put the fucking gun down, Donnie." Donnie reluctantly lowered his gun, nose wrinkling. "Scotty and Briggs are just rounding up some of your colleagues, Ferris," Patrick told the man on the ground. "They'll be joining us in a moment." As though summoned, feet could be heard slapping off the compacted dirt outside. Briggs stuck his burly head into the stables. "Got him, Patty," he said. Patrick nodded. "Get him on his feet, Gunnar. Let's see how fast this pig can run." Gunnar grabbed Ferris's arms, ignoring his whining protests. "Gunnar!" Ferris coughed. "Please, Gunnar. We were friends." Gunnar merely scoffed, taking Ferris's scruff in one hand and forcing him out into the night. Standing like strays between Scotty and Briggs were 5 others, all known former hawkers, all now in more morally gainful positions. The Coulsons gave second chances, just not to traitors. "Hello again, boys," Patrick said to them, making his voice louder than the growing wails of Ferris. "Pardon the interruption to your evening." We brought you here to help us decide your associate's fate. They shifted uneasily, not wanting to look at Ferris, nor any Coulson. They all stared at their boots instead, except one, who glared at Patrick with obvious defiance. All of you, Patrick continued, have been given new jobs. A fresh start if you like. Shoveling shit, said the bold one, Leon, or chasing rats round the canals. But employment nonetheless, Patrick countered, undeterred. And yet, Ferris here has decided to throw away the opportunity handed to him. You look like a betting man, Leon. Patrick held aloft a coin, flipping it to show both sides. If it's heads, then I shoot Ferris as he runs. Leon's eyes went wide. Ferris whimpered behind Patrick. Tails? And I'll let you decide who gets to shoot him. Leon looked once to Ferris, pupils widening, and then he nodded. I want to flip the coin myself. After a brief contemplation, Patrick threw the coin to him. Be sure to give it back, won't you? Times are hard. Briggs and Scotty chuckled. Leon's fingers shook around the coin. He squared his feet and shoulders as though preparing to throw a grenade. He gave Ferris a nod in solidarity, then flipped the coin on his thumbnail. It spun and spun, then fell and fell, right into the waiting cradle of Leon's palm. He smiled, loosened a breath, looked to me exultantly. Tails, he said, grin stretching. Very good. And who's your pick? He took no time at all to answer. Donny, Leon said. My pick is Donny. Patrick nodded. Donny clicked his tongue and winked an unseeing eye. Why do they always pick me? Patrick smirked. When you're ready, Gunner, cut Ferris loose. To make things fair, we'll give young Donny only one shot. What say you, Leon? Leon gave a curt nod, an air of smugness lifting his chin. Ferris had stopped wailing. Donny had yet to draw a gun. Let's see how fast you scamper, Ferris, said Gunner. He'll be headed downwind, Donny. Patrick felt their spectators lean forward, the sport getting the better of them. Ready, Ferris? Gunner called. Take your mark. Steady. And ease off. Ferris was surprisingly agile on his feet, despite a small stumble upon release. He was 20 feet away before Donny had even brushed his coat aside. Ferris's legs pounded the dirt back towards the cobbles. His colleagues whooped and cheered. Leon was the loudest, barking a laugh skyward. Donny cocked the hammer of his pistol and raised it in the general direction of Ferris, though the gun barrel aired to the right. Am I straight on, Batty? Patrick lit a cigarette. Straight enough. The end of the lane was near enough for Ferris to smell the victory. He closed in on the corner, fading into the late evening mist. An almighty bang rented the air. The bullet made whirls of the mist. In the distance, Ferris fell. The brick walls carried the sound upward with the smoke, and Kenton grew silent once more. How'd I do? Donny asked. Square in the back of his head, Gunner answered. Donny cursed. Was aiming for his arse. Leon's expression had fallen. Arrogance as shot as poor Ferris. Fear always filled the hollow. The rest of the men stared back and forth between the felled men and the blind man, disbelief rebounding. "Thank you for joining us, boys. And just so there's no confusion, know that your pastimes are not welcome commerce in the marketplace. As for your new positions of employment..." Patrick stepped toward Leon, eclipsing his view of Kenton Hill. "You could do worse than horseshit and rats." Patrick's head filled with flickering lantern light and groaning timber and walls made of mud. "Show some fucking gratitude that I don't throw you down a mine shaft instead." Leon shrunk, his brows spotting with perspiration, thoughts of the tunnels turning him quiet. It was late. Patrick was tired. He wondered if perhaps tonight would render any sleep. "Be sure to turn up to work in the morning, boys," he said, giving his back. "As demonstrated here tonight, your life depends on it."
Chapter 27. Nina. 8 years previous. In the sleeping quarters of the National Artisan School, students were not permitted to enter one another's dorms beyond the stroke of 9. So, naturally, the corridors were full of quick-moving shadows by 1/4 the hour. At almost midnight, long after I'd fallen asleep at my desk, the door to my room inched open. I startled at the sound, disoriented. My cheek ripped away from the porous page of a book.
"Did you doze off again?"
Theo murmured, closing the door quietly behind him. He entered with an air of casualness. This meeting had long since become a habit of ours, though we'd made no plans to meet tonight. I scrubbed a hand over my face, sleep clinging. The wax from the candle had dripped over its holder and into the saucer beneath, flame barely sputtering. Theo seemed amused.
"Should I go?"
"No," I mumbled. "No, it's all right." He walked to my chair and turned my face to one side.
"You've got Follinger's interpretation of modern aesthetics on your cheek."
"It wasn't very enlightening,"
"I'd gathered,"
Theo said, smirking. Whenever his lips quirked like that, charged particles raced through my core and ruptured like tiny supernovas. Infatuation, Aunt Frances had called it, not to be confused with love. Theo took my hand, led me to my bed. Without a word exchanged, we lay on our backs, my head cradled in the crook of his arm. We stared at the ceiling. I felt his lips descend into my hair. I'd read poetry that had described romance as being a descent into madness, a kind of precursor to pain. That wasn't how being with Theo felt. Being with Theo was levitation. I was weightless here, when usually I felt encumbered. It sometimes took great effort to drag myself from place to place. Sometimes I thought of him as the water he charmed. I was buoyant with him, helpless to the current. I went where he took me, and rather liked the lack of responsibility. Theo drew a box from his pocket and held it in the air above us. It was emerald green, made of leather, no bigger than the canyon of his palm.
"Had one of the 4th-year Smiths make it,"
he said, removing the box's lid.
"And a cutter as well."
He pulled a green jewel from its depths. Swinging from it was a gleaming silver chain, thin as spun sugar. He lowered it gently to the bridge of my nose, then left a kiss beneath my ear. I grinned, pinched the necklace between my forefinger and thumb, and inspected it closely. It was small and precisely cut, and the colour of poison. Pricks of some inscrutable emotion lanced my throat. I'd never owned something quite so beautiful. "What's this for?"
"For you,"
he said simply.
"It's been a year since we stepped out."
"A year and 2 days, actually." I don't have anything to give back to you," I said feebly. So often it seemed I sounded less than I was. Theo turned my chin to see the expression I tried to hide. Damn that grin.
Don't fret, Clark. I've got no need for presents.
I relented, a wavering smile stretching across my face. Thank you, I told him. I've never owned jewellery.
Never?
He frowned.
Did your parents never gift you any? An heirloom, even?
My stomach tightened painfully. Close, so dangerously close to the lie, to the truth. Everything was left behind when they passed, I invented. I was rather proficient in storytelling. So said the scribbling teachers. I was quite young, not old enough for necklaces. I could see him taking those tidbits and adding them to some invisible inventory. I wondered what the collection would look like if it was laid out on the bed. Dead artisan mother and crafter father, born in Summerland, the source of my strangely blended accent. What killed them? Influenza, so common near the brink. Who raised me? Aunt Frances, a spinster. Now I was here. End of story. At some point in our acquaintance, the scant offerings of my history had failed to satiate Theo. These days, he asked questions frequently. I suspected it was why Aunt Frances had not endorsed our relationship from the beginning.
Do you miss them?
Theo asked me, tracing my bottom lip with his thumb. There I went again, floating up to the ceiling. Sometimes, I said, though it was my own mother and father I thought of. I closed my eyes, momentarily drugged by his soft caresses. Sometimes my body reacted to touch as though it had been starved of it. I supposed it had been.
What were they like?
My father was worn, I said. My mother was sad. His voice lowered to a whisper. The candle on the desk finally sputtered out.
Were they kind to you?
He asked tentatively, and the tenderness with which he said it did not make it feel like so big an invasion. Sometimes, I murmured. Sometimes they were too wrapped up in their troubles to remember me at all. He became so quiet that I opened my eyes, missing the sound of his voice. I couldn't see him well in the dark, just the familiar outline of him, the movement of his eyelids.
But you were young,
he reminded me.
Very young when they died.
I tried not to tense. Yes, I was young.
And it must have been a difficult life for them. There aren't many who would endorse a marriage between an artisan and a crafter.
I said nothing. I didn't need to widen the divide between him and me, between myself and everyone.
Summerland just declared intentions for their first strike, actually,
Theo continued. His hand had stopped its hypnotic ministrations.
The sheep farmers and wool millers are all walking out at the blow of the whistle in 2 days. Bloody miners' union.
I saw his head shake in the dark. My lips pressed tightly together. You think them fools? It wasn't a question.
My father says you can't strong-arm a governing house to increase wages by simply walking out. After all, we have tailors, we have smiths and masons. If the crafters won't pick up their tools, the artisans will use their mediums. The millers and farmers of Summerland will soon see how irrelevant they are.
Irrelevant, I repeated. It rolled off my tongue like a tidal wave. Do you believe crafters irrelevant?
Of course not,
he laughed.
Nor does my father, or the House of Lords, by the way. I only mean to point out how easily the crafters will be persuaded by merely giving them the illusion that they can be easily replaced.
There's only one artisan for every 10 craftsmen, I reminded him. Surely they won't be so easily duped.
I think Tanner knows how persuasive hunger will be when the wages stop altogether. Summerland has a lot of children who will go without food for as long as the strike holds.
And the House of Lords will be in their stately homes, with their cooks bringing 5 courses each evening. Tension coalesced in the air, as it tended to where Theo's father was concerned. Lordship was determined for Theo to follow in his political footsteps, and yet Theo often seemed to me as though he wanted to resist. He would never say so aloud. It was only ever evident in the tightening of his lips, or the way his eyes hardened at his father's mention. And his father was mentioned quite a bit. It was a large part of Theo's popularity among our peers.
Speaking of dinner, Father asked if you would like to join us this weekend.
I grimaced. I'd already declined the last 2 invitations. Recently, the Lord had taken a keen interest in me. I wondered, and not for the first time, what Theo's father would do if he knew where I truly came from.
For what it's worth, I would like to have you there this weekend at dinner. It'll be much less insufferable with you in the room.
I peered up at him, but it was too dark to see if he meant it. He pulled me tighter to his chest, and I was floating again, lighter than oxygen. His hands grazed the curve of my spine.
Come with me,
he said, then pressed his mouth to mine. We stayed that way for a while, his lips taking hostage of my cheeks and throat. Eventually, my nightdress was swarmed above my hips, and the ribbon at my bust had come undone, and I was pieces of airborne dust, not really of any substance at all. Chapter 28. Nina. In the first year of unrest, I'd hocked Theo's emerald necklace to a boatman in Weymouth. It had bought me canal passage on a tightly packed long rig. Sometimes I wondered where that emerald necklace had ended up. On the highest floor of Coulson & Sons, Theo followed me inside room 15 and closed the door behind him. The 2 of us stood a foot apart. A pipe moaned at the wall, the cherry blossoms distended, and weak orange light filtered through the window.
Clark,
he said. The name clicked off the roof of his mouth, as it always had. He was a little taller, his jaw a little darker, shadowed in weak old growth. His edges weren't as sharp, the perfectly tailored robes with their severe lapels now gone. I realized that I'd hardly ever seen him without them. I noticed his hair did not wave so deliberately. It seemed a little overgrown. He wore suspenders and an undershirt tucked into faded trousers. There was a small cut beneath his left eye, a bandage around his wrist. If he weren't otherwise wholly familiar, I might mistake him for a crafter. Theo, I said again, my hands tightly gripped behind my back. What else to say to the man you once loved? You're here. I didn't float. I felt as if I weighed 1,000 unmovable tons.
As are you.
His hands rose and fell, drowning in hesitancy.
Are you all right?
I grimaced. Nothing either of us said would feel adequate. As all right as one can be. Are you? My eyes stuck to the bandage. He followed my line of sight.
It's just a sprain. The tunnels are hazardous.
The tunnels? I parroted, baffled. Are you mining? I couldn't imagine a person less suited. He was toned and straight-backed, but not muscular, not fortified the way crafters were. Like a bullet might bounce off their skin. Theo looked breakable. Had he always been? He chuckled darkly.
Difficult to imagine, I know. Yet here we are, Clark. 2 charmers turned miners. Patty told me he was looking for the Earth Charmer. I hardly allowed myself to believe that he might succeed.
He took stock of me as he spoke.
You look shockingly good for someone 7 years on the run.
I blanched. There was accusation in his voice. As it happens, I said slowly, I've become rather proficient at it.
And it never occurred to you that I might wish to know if you were all right?
There it was, the canyon between us. Would it have made a difference?
Yes,
he said immediately, unequivocally. His stare was stony. I couldn't risk that. Surely he understood why.
Everyone was after you, Clark, and your aunt. I searched in the rubble all night.
Shame seized me. I saw again the dust that fell like rain, tiles that moved like rippling water. Heat practically misted from Theo's nose as he exhaled.
You disappeared in the smoke. I thought you'd died or been taken hostage.
He'd never spoken to me with so much venom, or indeed any venom at all. I'd earned every bit of it. I had to leave, I said weakly, so that neither side could take me. Those words struck where I'd intended. His eyes, the same warm brown they'd always been, hardened. Everyone was harder now. War, I'd learned, sapped gentleness from the core.
I looked for you,
he said.
For a long time, Clark.
And what would you have done with me if I were found? I'm sorry, I said instead. And I meant it, all the way to the bone. How many times had I been tempted to write to him in those months? In the end, I hadn't dared risk it. You were loyal to the house, I reminded him, ready to fight, and I didn't want any part in it.
You picked your side the second you left Bellavere City, Clark.
It's Harrow, I said, a surge of metal returning. And I don't have a side. Theo raised an eyebrow, looked pointedly to the cherry blossoms, then back to me.
Yes, you do, Nina. It's the same side as mine. Mining tunnels.
If only Professor Dumley could see his protégés now. How long have you been here, Theo? What about your lordship?
You didn't hear?
He asked, sceptical.
I was ousted from the house.
I gasped lightly in disbelief.
I'm surprised you didn't read about it,
he said.
It was quite the scandal.
What could Lord Shop's son possibly have done to offend the house?
He sent secret missives to Brink towns, warning them of imminent raids.
Again, I was caught short. You sent warnings? Under Tanner's nose?
I admit it was foolish to trust a scribbler of the house,
he said, clearing his throat awkwardly.
But she and I had formed a close bond.
I took that to mean he'd been fucking her, though he didn't say it. He glanced away uncomfortably.
That was 2 years ago now. The headlines feasted on it. Water charmer accused of treason. And I found my way out into the Brink. It took the miners' union all of a few days to catch up with me.
2 years ago? He nodded.
I've been holed up here ever since.
I shook my head in disbelief. I knew those canals were too clean.
They were in a shocking state when I arrived,
he said. There was the Theo I remembered, jovial and vain.
Tunnels full of seeping water, too.
I worried at my lip with my teeth. So, you joined the cause, just like that? He lifted his arms half-heartedly.
I'm a volunteer.
And the town just welcomed you in? I asked.
Hardly.
He rolled his eyes.
A man took a shot at me once, early on.
I believed it.
But the Coulsons tend to make examples of those who go against them. We struck a deal. They offer me their protection, and I get idiom twice yearly, and the joys of clearing the water from their tunnels.
So Patrick doesn't keep you confined to your room? Something in my voice must have been too familiar when I spoke the name. Theo cocked his head to the side.
You've met Pat, then?
I nodded, but didn't say more. And I didn't know why that should be. If there was anyone in the town I could spill myself to, shouldn't it be Theodore Shop? I'm glad to see you, I said instead, relief escaping me by way of a smile. He smiled back at me. His hand rose to cup my cheek.
You're exactly as I remember you.
A match had been struck. It sizzled on its end, slowly expending itself. Waiting. Waiting. I stepped into him. His arms wrapped around me, encasing me in his familiar frame. He smiled different, but held me just the same. My arms overlapped around his waist, and my head fell to his collar. I was surprised to find that I'd grown taller. I was desperate for comfort, but unsure where to find it.
Do you want me to stay with you?
He asked. I shook my head.
My door isn't locked, Clark.
The words wove into my hair.
I'm just down the hall, number 14. Do you understand?
I understood, but I unwound my arms and stepped out of the circle of his. I wouldn't be in this town for long. I intended to leave it without bringing anyone with me. I would do only what was necessary, only what I must. And then I'd be gone. Both Nina Clark and Nina Harrow would cease to exist.
"There's a meeting with Marguerite in the morning," he said. "I'll see you then."
I nodded, not asking how he knew I'd be in attendance. My chest filled with air I could not expel.
"I've missed you,"
he said, looking at me before he closed the door. And then it was just me. The bold ceiling, the groaning pipes, 2 large holes pierced through my heart. Chapter 29. Nina. The meeting was not in the pub, as I'd expected, but in the town square. Sam knocked on my door before dawn broke, and I followed him out onto the landing. Waiting there was Theo, and by some perplexing design, Polly Prescott. My school friend had hardly changed. She had the same tightly ringed black hair that floated just above her shoulders, dark skin, and warm eyes. Now there was a horizontal scar across the bridge of her nose, and her hands were incised with 1,000 old abrasions, a scribbler's hands. She smiled somewhat shyly when she saw me. They'll let anyone into the club nowadays, I suppose. A noise of exasperation left me. I looked to Theo for explanation, but he only shrugged. "You're Kenton Scribbler?" "I'm afraid so. And you're a member of the cause?" she offered. "I am."
"We could start a musical group,"
Theo added grimly.
"Polly was always a fair alto."
I only remembered Polly to have been a kind friend. Quiet. Squid, they'd called her. Each winter and summer break she'd remain behind in her dorm, rather than travel home to any waiting family. "How on earth did you find yourself here?" I wondered aloud. "I came to Kenton Hill 3 years ago," she shrugged. "When I arrived, Patrick offered me a choice. Work for him, or work against him. Not much of a choice at all, really." She said it without resentment. "Kenton Hill is about as safe as it gets." Sam was tapping his foot impatiently on the first step. "We'll be late," he said. We walked down Main Street together, the sun just beginning to touch the backs of our necks. The first residents were stirring, the whole of Kenton rubbing sleep from their eyes. The streets were eerily quiet. "What exactly will this meeting entail?" I asked no one in particular. Theo and Polly walked casually, not needing Sam to guide them down each alley.
"I imagine Pat will be putting you to work,"
Theo answered, taking my arm and intertwining it with his, as though the past 7 years hadn't elapsed and we were out for a walk together. I pretended to fix a pin in my hair and extricated myself. "Work?" I asked. "I suspect he's about to finally reveal his next big plan," Polly mused, burying her hands into her coat pockets. "He's had us in the dark for months. His plans to get to the capital, you mean?" I said without thinking. Polly, Theo, and Sam all slowed in their walk, their eyes pinned to me from 3 different directions.
"That's the plan?"
Theo asked.
"He'd told you that?"
I went quiet, swallowed. "Well, I don't know the finer details, but I suppose we'll all be in on it shortly," Polly interjected. She gave a surreptitious glance in Sam's direction. He was listening with grave interest, mouth agape. "Best not to say anything more out in the open." Sam walked us toward the middle of the town, following the curve of facades until we reached a brick arch opening. On the other side was a large square, each side cordoned in blackened warehouses and shops. Street vendors and buskers were already beginning to set up their tables in each corner. The buildings themselves had a hint of abandonment about them. The signage indicated a treasury, though half the lettering was missing. The police house waited beside it, but the windows were boarded. Its roof was in ruins and burned black with some previous fire. A large bulletin board bolted beside the archway sat empty, no decrees from the House of Bellevere adorning the cork. "What happened here?" I asked, turning in a slow circle. Sam only shrugged. "No need for Bellevere officials anymore, except for Polly. That over there was the food dispensary, and the trading post was in the corner. The police station was smoked out years ago." This left only one side to the square, which held an array of dilapidated storefronts, one of which hosted a bold, flaking sign, Marguerite's Modern Ladies, Seamstress Extraordinaire. Its windows were so clustered in misshapen mannequins that for a moment I was outright alarmed. I was further baffled when Sam led us directly to its skinny maroon door, the paint here woefully blistered and peeling. Sam knocked once, and a cascade of red flakes flurried off the wood. I looked sideways at Theo and Polly, who seemed oddly at ease. Who is this woman we're meeting? Clearly, the shop was no longer open for business. If the windows were anything to go by, it was now a mausoleum of wooden corpses. The door opened before they could respond, creaking desperately on its hinges. Scotty stood on the other side in the same miner's clothing he only ever seemed to wear.
"Morning, Sam. Polly,"
Scotty greeted, moving his tremendous body aside.
"Teddy."
Theo rolled his eyes. I noticed that his demeanour had turned sullen. He kept close to me as we stepped inside. But Polly smiled easily as she crossed the threshold. "I believe you owe me a debt, Mr. Brooks," she said, patting Scotty on the shoulder as she entered.
"Aye," Scotty grunted, "though a merciful woman would let a man win his money back."
"I've won 5 out of 5 games, Scotty."
"The cards are on my side today, Paul. I can feel it."
She shook her head, apparently comfortable in his presence.
"Miss Nina,"
Scotty said, nodding to me. Then he shut the door behind us all, locking 3 separate bolts. The air in the shop was thick. It moved, stuck to us. Sunlight fought valiantly through the dust. It smelled of damp plaster. Those strange mannequins were arranged all over the shop floor, headless and stripped of any fabric, their limbs bent grotesquely. A wall lined with shelves and ladders stood bare, save rusty shears, the odd needle. An old sewing machine and crank collected cobwebs on its bowed desk, and I pictured ghosts threading cotton through the wheels. Leaning against that desk, Otto and Briggs passed a cigarette back and forth. The oldest and youngest Coulson brothers had convened by a basket of yellowing fabric, both alike and drastically unalike. Gunnar was already swigging from a flask drawn from his coat. In Donnie's hand was a wrought iron cage, encasing, strangely, a singular canary. Tess Coulson leaned her back against the empty shelving, and did not spare Theo, Polly, or me a glance. And then there was Patrick, Isaiah at his feet. He looked once again, as though he had not slept. My eyes stuck to the circles beneath his.
"Thanks, Sam,"
Gunnar said abruptly. His loud voice seemed offensive in such a small space.
"No, fuck off."
Unperturbed, Sam whistled as he left, kicking a thimble gaily, and no one spoke in the interim. But there were looks exchanged. Tess stared at Gunnar until he put his flask away. Polly and Otto exchanged nervous glances, the latter clearing his throat awkwardly. Patrick pinned his eyes on Theo's hand, which had briefly touched the middle of my back as I'd stepped into this strange circle of associates. It was exceedingly uncomfortable, quiet, close.
"Right,"
said Donnie after a while, blessedly breaking the tension.
"Is the kid gone?"
"Get it over with, son,"
Tess said to Patrick.
"I've got a hotel to manage."
Patrick lifted his chin. I could practically feel the exhaustion wafting off him.
"First, some formal introductions. Idia save us,"
Gunnar moaned.
"We know who's who, pet."
Patrick continued, closing his eyes briefly at the interruption, but otherwise pretending Gunnar hadn't spoken.
"You've all been brought into the circle because you're valuable, a necessary function in the miners' union. You're also here because, for whatever reason, we've deemed you trustworthy."
Here, Patrick's eyes touched on Polly, Theo, and finally me.
"Whether by nature or because a deal was struck."
I wondered what deal he'd struck with my 2 former classmates, for surely he wouldn't trust an artisan by nature.
"Some of us have known each other all our lives. We've bled together enough that trust comes easy. Others have joined our party. More recently. For them, Trust is conditional.
I frowned. What does that mean?
It means we'll put you on that ship in parts if you double-cross us,
Tess said. The look in her eye left little doubt that she would do the cutting herself. I looked quickly away and closed my mouth.
There's a plan coming together, with far more complexities than any other we've endeavoured, and every one of us will need to offer their expertise. For most of us, that means the usual mining. Scotty and Otto know the tunnel pathways better than anyone. They're the navigators.
Otto nodded.
Spend more time in the dark than out of it,
he said cheerfully. Patrick continued.
Briggs here is a clay kicker, though his particular area of expertise will no longer be needed.
Patrick's eyes flickered to mine.
He'll handle the struts. Gunnar and I are grunt labour. We'll move the dirt topside. Donnie is our listening post. Mrs. Golson looks after things up top while we're in the hole. And then there's Nina Harrow.
He said as though he couldn't quite believe he was saying it.
Our very own earth charmer. There doesn't exist a better team of diggers.
Patrick took a breath, exchanged a quick glance with his mother.
We're tunnelling all the way to Bellevere City, ladies and gents, as quickly as we can.
A hush ensued, save the static crackle of Patrick's decree.
It's 200 miles or more, Pat,
Otto breathed, permeating wariness.
Under the Geyser River. Right into enemy territory.
You know the artisans are listening for vibrations in the ground, burying landmines and wells for us to stumble onto.
Patrick nodded.
The mines tick. We'll hear him before we hit him. We ain't ever dug farther than Fenway, Briggs said, and that tunnel's buried now.
Tess sighed.
And why do you think we brought in a fucking earth charmer?
Briggs gave me a furtive raised eyebrow. I felt a prickle of discomfort.
As for the river,
Patrick interjected.
Theodore here will accompany, of course. He's already improved the existing tunnels running south and west. He'll divert the water, should it become a problem. Oh, it'll be a fucking problem, all right, Pat. It's the fucking Geyser River.